A murderer in the electric chair. It's 25 minutes past 11 right now, my good friend John Chambers said, and at 12 o'clock midnight he's scheduled to die. You know why I got you over here tonight, because you're a screwy piano player. As screwy as they come, I guess, and God knows if anybody in this world is psychic or fey, that's what they call it, isn't it? You are. Have a drink. Jerry? I nodded and relaxed in Chambers' softest armchair as he opened a small liquor cabinet that stood in a corner of his comfortable home. A large and beautifully furnished room on the third and top floor of an establishment that may best be described as a cross between a private club and a bachelor gentleman's rooming house. The sort of place with a reception room on the first floor, telephone service in each room, swank for minor executives at moderate cost. Just the sort of place for a wifeless young man. Chambers mixed 2 whiskey sodas, handed me mine, and sat down tautly on the davenport across the room from me. He slept, by the way, on that same davenport, though no one would have ever guessed. "Here's the story, Jerry," he said, sipping at his drink as he talked. "I haven't told you all of it before for fear you'd laugh. I waited, instead, until tonight. Whatever happens tonight, if it does happen, or nothing happens at all, I mean, it'll be over in a hurry, and that'll be the end of it. And if you want to kid me afterward, why, that's your privilege. Jerry, I want you to let me tell you this without interruptions. It's confused enough at best, and I want to be as sure as I can that I'm not missing anything that may be significant." "So," I nodded. I am a good listener, and after a moment he continued, "I met this fellow Pierce just about a year ago when he first came to live here. Kind of a round-faced fellow, with a funny little nervous twisted smile, sort of like a cat's. Lord, you've seen his pictures in the papers enough lately so that I don't have to describe him to you. I'll bet he isn't smiling like that right now, though." He shivered slightly, glanced fearfully at the banjo clock on the wall, gulped a big swallow of his drink, and went on hastily, "I struck up a sort of friendship with this Pierce right off. I'm an amiable bird anyway, and I couldn't help getting to know him. There are only about 25 fellows living here, and most of us take our breakfasts downstairs every morning, and our dinners at night too. When we've nothing special on, it's like a sort of club, really. Everybody knows everybody else, and everybody else's business too, so far as that's concerned. So I got to know Pierce right away. Had him up here for a drink, as a matter of fact, the second or third evening after he checked in the place. Lord, if anybody told me then that he'd done what he'd done, I'd have said they were crazy. He seemed the most harmless sort of fellow in the world. The only odd thing that I noticed about him was that he seemed nervous as the devil all the time, jumpy-like, and he always seemed to be sort of listening for something, some noise or sound to materialize that never did. Lots of times I had to repeat whatever I was saying to him 2 or 3 times before he'd reply, and even then he'd only answer sort of mechanically, as though he weren't really listening to me at all. Well, it was a damned annoying trait, I can tell you. I put it down to his being terribly absent-minded, and I made a private resolution that I'd find out the answer. Well, as it happened, I didn't get my first hit of information from Pierce direct. I got it from Mrs. Thomas, our landlady. She'd noticed, I guess, that I'd struck it off with Pierce, and I guessed, too, that she'd taken a violent dislike to him. She waylaid me in the hall one day and started in, "Mr. Chambers, haven't you noticed anything strange about our new Mr. Pierce?" I told her I hadn't, no. She clamped down her jaws and then snapped. "The man positively detests music. Hasn't he told you so?" "I can't say that the subject of music has ever been mentioned between us," I told her. Well, she persisted, practically went into a tirade. "Yammer, yammer, yammer, I'll reproduce it for you as well as I can," she said, and she was in dead earnest too. "Mr. Chambers, that Mr. Pierce, before he would even so much as look at my rooms." told me very emphatically that if there was a piano in the house, he wouldn't even consider staying here. Said that he hated piano playing. Of course, as it happens, there isn't a piano on the premises, though I've often considered getting one of those little spinnets for the reception room. So I told Mr. Pierce the truth, that there weren't any pianos in the building, and he seemed very pleased, didn't even ask then to look at rooms, but paid me a month's lodging in advance and moved in the same day. Mark my words, Mr. Chambers, a man who hates music as much as that isn't normal. I hadn't noticed that Pierce disliked music, though I knew perfectly well that he had peculiarities, and I commented that I'd played the radio in my room lots of times when Pierce was present, and he never seemed upset. Also, I mentioned Dowd's banjo playing down the hall, said that that never seemed to bother Pierce either. Well, that about terminated the conversation. Mrs. Thomas muttered around a little more, and then went off in a huff. I merely had the idea at the time that she'd just taken a violent dislike to her new lodger, and wanted to express that dislike in talking to me. I know now, of course, that she was right. Landladies are uncanny that way. Consciously, I didn't pay much attention at the time to what Mrs. Thomas had said, but I guess that subconsciously I kept mulling it over. I remember the thought came to me one day, all of a sudden, that I really didn't know the first damn thing about Pierce, about where he worked, if he did work, who his people were, where he came from, anything. And I realized another thing too, that funny mannerism of his, of always seeming to be listening nervously for some sound that he never actually heard, was getting more pronounced every time I saw him. By thunder, after I'd known the fellow about 2 weeks, I began to wonder if maybe Mrs. Thomas wasn't right after all about him. Watching him, and remember that I had plenty of opportunity to do just that, for we were fairly thick there for a while. I couldn't help but come to the conclusion that either the man possessed such an acutely sensitive ear that the sound of piano playing was torture to him, or he was just plain nuts, and neither of those notions exactly fitted the facts either, for no man who ever lived played a more miserable banjo than Dowd, yet Dowd's banjo practice didn't bother Pierce at all, nor did piano playing when it came over the radio. But any sort of piano playing, good or bad, popular or classical, that came to his ears direct from the instrument, seemed to affect him like the screech of chalk on a blackboard affects a normal person. I've seen him turn white as a sheet at the faintest sound of piano playing, coming from an open apartment window as we walked past. I've even seen him cross the street to avoid passing the open door of our neighborhood music store. That's the way he was all the time he lived here, normal in every respect except when it came to pianos and piano playing direct from producer to consumer. Music under those circumstances was pure, unadulterated torture to him. The more I watched him, the more I veered toward the conclusion that he was really crazy after all. Then, one night, it all came out, or so I thought at the time. It was a Saturday night and something or other had happened at the last minute to spoil my date, and it was too late then to get any other girl. So I went down the hall to Pierce's room and asked him if he didn't want to take in a movie. I was pretty sure even before I knocked that he'd be there. He very seldom went out. I know now because of that piano music phobia of his. Well, he said all right, and we took in the double feature at the Cameo, down the block, and then we went to a beer place to kill the rest of the evening. Funny about that too, we passed up 2 fairly decent places for this dump, where there wasn't any orchestra, not a piano even, only a machine. Pierce wouldn't go inside the first 2 places, just stood outside for a minute and shook his head, and dragged me along until we found the last place. We stayed there until the place closed, and by that time we were feeling pretty good. As a matter of fact, we'd both had enough by then, but it was a Saturday night and I didn't have to work on Sunday. So we came back here, and I opened up a quart of scotch and we really went to town. I guess I liked Pierce more then than I ever did, before or since. The drinks had killed that nervousness of his for the time being. He wasn't listening and cringing all the time anymore. He seemed normal as hell. and after a few more shots I did the unpardonable. I asked him point blank what was the matter with him, why he had such a terrible fear of the sound of piano music. That's what too many drinks can do to a man's discretion. That question sobered him up like a bullet between the eyes. He stiffened all over for an instant, all the drunken merriment gone out of his face like magic. Then he began to tremble, horribly. The way he reacted was ghastly. I've never seen anything quite like it, but after a minute or two he got hold of himself to some extent, and he looked up at me, and there was the most pitiable, haunted expression on that man's face imaginable, twisted and haggard and agonized, like the faces in some of those old door illustrations. I'm not exaggerating when I say that his face then was the face of a man damned, utterly without hope and still tormented. That's the significant point. He looked as though his torment wasn't over, or would ever be over, but was still going on, without any end to it in sight or even hoped for. By the holy, the sight of his face then gave me the creeps. Just the thought of it still does, for that matter. Then he began to talk. Heaven knows why, except that I'd been friendly to him, and the nerve strain he was under was too great for him to bear any longer alone. Sooner or later, I guess, he would have had to talk to somebody. It just happened that that somebody was me. I'll try to tell you, as nearly as possible in his own words, everything he said. Of course he didn't say all this at once. There were pauses and interruptions, and we had more drinks, and there were times when I thought he was going to break down entirely. It was 4 o'clock in the morning before he finished. "I'll tell you, Chambers," he said, his voice very soft and low and without a tremor in it as he began, though his face was twitching and his hands shaking. "I haven't known you very long, but you've been a damn good friend, and I'll tell you. You know my name is Harry Pierce. There are lots of Harry Pierces in the world, but I'm the Harry Pierce." Well, that didn't mean a thing to me, and I guess my face showed it, for he went on. "I'm the Harry Pierce whose wife died last August of a lingering illness, they called it. Pernicious anemia, the death certificate read. She was a pianist, a professional, played jazz, but she played it like a concert artist. Her maiden name was Elizabeth Counselman. That's the name she played under. I knew, of course, who Elizabeth Counselman had been, who doesn't, and I thought immediately that I had the whole story. Loving husband, wife, fine pianist, dies. Husband can no longer bear to hear piano music, as he had heard it so many times in his home, soft and loud, fragmentary bits, practicing. The human side of music that's somehow missing on a record or over the radio. Poor devil, I thought. I felt sympathetic, all right. The feeling of intimacy the drinks had built up, and then this confession Pierce had made that had so dramatically and poignantly explained his peculiar phobia. I tried to be as delicate as possible in my sympathy. I looked down at my hands and murmured, "She was a wonderful pianist, wasn't she? I remember, she always played Dancing in the Wind at the start and finish of her radio programs. And she was your wife." He didn't seem to be listening. He just sat there across from me, right where you're sitting now. And like me, he kept looking down at his hands. Only his hands were trembling violently. After a moment he muttered, and his voice was so savage that I almost jumped. "Dancing in the Wind. God, how I loathe that piece." I didn't say anything, I was afraid to, and in a minute or two he started up again, and the words just poured out of him. "Hell, Chambers," he babbled, with the most peculiar, pitiful eagerness. "Ghosts don't exist. They just don't exist, and that's all there is to it. Especially ghosts that don't do anything but just play piano." He reached for the bottle of scotch, poured himself a good 6 ounces, tossed it off in one sobbing gulp that didn't even jar him. He went on talking. Raving maybe's the better word. "It's been like that ever since the night she died. Piano playing. Her piano playing. I can't mistake it, I know her touch, her style of playing, The licks she used that nobody else can imitate, like I know my own face. It's her playing. Nobody else. It's unmistakable, unmistakable, I tell you. And it's been going on ever since the night she died. Whenever I get near a piano, sooner or later I hear her playing. Not all the time, sometimes she plays only one piece, or just part of a piece, and then stops as though she's been called away. Dancing in the Wind, she plays a lot. She had a special arrangement of it, and nobody else can hear her. Nobody else can hear her playing. Only me. It can't be. Such a thing can't be. There aren't ghosts. There can't be ghosts. But when I get near a piano, sooner or later I hear her ghost playing. The night she died, I heard her first, playing on the big grand downstairs in the living room. I went down, but before I got downstairs the music stopped. The room was empty, nobody there. But Lucas, he was our butler then, was outside in the foyer. I asked him who'd been playing the piano in the living room, and he said, "Nobody, Mr. Pierce. I haven't heard a sound from the living room all evening." So I went upstairs again. Twice more that night I heard it, the sound of her playing, and both times nobody else heard it, nobody but me. I asked, "I know." The servants were beginning to look at me as though they thought I was queer. I knew they were beginning to talk among themselves. So I shut up, just watched them, watched the people in the house, the friends and relatives who were dropping in all the time to pay their condolences. 3 or 4 times the next day, I heard her playing. Each time I was in the living room, and each time other people were with me, old friends who had known her well and who wanted to look at her and to look at me too and see for themselves how I was bearing up. God, it was barbaric. The casket stood between the north windows on the opposite side of the room from the piano. Standing with my back to the piano, standing between my friends looking down into her pale, wasted face, I could hear her playing there behind me, but nobody else heard. Nobody else heard. I watched their faces, and I know. To them the piano was silent, yet I heard it playing 3 or 4 times that day. God, God, God. I know that once I almost fainted when I heard it. Kenny Coates had to grasp my arms and hold me up until I came out of it. He helped me upstairs and gave me brandy and made me lie down for a while. I was afraid to ask him if he'd heard the music, because I knew he hadn't. I began to wonder if I wasn't going crazy. And the next day, and the day of the funeral, it was the same. Music that only I heard, Alicia's music, coming from the damnable piano downstairs. I didn't sleep 3 total hours from the moment she died until they buried her. I was trying to think, trying to fathom out the thing, to keep from going wholly mad. I knew that it was a sort of short circuit in my own brain that was causing the trouble. I kept telling myself over and over that the sounds didn't really exist, or other persons would have heard them. But I knew too that if I didn't conquer the sickness, sooner or later I'd go stark raving mad. Part of my brain was sick already. I had to keep the sickness from becoming any worse. I have willpower, plenty of it, but I couldn't overcome this thing. I even forced myself to sit in the living room by the piano, hour after hour, waiting to hear the music, waiting to see if the piano keys would also appear to move. I wanted to find out if my sickness extended as far as hallucination, included my vision as well as my hearing. But whenever I watched the piano, it wouldn't play. It only played when my back was turned, and always when I was in the presence of other people, never when I was alone. It was like a devil in my brain, trying to make me act ridiculous, strange, mad, in front of my servants and friends. The day of the funeral was the worst. Right in the middle of the prayer, the music began, dancing in the wind again. It kept up all the way through the prayer, until the prayer was finished and the quartet began to sing. I had to bite my lips to keep from screaming. But I have a strong will. I conquered that time. Yet someday I won't, and I'm afraid that then they'll find out my secret and take me away and lock me up as a madman. After she was buried, I came back to the house and shut myself in my room. All that night I stayed awake, waiting to hear that music. But there was no music then, not a note. It was just as though my sickness had gone with the people who for 3 days had filled my house. But I knew that perhaps it was just waiting another opportunity. The next afternoon Kenny Coates dropped in. He's my attorney, and one of my best friends. I couldn't refuse to see him. I met him in the library, across the hall from the living room. Just as soon as we started talking, it began again. As always, it seemed to come from the big grand in the living room, and I could hear it plainly, though the 2 intervening doors were closed. Cutting right into what Kenny was saying, blotting out his words, blotting out all my senses except my hearing, blotting out everything except itself. I don't know how I looked then, or how I acted, but my reaction must have been pretty ghastly. For the next thing I remember was Kenny handing me a drink with his face as white as a sheet and saying over and over, "Good God. Harry, you look shot to pieces. For a minute there I thought you were going to fold up. I tell you, you've got to snap out of it or it won't be long before you follow Alicia. Get away, take a cruise, go to Canada, do anything to try and shake off this nervous condition that's got hold of you. Otherwise..." I guess I must have been still in a fog, for I remember that I asked him, "But the music, Harry, didn't you hear the music?" He shook his head. "Music? What music?" That clinched it. I knew then that I had to get away. So I did. I turned my business over to a friend. I guess he'd been half anticipating that I'd do just that, and went to Canada, to a little place where I've been going every fall for years to hunt. I stayed there for 3 weeks. I was really beginning to feel better. Since leaving the city I hadn't once heard that fiendish piano playing. Then, one Saturday night, Pierre Chouinard, he owns the lodge where I was stopping, asked me if I didn't want to go to a barn dance at the village, and some devil in me made me say yes. When we entered that hall, the first thing I noticed was that there was a piano, an old worn-out upright on a makeshift bandstand. The sight of it gave me a queasy feeling for a minute, but the feeling passed off. There was too much noise and merriment and gaiety going on. The orchestra was a couple of fiddlers, a pianist and a drummer. They weren't bad. They played round and square dances mostly, with every once in a while a waltz, and everybody danced, old and young alike. At 10 o'clock, the orchestra took its intermission, and we all lined up in a row for refreshments, ice cream and cake. I was just reaching out my hand for mine. Pierre was standing directly behind me when the music started. It came from that old rattle-trap on the bandstand. The piece was Dancing in the Wind, and it was Alicia playing. No matter how tinny the music was, no matter how distorted by that god-awful, out-of-tune instrument with its loose strings and its dead notes, nothing could disguise that. It was Alicia playing all right, playing that wreck of a piano to me alone. I looked at the bandstand, and there wasn't anybody there. Not even the orchestra. They had all gone off the stand somewhere to smoke and eat their ice cream. Through that hellish music, I heard my dish smash on the floor at my feet, and that's the last thing I remembered then. I woke up in my bunk in Pierre's cabin with a raging fever. Pierre wasn't in the room, and I lay there for a while thinking and trembling. Funny thing, but my thoughts were clear as crystal. I could recollect everything that had happened since I'd left my own house back in the city. And it occurred to me all at once that I had never actually been within hearing distance of a piano in all that time, until the night of the barn dance. I had gone from my house to my train, and from that train to another train, and then I had ridden in an automobile, and then in a wagon, and of course, in Pierre's lodge there was no piano. I tried to figure out what craziness was in me that made me seem to hear Alicia playing. Sooner or later, whenever I came near a piano, I remembered clearly that that old rattle-trap had seemed to sound exactly like itself. with all its mechanical imperfections and poor tuning, not at all like our big grand. Then I began to wonder if my own couldn't conceivably have twisted its own conception of Alicia's playing to conform to the limitation of this tinny old instrument. The thing seemed not impossible. If my mind could make me imagine that I heard Alicia playing, it could certainly also make me imagine that I heard her playing various pianos, especially after I'd had a good chance to hear each of those instruments. And I had been listening to that decrepit old upright all evening. Certainly no supernatural influence was at work. It was all in my own mind. I remembered a story I had read somewhere about a man who had imagined that a monkey was following him about. The story ended, I believe, with the man slitting his own throat. I made up my mind then and there to get back to the city and consult a psychiatrist. A good one. 3 days later I was well enough to travel, so I returned to the city. I didn't go to my own home, but registered at an hotel instead. I was afraid to go back to my own house, full as it was of memories of Alicia, and with that accursed grand piano waiting for me in the downstairs living room. The only way I could have gone home would have been to first have that piano moved out of the house, and I was afraid to do that. Afraid of what people would think and say. The servants had heard me talking queerly, so had Kenny Coates. A hotel was the only solution. When I registered, I asked for a quiet room, isolated from the ballroom and dining room. I told the desk clerk frankly that I couldn't bear the sound of music, especially piano music. The room he gave me was all right. There wasn't a piano within a half-dozen floors of me, but I couldn't stay in that room indefinitely. The first time I came downstairs, as I got off the elevator in the lobby, I heard that devilish piano playing again, coming from the dining room. God! It followed me all the way across the lobby, growing fainter and fainter as I walked away from it. I could hear it up until the instant that I passed through the revolving doors to the street. Then I couldn't hear it anymore. I went directly to consult a psychiatrist, told him the same story I've told you. He seemed interested as hell, told me that my malady was extremely rare, used a lot of big words and ended up by advising me that my only salvation lay in fighting the thing. Well, I did just that. I did exactly as this man advised. I didn't go home because of my memories of Alicia, but for 3 months I lived in that accursed hotel, went to my office every day and transacted my business as well as I was able. Ate my morning and evening meals in that hotel dining room every day, and listened to that ghastly music pounding in my brain every mortal day in the week. Always in the hotel dining room I heard it, not when the orchestra was playing, of course, only when they were silent between pieces. But I heard it other places too, through an open window as I was hurrying to catch a subway, a fragment of Dancing in the Wind hitting me in the face from the swinging doors of a saloon as I walked past. Even from the orchestra pit of a theatre, God, anywhere and any time. I haven't gone inside a theatre since. That had a piano. I haven't dared. For 3 months I fought it, but I couldn't beat it. I can't beat it. 2 weeks ago I finally gave up the fight. I moved out of the hotel, took the room here. For one reason only, because there isn't a piano in the place. When I'm inside these walls I have peace of a sort. It's only when I go out that I hear the music. And I'm careful about where I go, what streets and even which side of the street I walk on, so that I'm seldom exposed. Maybe the disease will go away of itself in time. I don't know. I only know that I haven't the strength or the courage to fight it any longer. That way would lead to total insanity quicker than the way I have chosen. That's all, Chambers, everything. Now you know why I am as I am, why I act as I do. I trust that you will keep this confession to yourself. John Chambers, who for almost half an hour had been talking in a steady, quiet monotone as he gave to me, as nearly as possible in Harry Pierce's own words, the peculiar confession Pierce had made to him in this same room 12 months earlier, paused abruptly in his narrative. Without a word, he rose from the davenport, took my glass and his own, walked over to the liquor cabinet and mixed 2 more drinks. He handed me mine. I nodded and he went back to his place and reseated himself. Then he said, his voice still quiet, still restrained, though I knew his thoughts were racing. "It was good of you to listen to me so long, Jerry, without interrupting. I'm glad you did, for I wanted you to get the complete picture without missing anything, no matter how insignificant some details may seem. There are details which may have vast significance, contrasted with others which may mean nothing. I thought it best to tell you everything that I remembered. Well, the rest of the story is told from my own viewpoint. It's exactly what I saw and heard. Pierce never again mentioned his odd confession to me, and I of course also refrained from referring to it. And it was just 2 weeks later that he finally broke. Funny how it came about. One of those jokes of fate that are always happening and that none of us can foresee or guard against. It happened on a Friday evening about 11:30. I know it wasn't any later than that, because I have to work on Saturday mornings, and I was still sitting up, fully dressed, reading, when I heard this awful scream. It wasn't like anything human, I can tell you. It wasn't even recognizable as a man's or a woman's voice. It was more like a fiend screaming in hell, or a witch burning at the stake, maybe. It was loud, it stabbed into my ears like a knife, left them ringing for seconds afterward. I was out of my room and down the stairs in nothing flat, and everybody else in the house too. They were down in the front hall, Harry Pierce, and 2 men who, it turned out, were Kenny Coates and Alicia's brother. Frank Castle, his name was. Frank Castle and this Coates were both holding Pierce by the arms to keep him from sagging to the floor. After that single scream, Pierce hadn't screamed any more, but there was froth on his lips and dribbling down his chin, and his face was white as paper and streaming sweat. And his eyes, God, they were the eyes of a trapped, maddened beast, and he was mumbling over and over, his mouth lax and drooling, his whole body trembling spasmodically. "Yes, I did it, Alicia. I'll confess, Alicia. Hear me, Alicia. I'll confess. I killed you with arsenic so slowly that nobody knew. I'll tell now. Tell the world now that if they exhume your body, they'll find enough arsenic in you to kill a dozen people. Hear me, Alicia, hear me. I'm confessing, God, I'm confessing. It's what you've wanted all along, I know. You've won, Alicia. You've won. You've beaten me. I'm confessing, Alicia. I'm confessing that I killed you with arsenic." Over and over and over he went on like a broken record. Well, except for a few loose ends, that's all there is to the story to date that you haven't already read in the papers. The confession came as a total surprise to me, of course, but I can see now how completely it explained things. Explained Pierce's terrible nervousness, his peculiar insanity, everything. His conscience was hounding him every minute, day and night. Through all those months his life must have been a perfect hell. It turned out that the 3 of them had met earlier in the evening, dined, at some place where there was no piano, and come here afterward, where you know that the brother demanded that Alicia's body be exhumed, which was done, and they found that sure enough she was saturated with arsenic. Pierce pleaded not guilty on grounds of insanity, but the alienists shot his story full of holes. They examined him, and they put him in rooms with pianos. And he tried to fake the malady he said he'd been experiencing all along, and they proved that he was just faking. Then he tried to say that he hadn't heard that ghostly piano playing any more since the minute he'd confessed, and that only made it worse. The prosecution made a monkey out of him, proved that his business had been perilously close to the rocks, that he had been inordinately jealous of Alicia because of her radio reputation and because she made more money than he did, and that he'd killed Alicia for her insurance. The jury found him guilty in half an hour, and the judge sentenced him to burn. And tonight's the night. That's why you're here. Oh, there's one point that I forgot. Remember I said that the reason Pierce broke when he did was one of those jokes of fate that nobody can foresee or guard against. Well, the joke was this. That same day, while Pierce was out, Mrs. Thomas bought a piano. A little spinet. She'd always wanted one anyway for the reception room. She didn't like Pierce, of course, and didn't care a damn whether he stayed on or moved out on account of it. So I suppose when she saw it, she merely thought, the hell with him, and ordered it sent out. It came that evening, and it was put in the reception room near the door, not 10 feet from where Pierce went haywire as he walked into the house. But the real reason I've got you up here tonight, Jerry, is this. It may all be imagination, but thinking back after all the commotion and excitement that night had subsided, I can't get out of my mind the notion that, just before Pierce screamed, I heard somebody playing that piano downstairs. Just a fragment of music, just for an instant, and then the scream blotted it out. Music that had a sort of unreal quality to it, as though someone was playing loudly, but at a great distance, like the music that comes across a lake at night. Like, oh Lord. This is a lame comparison, but it's accurate. Like music heard when you hold just the needle to a phonograph record in your fingers, diminished almost to nothingness, yet strong and powerful. Microscopic, yet full of fury. You understand? And the piece was Dancing in the Wind. Jerry, you're here because I believe that I heard that music, that same music that drove Pierce to confess. Maybe it was only an emanation from Pierce's own tortured brain, I don't know, but I am certain that I heard it. There have been times when I thought that I was clairvoyant, Jerry, not tremendously so, like mediums, but just a little bit. And if I'm sensitive at all to such things, I know that you're 10 times more so. Jerry, I feel that if it were truly Alicia's spirit driving Harry Pierce to confess through her music, we will hear her play again tonight for the last time when he dies, because she knows that I know the whole story, as no other person on earth knows it. And I feel that if Alicia's spirit exists and can communicate with us, it will try to get one last message through to me, to let me know that it lives and that it has triumphed. I moved uneasily at that, looked down at my glass, which was empty, and shook my head. Sorry, John. It doesn't necessarily follow that if you or I, or both of us, hear this ghost music, tonight we're consequently demonstrated the reality of Alicia's spirit and, naturally, of a whole spirit world. For telepathy does exist, we know that, and I can see no way in which we can eliminate beyond doubt the possibility that whatever music we may hear might not have come to us direct from Pierce's brain at the moment of death. The human brain sends out strange and powerful impulses when it is about to die, visions of loved ones, sometimes startlingly vivid and real, sometimes speaking or otherwise transmitting definite messages. There are thousands of authenticated instances. So, whether the music originates with Alicia or merely in Pierce's dying brain, that's a question we can never answer. John Chambers shivered, and his face went grey. Jerry, it's 4 minutes past 12, and he's to die at midnight. And in that instant, God, from downstairs, through that quiet house, came the sound of furious, triumphal piano playing. It was jazz, but what jazz? Sophisticated, transcendental playing, a strong lifting rhythm glittering with embellishments and flying notes that transformed the saccharine melody into a surging clangor of glamorous sound. Not 10 jazz pianists in the world could play like that, I knew, and of those 10 only Alicia Castle had ever played that particular special arrangement. It was Alicia Castle, all right, playing as I had heard her play innumerable times at the start and finish of her coast-to-coast network broadcasts. The piece danced along to its conclusion, a sparkling shower of notes that burst and coruscated like a musical skyrocket, and then the music was gone from my brain. The silence that followed was deafening. For a full minute we sat there, neither speaking. There was no sound in the house. Whatever we had heard been heard by nobody else. Then John Chambers looked at me, and his face was white. "Did you hear it?" he whispered. I nodded. "Loud," I croaked. "Loud as hell, dancing in the wind." He licked his lips like a frightened dog. "I only heard it faintly," he muttered. "Just like the other time. You're more psychic than I." We sat there dumbly, as though paralyzed, through long minutes. At last John's lips moved. "Pierce is dead, Jerry, I know it. He died when we heard that music, and you're right in what you said. We can never know beyond doubt whether that music came from Alicia, somewhere in the infinite, or from his own poor dying brain. It's a thing we'll never know." I nodded. It was a thing we would never know. Again we sat silent. Then, almost musingly and wholly irrelevantly, I spoke the words that were to lead us to the unbelievable conclusion. "Funny thing about that damned music, John," I said. "The B flat above middle C didn't play. It was missing all the way through the piece." "B flat above middle C," he echoed. "That's a black note, isn't it?" I nodded. "If it's busted on that piano downstairs, and if I know that it's only been busted a few days, that would prove that Pierce, up in the death house, couldn't have known of it, wouldn't it?" Again I nodded. I was beginning to understand what he was driving at. He jumped to his feet. "Come on. Wednesday night we were playing poker down there and Bob Ellis's chair went over backward and broke a black key on the piano. Mrs. Thomas doesn't even know about it yet. We'll see if it's the one." We went downstairs softly, for it was late and the house was sleeping. We went into the darkened reception room. Chambers didn't wait to turn on the lights. In the darkness I reached out and depressed the B flat. At first gently, then vigorously, I shook the key up and down. The note was dead, the hammer shaft broken. In the dim dark I heard Chambers whisper, "It's the one?" My voice was taut, unnatural, high-pitched as I whispered my reply, "It's the one." His voice was quivering too now, as with a curious triumphant eagerness he persisted. "Then it was Alicia. Who was sending music to our ears from this piano tonight?" I could feel the flesh crawling along my spine as I sought to formulate my answer. It was incredible, yet there was only one answer. Could be only one answer. Then, my lips stiff and dry, my heart palpitating like a trip hammer, I spoke that answer. "Yes, John. It was Alicia." End of the music from Infinity by Thorpe McCluskey.
Egocentric Orbit by John Corey. Ere the end of his 15th orbit as Greenland slipped by noiselessly below, he made the routine measurements that tested the operation of his space capsule and checked the automatic instruments which would transmit their stored data to Earth on his next pass over control. Everything normal. All mechanical devices were operating perfectly. This information didn't surprise him. In fact, he really didn't even think about it. The previous orbits and the long simulated flights on Earth during training had made such checks routine and perfect results expected. The capsules were developed by exhaustive testing, both on the ground and as empty satellites, before entrusting them to carry animals, and then the first human. He returned to contemplation of the panorama passing below and above, although, as he noted idly, above and below had lost some of their usual meaning. Since his capsule, like all heavenly bodies, was stable in position with respect to the entire universe, and, thanks to Sir Isaac Newton and his laws, never changed, the Earth and the stars alternated over his head during each orbit. Up now meant whatever was in the direction of his head. He remembered that even during his initial orbit, when the Earth first appeared overhead, he accepted the fact as normal. He wondered if the other two had accepted it as easily. For there had been 2 men hurled into orbit before he ventured into space. 2 others who had also passed the rigorous 3-year training period, and were selected on the basis of overall performance to precede him. He had known them both well and wondered again what had happened on their flights. Of course, they had both returned, depending upon what your definition of return was. The capsules in which they had ventured beyond Earth had returned them living. But this was to be expected, for even the considerable hazards of descent through the atmosphere and the terrible heating which occurred were successfully surmounted by the capsule. Naturally, it had not been expected that the satellites would have to be brought down by command from the ground. But this, too, was part of the careful planning, radio control of the retro-rockets that moved the satellite out of orbit by reducing its velocity. Of course, ground control was to be used only if the astronaut failed to ignite the retro-rockets himself. He remembered everyone's surprise and relief when the first capsule was recovered and its occupant found to be alive. They had assumed that in spite of all precautions he was dead because he had not fired the rockets on the 50th orbit, and it was necessary to bring him down on the 65th. Recovery alive only partially solved the mystery, for the rescuers and all others were met by a haughty, stony silence from the occupant. Batteries of tests confirmed an early diagnosis, complete and utter withdrawal, absolute refusal to communicate. Therapy was unsuccessful. The second attempt was similar in most respects, except that command return was made on the 31st orbit after the astronaut's failure to deorbit at the end of the 30th. His incoherent babble of moons, stars, and worlds was no more helpful than the first. Test after test confirmed that no obvious organic damage had been incurred by exposure outside of the Earth's protective atmosphere. Biopsy of even selected brain tissues seemed to show that microscopic cellular changes due to prolonged weightlessness or primary cosmic ray bombardment, which had been suggested by some authorities, were unimportant. Somewhat reluctantly, it was decided to repeat the experiment a third time. The launching was uneventful. He was sent into space with the precision he expected. The experience was exhilarating, and, although he had anticipated each event in advance, he could not possibly have foreseen the overpowering feeling that came over him. Weightlessness he had experienced for brief periods during training, but nothing could match the heady impression of continuous freedom from gravity. Earth passing overhead was also to be expected from the simple laws of celestial mechanics, but his feeling as he watched it now was inexpressible. It occurred to him that perhaps this was indeed why he was here, because he could appreciate such experiences best. He had been told the stars would be bright, unblinking, and an infinitude in extent, but could mere descriptions or photographs convey the true seeing? On his 21st orbit, he completed his overseeing the entire surface of the planet in daylight. He had seen more of Earth than anyone able to tell about it, but only he had the true feeling of it. The continents were clearly visible, as were the oceans and both polar ice caps. The shapes were familiar, but in only a remote way. A vague indistinctness born of distance served to modify the outlines, and he alone was seeing and understanding. On the dark side of the planet, large cities were marked by indistinct light areas, which paled to insignificance compared to the stars and his sun. He speculated about the others who had only briefly experienced these sights. Undoubtedly, they weren't as capable of fully grasping or appreciating any of these things as he was. It was quite clear that no one else but he could encompass the towering feeling of power and importance generated by being alone in the universe. At the end of the 25th orbit, he disabled the radio control of the retro-rockets and sat back with satisfaction to await the next circuit of his Earth around him. The E&D of Egocentric Orbit, by John Corey. File name, Escape Mechanism by Charles E. Fritsch. TXT, Escape Mechanism by Charles E. Fritsch. Being a world unto one's self is lonely. Even the poor amoeba creature from Venus knew that. She found herself floating again in that strange half-familiar world of murky fluid where only she existed. The liquid was all around her, pressing gently on all sides with a force that cushioned but did not restrain. It was a pleasant sensation, a calming one. The cares of the outside world were non-existent and therefore meaningless. She drifted, unhampered by the fluid. There seemed to be no direction but outward. Her thoughts went out, and they returned with impressions, This was her world, and she was the center of it. It pleased her to think this. It was an alien pleasure that was mental and without physical counterpart. There was quiet, stillness, a peace she had never known. The fluid flowed about her like a great silent sea that held no sound, no movement. It seemed natural that she should be here. She was content. At the accustomed time, the autohypnotics in Miss Abby Martin's body forced her to the threshold of consciousness and cleared her brain of the fog of sleep. Slowly, she opened her eyes to the morning brightness of her bedroom and stared at the vacant skylight and the blue expanse of sky beyond it, not quite comprehending where she was. The cloud foam cushions of her bed gave credence to the floating sensation she had had during her dream, and for a few seconds she lacked orientation. Then her eyes wandered about the room, to the closed door of the Raybath stall, the retracted dressing table, the chronometer label that told her it was March 14, 21:23 at 30 seconds past 700 hours, the subtle intonation of her favorite music, Churden's Maze of Crystal, murmured softly from the walls. Awareness came then, and she lay back on the bed and tried to follow the intricate crystal melodies. But a frown ridged her brow, and she wondered at the strange dream instead. She had found it pleasant enough, for she rather enjoyed the languid floating sensation, the feeling of being self-sufficient, a world unto herself. Yet the very fact of the dream's existence in a world where such things were manufactured disturbed her, for she had taken no dream pills the night before, nor at any of the other times the dream had come. The incident made her almost wish that witch-doctor psychiatrics had not been outlawed 20 years ago, so she might get some inkling of the dream's meaning. But psychiatrists had been pulled forcibly from the web of society when mental derangements were put under the jurisdiction of the somaticists. Overhead, a rocket thundered, shaking the house with a gentle hand, and Abby turned her attention to the sound, momentarily forgetting the dream. Through the one-way skylight, she saw a speck of light accelerate beyond vision. She shook her head impatiently. Rush, 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 that was all people seemed to think about these days. Go to the moon, go to Mars, go to Venus. In time they might go to the outer planets and perhaps even try to reach the stars, as though they didn't have enough trouble right here on Earth. All they did, it seemed, was hunt down poor beasts from the various planets and bring them back to Earth to put in cages and tanks on display, ostensibly to learn more of the planets by studying their inhabitants. To Abby, it seemed cruel and unnecessary. Like that poor amoeba creature from Venus, she thought, remembering the day last week when she and her niece Linda had visited the zoo to see this latest acquisition. It was a creature captured from the giant oceans of the second planet.
The Feline Phantom is a supernatural horror story with mystery, revenge, and haunting. Set in the backdrop of a European hotel, Horace, a once skeptical and confident man, finds himself plagued by the vengeful spirit of a cat, cursed by a past that refuses to stay buried. The Feline Phantom by Gilbert Draper. Strange Tales of Mystery and Terror, March 1932. An old house made over into a modern apartment building is scarcely the place where one would expect to meet with a shocking experience. Yet it was in the $100 a month home of my friend Horace Banks that the incident occurred. Various collectors of old sandwich glass have mistaken it for. Banks and I had been brought up together, for our respective families had purchased adjoining houses before we had reached our teens, and it was from these premises that we used to set off for school together every morning. In later life, as often happens with childhood chums, we drifted apart, Banks going abroad to study foreign languages and I entering upon a journalistic career at home, which, incidentally, is my present means of livelihood. When he returned after an absence of nearly a decade, I found him so changed intellectually that the old relationship was impossible, though we still remained the best of friends. Always of a studious nature, Banks had drifted from philology to psychology, and his knowledge of these and countless other ologies impressed me not a little. He had been made an orphan by the sudden death of his father, a prominent surgeon who, being a widower and having no other children, had left him with sufficient means to pursue his hobby of research. We dined together about once a fortnight, sometimes in his apartment and sometimes at the home of my aunt with whom I boarded. Otherwise, we seldom met, for his ways were not mine. On the night of which I write, we had finished dinner and were enjoying his highly palatable port before a log fire in the living room, when, after a long silence, he said, apropos of nothing in particular, "Harvey, how about letting me put you up for the night?" The invitation was so unusual that I stared at him. I had not slept under Banks' roof since our school days. "What in the world for?" I asked. "When I tell you," he answered, smiling, "you may not want to. The truth is, I'm afraid to sleep here alone tonight." Not having known my friend, you will not be able to appreciate the absurdity of his remark. But the idea of Banks being afraid to sleep alone so appealed to my sense of the ridiculous that I loudly guffawed. Banks, I should explain, was a most powerful man, with muscles like iron and a constitution envied by all who knew him. If he had any nerves, they were always under perfect control. "Sorry, old man," I apologized. "I didn't mean to be rude, but you rather surprised me." "And I'm going to surprise you still more," he returned, his face as solemn as ever. Forthwith, he embarked upon an account of one of his experiences abroad that revealed to me a new Banks, a romantic Banks, and an exceedingly credulous one. It was the story of an aristocratic Persian cat and its untimely end. "This damn cat," Banks said, "attracted me the moment I set eyes on her. She was a beauty, I can tell you, with a magnificent tail and eyes like glittering nuggets. I bought her in the slums of Cairo from a ragged street merchant whose only wares were a number of good, bad, and indifferent cats. When I had paid him for Sina, that was the beast's name, he insisted upon dragging me into his filthy stall to warn me to protect her with my very life. For, he solemnly swore, were she to meet an unnatural death, whoever owned her at the time would be visited by her spirit on the first anniversary of her death. On the second anniversary, he avowed, the said owner would himself perish miserably. Although my common sense told me the old humbug was talking rubbish, I listened to him, at first with amused tolerance, but later with real interest. Many years before, so the story went, Sina had come into the possession of one of Persia's greatest physicians, a man who combined modern scientific methods with some of the secrets of ancient sorcery, a rather sinister old gentleman, I gathered. At any rate, shortly after the advent of this cat into his household, he began to devote more and more time to practices that should never have attracted a reputable medical man. The number of his patients began to dwindle, not because his skill had diminished, but because they took exception to the way he treated them. In other words, they objected to being hypnotized instead of anesthetized. "You mean he could render people insensible to pain by hypnotizing them?" I broke in. "That's what my informant said. He told me that the doctor, after dabbling for a time in hypnotism, began delving into the forbidden mysteries of metempsychosis, which, for the benefit of your uninformed mind, I will explain, has to do with the transmigration of the soul after death into the body of another man or lower animal." "Thanks very much," I remarked dryly. "Well," continued Horace, knocking his pipe against the grate, "things went from bad to worse, and the once eminent physician degenerated into a student of witchcraft. Now Sina, whose beautiful body was admired by her inhuman master, was made to play an important part in his experiments, and, while he didn't harm her physically, she must have endured the most unheard of tortures mentally, as a later happening proved." "This sounds like the prologue to a first-class horror story," I put in flippantly, for I had a suspicion that the learned Horace was pulling my leg. "That's precisely what it is," he replied, ignoring my levity. "And I want to assure you, Harvey, that I'm not telling you this for your entertainment. I'm really serious, and I'm in a worse predicament than I ever imagined a human being could find himself in." I tried to look sympathetic. Banks' lugubrious tone was getting tiresome. "One day," he went on, "a celebrated Indian fakir, who happened to be traveling through Persia, heard of these infamous exploits and, most likely jealous of his own reputation as a master of magic, decided to investigate. Accordingly, He disguised himself as a wealthy victim of some obscure disease and called on the doctor for advice, fearing that if he revealed his identity, he would not be admitted. At first, the ruse succeeded, but when he attempted to go into the details of his pretended sickness, the wily wizard exposed him as an impostor. Heated words were exchanged, in the course of which the fakir accused the doctor of being a charlatan. At this unpardonable insult, the latter volunteered to give a demonstration of his proficiency in metempsychosis. Just at this moment, Sina emerged from a corner where she had been sleeping and walked with dignified tread across the room. As she passed her master, she recoiled, spitting viciously. I have already said she had ample reason to fear and hate him. The contemptuous fakir pointed triumphantly at the cat. "The very thing," he cried mockingly. "I have no objection to temporarily possessing the body of that comely animal, and I am sure its soul, if it has one, would welcome the novelty of a brief sojourn in mine." "As you will," replied the doctor craftily, seizing Sina by the scruff of the neck and avoiding, as the result of much practice, the waving talons that sought to tear his flesh. After chloroforming the unfortunate animal, he placed the inert body on the floor and ordered his visitor to lie down beside it. "Harvey, I do not expect you to believe the outcome of that grotesque séance, and were it not for what has followed, I too would scoff. How he accomplished it, no one will ever know, but a veritable miracle was performed by that Persian doctor. Following God knows what horrible rites, the soul of the fakir entered the body of the cat, and for a time lay dormant. But as soon as Sina's soul, or spirit, had taken possession of the man's body, it realized its new strength, and with the realization came a desire for vengeance against the one who had subjected her feline form to such torment. A bitter struggle ensued, during which the doctor, stunned by the ferocity of one of his victims, was badly bitten and scratched. To save himself, he seized a heavy scalpel with a razor-like edge which happened to be lying on a nearby table and felled his antagonist with a single desperate blow. In his terror, he struck hard, and the fakir, or Sina, if you will, fell dead with an almost severed head. As the eyes of the cat slowly opened, the arch-magician became aware that behind them was an imprisoned soul, doomed to inhabit an animal's body. He had punished the fakir nicely for his insult. Now, to rid himself of the creature, which might prove dangerous, darting from the room, he ran out into the street, determined to rid himself of the cat. And here is where fate took a hand, for who should be passing the house but my cat merchant with two of his pets in a cage on his back? Imagine his astonishment when the wild-eyed physician offered to give him a beautiful Persian for nothing. Of course, the man gladly accepted, but as he was turning away, the doctor, doubtless because he knew that the animal's death would release his victim's soul, warned him that if any harm came to Sina, whoever possessed her at the time would be haunted by her spirit on the first anniversary of her death and again the following year, when the phantom would cause him to die in agony. Being superstitious and anxious to make his escape and convinced he was dealing with a madman, the cat merchant readily promised to repeat the warning to all prospective buyers. It was not until years afterwards that a dismissed servant of the doctor, who had overheard his fantastic conversation with the fakir, told the story out of malice. Like ripples on a pond, the tale spread until eventually it reached the ears of Tina's new master, who for some reason or other had refrained from selling her. I fancy, being superstitious, he had decided to keep the incomparable cat he had obtained for nothing in the hope that she would bring him further good fortune. Unluckily for me, I came upon him at a time when he was hard-pressed for money. Horace paused to relight his pipe. My own had lain unheeded on the table beside me since shortly after he had started his idiotic reminiscences. To tell the truth, I was getting uneasy. Either he was trying to be facetious at my expense, or something had happened to upset his reason. "Harvey," he said suddenly, "I know that you are thinking this is rot, and I don't blame you, but please hear me out. With Sina in a basket under my arm, I returned to my hotel. By a strange coincidence, I had been perusing an excellent book on metapsychics by a learned German scholar, who had devoted several chapters to phenomena similar to that recounted by the cat merchant. Under the circumstances, it is hardly to be wondered at that I spent the remainder of the day engrossed in the volume. Indeed, so interested did I become that I neglected to go downstairs for dinner, and it was nearly midnight when I finally laid the thing down. As I sat there musing over what I had read, my eye chanced to fall upon Sina, who was curled up on the foot of the bed, fast asleep. Was it possible, I asked myself, that that sleek body harbored the soul of the fakir? At last, thoroughly weary, I went to bed. Sina looked so comfortable that I was loath to disturb her, though afterwards I wished I had, God knows. Hours later, I became conscious of an inexplicable weight on my chest. With a great effort, I opened my sleepy eyes, but when I beheld the ferocity in the glaring yellow orbs of the animal that crouched over my prostrate body, I became stiff with fright. Well, I didn't hesitate. I flung the bedclothes over that poor bewitched cat before she could spring. I had to do it. There was not time for a less brutal counterattack. Yet even now I shudder when I think of her death struggles. However, it was not until the squirming form beneath me had lain still for several minutes that I ventured to slide off the bed. I stood soaked in sweat, my body trembling in every limb, as I stared with horror at that heap of bedding. Then, as God is my judge, the air was rent by a terrifying human groan. That was the last straw. I collapsed senseless on the floor, where I was found the next morning by a maid. For several days I tossed delirious on a hospital cot, mumbling God knows what rubbish. When eventually I recovered, I sought forgetfulness in other lands, and for months I wandered disconsolately through Europe. In time the adventure became only a dim memory, though at intervals my sleep was disturbed by nightmarish dreams of huge cats that prowled around my bed or sat back on their haunches regarding me with fearful saucer-like eyes. Naturally, I had never taken the Persian doctor's warning seriously, and by the end of the first year I had ceased to even think of it. But the monstrous business was by no means finished, as I was soon to learn. One night, while staying at a quaint hostelry in Copenhagen, I retired, as was my wont, about midnight. Nothing unusual had happened since the Cairo incident, and I was in a particularly peaceful frame of mind. Certainly, I did not expect to be awakened before morning, so you can imagine my sensations when I was aroused after a few hours' sleep by an uncomfortable weight on my chest. As on the previous occasion, I did not immediately open my eyes, but lay, wondering drowsily what was the matter. The first thought to cross my mind was that I had too many bedclothes on, and I was about to toss some of them off when a paralyzing premonition of danger gripped my heart. I lay there in the pitch blackness like a contemptible coward, afraid to open my eyes. Gradually, a peculiar noise began to beat an insistent tattoo on my eardrums. At first, it sounded like the faint hissing a radiator sometimes makes when a little steam is escaping, but, as I listened, with painfully thumping heart, it began to sound horribly like the breathing of a maddened animal, like that of a cat, for example. "Horace," I broke in, now thoroughly alarmed. "If this is a joke, it has gone far enough. I enjoy a good yarn as much as anybody, but I draw the line when it is told as you are telling this one. Why, you look like a ghost. For heaven's sake, man, snap out of it." "Damn your infernal stupidity, Harvey," he cried angrily. "I'm not a fool, and I don't take you for one. Will you let me finish?" I subsided uneasily, convinced my friend was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and permitted him to bring his preposterous story to a conclusion without again interrupting him. No man ever opened his eyes with greater reluctance than I did. I had to look, though, even when I knew I should see something ghastly. Horace paused dramatically. "Harvey," he continued in a slow, impressive voice, "I saw a pair of familiar yellow eyes. They were about a foot from my face. That was all. Apparently, the thing didn't have a body, yet I could feel the weight of something just over my heart, a dead weight, if you understand me, without movement. My hands were involuntarily clutching the bedclothes in such a manner that I could easily fling them over the thing on top of me, just as I had over the live Sina the year before. But what was the use? You can't smother a ghost. You can't suffocate something that isn't real. Even in my terrified state, that much was clear. Presently came an idea, and no sooner did it occur to me than I acted. Picture me huddled up with my head under the bedclothes, waiting tremulously for that feline phantom to go away. Undignified and absurd, granted, but at least I had escaped temporarily. I could still feel the weight, though it seemed to have shifted. The next minute, something was walking over me, back and forth across the bed, as if in search of a hole in the covers. Soon, my breath became labored, my supply of oxygen being limited, but I would have suffered death rather than move my head from beneath the comparative safety of the bedclothes. Harvey, that experience was awful, and I am sure that if I had not heard it jump to the floor and the sound of padded footsteps retreating towards the window, I should have died from suffocation. That would have been retribution with a vengeance, wouldn't it? Well, you won't be surprised to hear that I waited for the dawn in what a rotten writer like you would call a cold sweat of terror. I was afraid to get out of bed for fear of being attacked. That's all, Harvey, except that tonight's the night I'm to have a second visit from the departed Sina, who not unnaturally has a grudge against me. It was exactly a year ago that I slept in that Danish hotel, and I am sure the ghost of that cursed cat will come again tonight, as I am that you're sitting there. That's why I want you here with me. For several minutes after Horace had ceased speaking, there was silence between us. My heart was full of pity mingled with contempt for the big man opposite me who had so let his nerves get the better of him that he had become convinced of the reality of some ordinary nightmare. Horace's hallucinations I put down to an unwise supper. Not for a moment did I believe his incredible story about that night in Copenhagen. Either he had had a bad dream, or some stray cat had entered his room in search of a sleeping place. In the latter event, he was hardly to be blamed for fancying that Sina's ghost was paying the first of her 2 promised visits, especially as it happened to be the exact anniversary of her death. That, however, was simply coincidence. Well, I certainly was not going to become a party to any such foolishness as sitting up to wait for the ghost of a dead cat. Horace, I felt, should be ashamed of himself for making so ridiculous a request. Probably he would apologize in the morning. When I bade him good night a little later, he helped me into my overcoat without a word. I perceived he was offended that I would not humor him. I was awakened about 6 o'clock the following morning by the telephone, which was on a table beside my bed. Fumbling for the receiver, I mumbled a sleepy hello. "Is that you, Harvey?" I heard my editorial chief inquire briskly. "Say, you'd better hurry over to your friend Horace Banks's place. He's dead, died during the night. Looks like he'd had a fit in bed. Write us a good story, will you? Oh, and by the way, play up this part of it. Some stray cat must have got in through the window, probably looking for a place to sleep. They say you can see its footprints on the sill. Too bad, eh?" End of The Feline Phantom by Gilbert Draper.
Come Into My Brain by Robert Silverberg. Dane Harrell held the thought helmet tightly between his hands and, before putting it on, glanced over at the bound, writhing alien sitting opposite him. The alien snarled defiantly. "You're sure you want to go through with this?" asked Dr. Phelps. Harrell nodded. "I volunteered, didn't I? I said I'd take a look inside this buzzard's brain, and I'm going to do it. If I don't come up in half an hour, come get me." "Right." Harrell slipped the cool bulk of the thought helmet over his head and signaled to the scientist, who pulled the actuator switch. Harrell shuddered as psionic current surged through him. He stiffened, wriggled, and felt himself glide out of his body, hover incorporeally in the air between his now soulless shell and the alien bound opposite. "Remember, you volunteered," he told himself. He hung for a moment outside the alien's skull. Then he drifted downward and in. He had entered the alien's mind. Whether he would emerge alive, and with the troop deployment data, well, that was another matter entirely. The patrol ships of the Terran outpost on planetoid 113 had discovered the alien scout a week before. The Daimalian spy was lurking about the outermost reaches of the Terran safety zone when he was caught. It wasn't often that Earth captured a Daimalian alive, and so the outpost resolved to comb as much information from him as possible. The Earth-Daimal War was 4 years old. Neither side had scored a decisive victory. It was believed that Daimal was massing its fleets for an all-out attack on Earth itself. Confirmation of this from the captured scout would make Terran defensive tactics considerably more sound. But the Daimalian resisted all forms of brainwashing until Phelps, the base psych man, came forth with the experimental thought helmet. Volunteers were requested. Harrell spoke up first. Now, wearing the thought helmet, he plunged deep into the unknown areas of the Daimalian's mind, hoping to emerge with high-order military secrets. His first impression was of thick gray murk, so thick it could be cut. Using a swimming motion, Harrell drifted downward toward the light in the distance. It was a long way down. He floated eerily in free fall. Finally he touched ground. It yielded under him spongily, but it was solid. He looked around. The place was alien. Coarse, crumbly red soil, giant spike-leaved trees that shot up hundreds of feet overhead, brutal-looking birds squawking and chattering in the low branches. It looked just like the Tridum Solidos of Daimal he had seen. Well, why not? Why shouldn't the inside of a man's mind, or an alien's, for that matter, resemble his home world? Cautiously, Harrell started to walk. Mountains rose in the dim distance, and he could see, glittering on a mountaintop far beyond him, the white bulk of an armored castle. Of course, his imaginative mind realized at once that here was where the Daimalian guarded his precious secrets. Up there, on the mountain, was his goal. He started to walk. Low-hanging vines obscured his way. He conjured up a machete and cut them down. The weapon felt firm and real in his hand, but he realized that not even the hand was real. All this was but an imaginative projection. The castle was further away than he had thought. He saw this after he had walked for perhaps 15 minutes. There was no telling duration inside the alien's skull, either, or distance. The castle seemed just as distant now as when he had begun, and his 15-minute journey through the jungle had tired him. Suddenly, demonic laughter sounded up ahead in the jungle. Harsh, ugly laughter, and the Daimalian appeared, slashing his way through the vines with swashbuckling abandon. Get out of my mind, Earthman. The Daimalian was larger than life, and twice as ugly. It was an idealized, self-glorified mental image Harrell faced. The captured Daimalian was about 5 feet tall, thick-shouldered, with sturdy, corded arms and supplementary tentacles sprouting from its shoulders. Its skin was green and leathery, dotted with toad-like warts. Harrell now saw a creature close to 9 feet tall, swaggering, with a mighty barrel of a chest and a huge broadsword clutched in one of its arms. The tentacles writhed purposefully. You know why I'm here, alien. I want to know certain facts, and I'm not getting out of your mind until I've wrung them from you. The alien's lipless mouth curved in a bleak smile. Big words, little Earthman. But first you'll have to vanquish me. And the Daimalian stepped forward. Harrell met the down-crashing blow of the alien's broad sword fully. The shock of impact sent numbing shivers up his arm as far as his shoulder, but he held on and turned aside the blow. It wasn't fair. The Daimalian had a vaster reach than he could ever hope for. No, He saw there was no reason why he couldn't control the size of his own mental image. Instantly, he was 10 feet high and advancing remorselessly toward the alien. Swords clashed clangorously. The forest birds screamed. Harold drove the alien back, and the Daimalian was 11 feet high. "We can keep this up forever," Harold said, getting larger and larger. "This is only a mental conflict." He shot up until he again towered a foot above the alien's head. He swung downward two-handedly with the machete. The alien vanished, and reappeared 5 feet to the right. "Enough of this foolishness, Earthman. Physical conflict will be endless stalemate, since we're only mental projections. You're beaten. There's no possible way you can defeat me, or I defeat you. Don't waste your time and mine. Get out of my mind." Harold shook his head doggedly. "I'm in here to do a job, and I'm not leaving until I've done it." He sprang forward, sword high, and thrust down at the grinning Daimalian. Again the Daimalian sidestepped. Harold's sword cut air. "Don't tire yourself out, Earthman," the alien said mockingly, and vanished. Harold stood alone in the heart of the steaming jungle, leaning on his sword. Maybe he was only a mental projection, he thought, but a mental projection could still get thoroughly drenched with its own mental sweat. The castle still gleamed enigmatically on the distant mountain. He couldn't get there by walking, at least. It hadn't seemed to draw any nearer during his jaunt through the jungle. Hand-to-hand combat with the alien appeared fruitless. A fight in which both participants could change size at will, vanish, reappear, and do other such things was as pointless as a game of poker with every card wild. But there had to be a way. Mental attack. Perhaps that would crumble the alien's defenses. He sent out a beam of thought, directed up at the castle. "Can you hear me, alien?" Mental laughter echoed mockingly back. "Of course, Earthman. What troubles you?" Harold made no reply. He stood silently, concentrating, marshalling his powers. Then he hurled a bolt of mental energy with all his strength toward the mocking voice. The jungle shuddered as it struck home. The ground lurched wildly, like an animal's back. Trees tumbled, the sky bent. Harold saw he had scored a hit. The alien's concentration had wavered, distorting the scenery, but there was quick recovery. Again the mocking laughter. Harold knew that the alien had shrugged off the blow, and then the counterblow. It caught Harold unawares and sent him spinning back a dozen feet, to land in a tangled heap beneath a dangling nest of vines. His head rocked, seemed ready to split apart. He sensed the alien readying a second offensive drive and set up counterscreens. This time he was ready. He diverted the attack easily and shook his head to clear it. The score was even, one stunning blow apiece, but he had recovered, and so had the alien. Harold aimed another blow and felt the alien sweep it aside. Back came the answering barrage of mental force. Harold blocked it. "Stalemate again," the alien said. "We're evenly matched," Harold replied. "But I'll beat you." He looked up at the far-off castle on the mountainside. "I'll beat you yet." "That remains to be proven, troublesome Earthman." Harold tramped on through the jungle of the alien's mind for a while, and then, realizing he was getting no closer to the all-important castle on the hill, stopped by a brook to wipe away his perspiration. It was hot on this accursed world, hot, muggy, dank. He kneeled over the water's surface. It looked pure, cool. A sudden thought struck him, and he ripped a strip from his shirt and dipped it in the water. The plastic cloth blackened and charred. He let it drop and the water. Quickly finish the job. Pool, no. Concentrated sulfuric acid or something just as destructive. Smiling grimly at his narrow escape, he wiped his perspiration with another strip torn from his sleeve and kept going. Several hours, at least, had passed since he had entered the strange world within the alien's mind. That meant one of two things. Either the time scale in here was different from that outside, or his half-hour limit had elapsed in the outer world, and Dr. Phelps had been unsuccessful in bringing him back. That was a nice thought. Suppose he was stuck here indefinitely, inside the mind of an alien being, in a muggy jungle full of sulfuric acid brooks. Well, he thought, I asked for it. The stalemate couldn't continue indefinitely. If he had swallowed some of the acid, that would have ended the contest without doubt. He wouldn't have had time to cope with the searing fluid. The answer lay there: surprise. Both he and the alien were mental entities who could do battle as they pleased. But in this conflict, it was necessary to take the opponent by surprise before he could counterthrust or vanish. He began to see a solution. Up ahead lay the castle, unreachable, through some trick of the aliens. Very well. Harold's brows drew together in concentration for a moment. His mind planned a strategy and formed men to carry it out. There were 6 of him, suddenly. 6 identical Harolds, identical in size, shape, form, purpose. They would attack the Daimalian simultaneously. Or at least 5 of them would, creating a diversionary action while the 6th, Harold Original, made a frontal assault on the castle. Harold Original faced his 5 duplicates and briefly instructed each in his job. They were like puppets. Harold 1, you are to attack in conjunction with Harold 2, on the mental level. Take turns heaving mental bolts at the alien. While one of you is recharging, the other is to unload. That won't give him time to get any sort of defense organized, and certainly no counterattack. Harold 3 and Harold 4, you're to attack physically, one armed with sword and one with blaster, from opposite sides at once. That ought to keep him busy while he's fighting off the rest of you. Harold 5, your job is to serve as front runner, to find the Daimalian and engage him in conversation while the other 4 are getting ready to attack. Make him angry. Get him concerned about what you're saying. The instant his defenses drop, the other 4 of you jump in. All of you got that? They nodded in unison. Good. Meanwhile, I'll make an assault on the castle, and maybe I can get through with you 5 running interference for me. He dismissed them, and they set out in different directions. He didn't want the Daimalian to find out what was up. If the alien saw the strategy, and had time to create duplicates of its own, the conflict would end in stalemate again. Harold waited, while his 5 duplicates went into action. Through the mental link with Harold 5, he listened as his duplicates said, "The time has come to finish you off, alien. I'm glad I found you. That acid trick almost got me, but not quite." "A pity," the alien replied. "I was hoping the ruse would finish you. It's becoming quite irritating, having you in here. You're starting to bore me. Just you wait, you overstuffed warthog. I'll have those tentacles of yours clipped soon enough. Empty words, Earthman. You've run out of strategies. Your best course is to get out of my mind and forget this entire silly affair." "Oh, no. I'll have those secrets pried out of you quicker than you think." "How?" "I'm not giving away my secrets, alien. I'm here after yours." Harold readied himself. He gave the signal. Now, Harold 1 and Harold 3 appeared. Harrel 1 loosed a bombardment of mental force that shook the alien. Harrel 3 dashed forward, wielding a machete. Harrel 2 and Harrel 4 went into action. Harrel 2 following up with a second mental bolt. Harrel 4 firing a blaster. The bedeviled alien looked from side to side, not knowing where to defend himself first. The scenery began to rock. The alien was going down. Harrel took to the air. Levitating easily above the jungle, he found the castle and zeroed in on it. As he dropped downward, it changed, from a vaulting proud collection of spires and battlements to a blocky square building, and from that into an armored box with a padlock. The Daimalian stood before it, struggling with the 5 duplicate Harrels. Harrel stepped past, through, the writhing group. The Daimalian's defenses were down. The secrets were unguarded. He wrenched the padlock off with a contemptuous twist of his hand. The box sprang open. Inside lay documents, neatly typed, ready for his eye. The alien uttered a mighty howl. The forest dissolved. The universe swirled around Harrel's head. He woke. It seemed to be months later. Dr. Phelps stood by his side. Harrel took 2 or 3 deep breaths, clearing his head. He grinned. "I've got them," he said. "Information on troop movements, plan of battle, even the line of journey across space. Good work," the psychman said. "I was worried at first. You had some expressions of real terror on your face when you put the helmet on." "Dead?" "I'm afraid so." Harrel grinned weakly. "I guess I was just too many for him." The shock of having the core of his mind penetrated. Tiredly he said, "Doc, how come you didn't get me out at the half-hour mark?" I told you to pull me out after half an hour had gone by." "Why didn't you?" "I was in there half a day, at least, and I might have stayed there forever." The psychman was looking at him strangely. "Half a day, you say?" "No, Lieutenant Harrel. The total time elapsed from the moment you donned the helmet to the instant the alien screamed. Why, it was less than 10 seconds. End of Come Into My Brain by Robert Silverberg.
An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce. A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down into the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrists bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards laid upon the ties supporting the rails of the railway supplied a footing for him and his executioners, 2 private soldiers of the Federal Army, directed by a sergeant who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. At a short remove upon the same temporary platform was an officer in the uniform of his rank, armed. He was a captain. A sentinel at each end of the bridge stood with his rifle in the position known as support. That is to say, vertical in front of the left shoulder, the hammer resting on the forearm thrown straight across the chest, a formal and unnatural position, enforcing an erect carriage of the body. It did not appear to be the duty of these 2 men to know what was occurring at the center of the bridge. They merely blockaded the 2 ends of the foot planking that traversed it. Beyond one of the sentinels nobody was in sight. The railroad ran straight away into a forest for 100 yards, then, curving, was lost to view. Doubtless there was an outpost farther along. The other bank of the stream was open ground, a gentle slope topped with a stockade of vertical tree trunks, loopholed for rifles, with a single embrasure through which protruded the muzzle of a brass cannon commanding the bridge. Midway up the slope between the bridge and fort were the spectators, a single company of infantry in line, at parade rest. The butts of their rifles on the ground, the barrels inclining slightly backward against the right shoulder. the hands crossed upon the stock. A lieutenant stood at the right of the line, the point of his sword upon the ground, his left hand resting upon his right. Excepting the group of 4 at the center of the bridge, not a man moved. The company faced the bridge, staring stonily, motionless. The sentinels, facing the banks of the stream, might have been statues to adorn the bridge. The captain stood with folded arms, silent, observing the work of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixity are forms of deference. The man who was engaged in being hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good, a straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead, from which his long, dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears to the collar of his well-fitting frock coat. He wore a mustache and pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark gray, and had a kindly expression which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provision for hanging many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. The preparations being complete, the 2 private soldiers stepped aside and each drew away the plank upon which he had been standing. The sergeant turned to the captain, saluted, and placed himself immediately behind that officer, who in turn moved apart 1 pace. These movements left the condemned man and the sergeant standing on the 2 ends of the same plank, which spanned 3 of the cross ties of the bridge. The end upon which the civilian stood almost, but not quite, reached a 4th. This plank had been held in place by the weight of the captain. It was now held by that of the sergeant. At a signal from the former, the latter would step aside, the plank would tilt, and the condemned man go down between 2 ties. The arrangement commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered, nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, then let his gaze wander to the swirling water of the stream racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dancing driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move! What a sluggish stream! He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water, touched to gold by the early sun, the brooding mists under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him. And now he became conscious of a new disturbance. Striking through the thought of his dear ones was sound which he could neither ignore nor understand, a sharp, distinct, metallic percussion like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon the anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether immeasurably distant or nearby. It seemed both. Its recurrence was regular, but as slow as the tolling of a death knell. He awaited each new stroke with impatience, and, he knew not why, apprehension. The intervals of silence grew progressively longer. The delays became maddening. With their greater infrequency, the sounds increased in strength and sharpness. They hurt his ear like the thrust of a knife. He feared he would shriek. What he heard was the ticking of his watch. He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. If I could free my hands, he thought, I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving I could evade the bullets and, swimming vigorously, reach the bank, take to the woods and get away home. My home, thank God, is as yet outside their lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invaders' farthest advance. As these thoughts, which have here to be set down in words, were flashed into the doomed man's brain rather than evolved from it, the captain nodded to the sergeant. The sergeant stepped aside. Peyton Farquhar was a well-to-do planter, of an old and highly respected Alabama family. Being a slave owner and like other slave owners a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist and ardently devoted to the Southern cause. Circumstances of an imperious nature, which it is unnecessary to relate here, had prevented him from taking service with that gallant army which had fought the disastrous campaigns ending with the fall of Corinth, and he chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of his energies, the larger life of the soldier, the opportunity for distinction. That opportunity, he felt, would come, as it comes to all in wartime. Meanwhile he did what he could. No service was too humble for him to perform in the aid of the South, no adventure too perilous for him to undertake if consistent with the character of a civilian who was at heart a soldier, and who in good faith and without too much qualification assented to at least a part of the frankly villainous dictum that all is fair in love and war. One evening, while Farquhar and his wife were sitting on a rustic bench near the entrance to his grounds, a gray-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked for a drink of water. Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own white hands. While she was fetching the water, her husband approached the dusty horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. "The Yanks are repairing the railroads," said the man, "and are getting ready for another advance. They have reached the Owl Creek Bridge, put it in order, and built a stockade on the north bank. The commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere, declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels, or trains will be summarily hanged. I saw the order." "How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge?" Farquhar asked. "About 30 miles. Is there no force on this side of the creek?" "Only a picket post half a mile out, on the railroad, and a single sentinel at this end of the bridge. Suppose a man, a civilian and student of hanging, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel," said Farquhar, smiling. "What could he accomplish?" The soldier reflected. "I was there a month ago," he replied. "I observed that the flood of last winter had lodged a great quantity of driftwood against the wooden pier at this end of the bridge. It is now dry and would burn like tinder." The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously, bowed to her husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from which he had come. He was a Federal scout. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness and was as one already dead. From this state he was awakened, ages later, it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agonies seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fiber of his body and limbs. These pains appeared to flash along well-defined lines of ramification, and to beat with an inconceivably rapid periodicity. They seemed like stream pulsating fire heating him to an intolerable temperature. As to his head, he was conscious of nothing but a feeling of fullness, of congestion. These sensations were unaccompanied by thought. The intellectual part of his nature was already effaced. He had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. He was conscious of motion. Encompassed in a luminous cloud, of which he was now merely the fiery heart, without material substance, he swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation, like a vast pendulum. Then all at once, with terrible suddenness, the light about him shot upward with the noise of a loud splash. A frightful roaring was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. The power of thought was restored. He knew that the rope had broken and he had fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river, the idea seemed to him ludicrous. He opened his eyes in the darkness and saw above him a gleam of light. But how distant, how inaccessible! He was still sinking, for the light became fainter and fainter until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and he knew that he was rising toward the surface, knew it with reluctance, for he was now very comfortable. To be hanged and drowned, he thought, that is not so bad, but I do not wish to be shot. No, I will not be shot, that is not fair. He was not conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrist apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler, without interest in the outcome. What splendid effort! What magnificent, what superhuman strength! Ah, that was a fine endeavor! Bravo! The cord fell away. His arms parted and floated upward, the hands dimly seen on each side in the growing light. He watched them with a new interest as first one, and then the other pounced upon the noose at his neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside, its undulations resembling those of a water snake. "Put it back! Put it back!" He thought he shouted these words to his hands, for the undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang that he had yet experienced. His neck ached horribly. His brain was on fire. His heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out at his mouth. His whole body was racked and wrenched with an insupportable anguish, but his disobedient hands gave no heed to the command. They beat the water vigorously with quick, downward strokes, forcing him to the surface. He felt his head emerge. His eyes were blinded by the sunlight. His chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which instantly he expelled in a shriek. He was now in full possession of his physical senses. They were, indeed, preternaturally keen and alert. Something in the awful disturbance of his organic system had so exalted and refined them that they made record of things never before perceived. He felt the ripples upon his face and heard their separate sounds as they struck. He looked at the forest on the bank of the stream, saw the individual trees, the leaves, and the veining of each leaf. He saw the very insects upon them, the locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the gray spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig. He noted the prismatic colors in all the dewdrops upon a million blades of grass, the humming of the gnats that danced above the eddies of the stream, the beating of the dragonfly's wings, the strokes of the water spider's legs, like oars which had lifted their boat. All these made audible music. A fish slid along beneath his eyes, and he heard the rush of its body parting the water. He had come to the surface, facing down the stream. In a moment the visible world seemed to wheel slowly round, himself the pivotal point, and he saw the bridge, the fort, the soldiers upon the bridge, the captain, the sergeant, the two privates, his executioners. They were in silhouette against the blue sky. They shouted and gesticulated, pointing at him. The captain had drawn his pistol, but did not fire. The others were unarmed. Their movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly he heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, spattering his face with spray. He heard a second report, and saw one of the sentinels with his rifle at his shoulder, a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The man in the water saw the eye of the man on the bridge gazing into his own through the sights of the rifle. He observed that it was a gray eye, and remembered having read that gray eyes were keenest, and that all famous marksmen had them. Nevertheless, this one had missed. A counter-swirl had caught Farquhar and turned him half round. He was again looking at the forest on the bank opposite the fort. The sound of a clear, high voice in a monotonous sing-song now rang out behind him, and came across the water with a distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples in his ears. Although no soldier, he had frequented camps enough to know the dread significance of that deliberate, drawling, aspirated chant. The lieutenant on shore was taking a part in the morning's work. How coldly and pitilessly, with what an even, calm intonation, presaging and enforcing tranquility in the men. With what accurately measured interval fell those cruel words: company, attention, shoulder arms, ready, aim, fire. Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the voice of Niagara, yet he heard the dull thunder of the volley, and, rising again toward the surface, met shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. Some of them touched him on the face and hands, then fell away, continuing their descent. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. As he rose to the surface, gasping for breath, he saw that he had been a long time under water. He was perceptibly farther downstream, nearer to safety. The soldiers had almost finished reloading. The metal ramrods flashed all at once in the sunshine as they were drawn from the barrels, turned in the air, and thrust into their sockets. The two sentinels fired again, independently and ineffectually. The hunted man saw all this over his shoulder. He was now swimming vigorously with the current. His brain was as energetic as his arms and legs. He thought with the rapidity of lightning. The officer, he reasoned, will not make that martinet's error a second time. It is as easy to dodge a volley as a single shot. He has probably already given the command to fire at will. God help me, I cannot dodge them all. An appalling splash within 2 yards of him was followed by a loud, rushing sound, diminuendo, which seemed to travel back through the air to the fort, and died in an explosion which stirred the very river to its deeps. A rising sheet of water curved over him, fell down upon him, blinded him, strangled him. The cannon had taken a hand in the game. As he shook his head free from the commotion of the smitten water, he heard the deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant it was cracking and smashing the branches in the forest beyond. They will not do that again, he thought. The next time they will use a charge of grape. I must keep my eye upon the gun. The smoke will apprise me. The report arrives too late. It lags behind the missile. That is a good gun. Suddenly he felt himself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forests, the now distant bridge, fort and men, all were commingled and blurred. Objects were represented by their colors only, circular horizontal streaks of color. That was all he saw. He had been caught in a vortex, and was being whirled on with a velocity of advance and gyration that made him giddy and sick. In few moments he was flung upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and behind a projecting point which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands on the gravel, restored him, and he wept with delight. He dug his fingers into the sand, threw it over himself in handfuls, and audibly blessed it. It looked like diamonds, rubies, emeralds. He could think of nothing beautiful which it did not resemble. The trees upon the bank were giant garden plants. He noted a definite order in their arrangement, inhaled the fragrance of their blooms. A strange roseate light shone through the spaces among their trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of Aeolian harps. He had not wished to perfect his escape. He was content to remain in that enchanting spot until retaken. A whiz and a rattle of grapeshot among the branches high above his head roused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer had fired him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushed up the sloping bank, and plunged into the forest. All that day he traveled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodman's road. He had not known that he lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall he was fatigued, footsore, famished. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. It was as wide and straight as a city street, yet it seemed untraveled. No fields bordered it, no dwelling anywhere. Not so much as the barking of a dog suggested human habitation. The black bodies of the trees formed a straight wall on both sides, terminating on the horizon in a point, like a diagram in a lesson in perspective. Overhead, as he looked up through this rift in the wood, shone great golden stars looking unfamiliar and grouped in strange constellations. He was sure they were arranged in some order which had a secret and malign significance. The wood on either side was full of singular noises, among which, once, twice, and again, he distinctly heard whispers in an unknown tongue. His neck was in pain, and lifting his hand to it found it horribly swollen. He knew that it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen with thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cold air. How softly the turf had carpeted the untraveled avenue! He could no longer feel the roadway beneath his feet. Doubtless, despite his suffering, he had fallen asleep while walking, for now he sees another scene. Perhaps he has merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. All is as he left it, and all bright and beautiful in the morning sunshine. He must have traveled the entire night. As he pushes open the gate and passes up the wide white walk, he sees a flutter of female garments. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps she stands waiting, with a smile of ineffable joy, an attitude of matchless grace and dignity. Ah, how beautiful she is! He springs forwards with extended arms. As he is about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow upon the back of the neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him with a sound like the shock of a cannon. Then all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. End of an occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge. By Ambrose. Cool Air, by H.P. Lovecraft. A tale of dark science and the ghastly mystery that enveloped the Spanish doctor's attempts at artificial refrigeration. Transcriber's note: this text was produced from Weird Tales, September 1939. Extensive research did not uncover any evidence that the U.S. copyright on this publication was renewed. You ask me to explain why I am afraid of a draught of cool air, why I shiver more than others upon entering a cold room, and seem nauseated and repelled when the chill of evening creeps through the heat of a mild autumn day. There are those who say I respond to cold as others do to a bad odor, and I am the last to deny the impression. What I will do is to relate the most horrible circumstance I ever encountered, and leave it to you to judge whether or not this forms a suitable explanation of my peculiarity. It is a mistake to fancy that horror is associated inextricably with darkness, silence, and solitude. I found it in the glare of mid-after noon, in the clangor of a metropolis, and in the teeming midst of a shabby and commonplace rooming house with a prosaic landlady and two stalwart men by my side. In the spring of 1923, I had secured some dreary and unprofitable magazine work in the city of New York, and being unable to pay any substantial rent, began drifting from one cheap boarding establishment to another in search of a room which might combine the qualities of decent cleanliness, endurable furnishings, and very reasonable price. It soon developed that I had only a choice between different evils, but after a time I came upon a house in West 14th Street, which disgusted me much less than the others I had sampled. The place was a 4-story mansion of brownstone, dating apparently from the late 40s, and fitted with woodwork and marble, whose stained and sullied splendor argued a descent from high levels of tasteful opulence. In the rooms, large and lofty, and decorated with impossible paper and ridiculously ornate stucco cornices, there lingered a depressing mustiness and hint of obscure cookery. But the floors were clean, the linen tolerably regular, and the hot water not too often cold or turned off, so that I came to regard it as at least a bearable place to hibernate until one might really live again. The landlady, a slatternly, almost bearded Spanish woman named Herrero, did not annoy me with gossip, or with criticisms of the late burning electric light in my third-floor front hall room, and my fellow lodgers were as quiet and uncommunicative as one might desire, being mostly Spaniards a little above the coarsest and crudest grade. Only the din of street cars in the thoroughfare below proved a serious annoyance. I had been there about 3 weeks when the first odd incident occurred. One evening at about 8, I heard a spattering on the floor, and became suddenly aware that I had been smelling the pungent odor of ammonia for some time. Looking about, I saw that the ceiling was wet and dripping, the soaking apparently proceeding from a corner on the side toward the street. Anxious to stop the matter at its source, I hastened to the basement to tell the landlady, and was assured by her that the trouble would quickly be set right. Dr. Munoz, she cried as she rushed upstairs ahead of me, he of Spiel he's chemicals. He's too seek for Dr. Heem. Self, seeker and seeker all the time, but he will not have no attire for help. He's very queer in his seekness. All day he take funny smelling baths, and he cannot get excite or warm. All his own housework he do. His little room are full of bottles and machines, and he do not work as doctor. But he was great once. My fatire in Barcelona have hear of him, and only just now he feeks a arm of the plumber that get hurt of sudden. He never go out, only on roof, and my boy Esteban he bring him his food and laundry and medicines and chemicals. My God, the sal ammoniac that man use for to keep him cool. Mrs. Herrero disappeared up the staircase to the 4th floor, and I returned to my room. The ammonia ceased to drip, and as I cleaned up what had spilled and opened the window for air, I heard the landlady's heavy footsteps above me. Dr. Munoz I had never heard, save for certain sounds as of some gasoline-driven mechanism, since his step was soft and gentle. I wondered for a moment what the strange affliction of this man might be, and whether his obstinate refusal of outside aid were not the result of a rather baseless eccentricity. There is, I reflected tritely, an infinite deal of pathos in the state of an eminent person who has come down in the world. I might never have known Dr. Munoz had it not been for the heart attack that suddenly seized me one forenoon as I sat writing in my room. Physicians had told me of the danger of those spells, and I knew there was no time to be lost. So, remembering what the landlady had said about the invalid's help of the injured workman, I dragged myself upstairs and knocked feebly at the door above mine. My knock was answered in good English by a curious voice some distance to the right, asking my name and business, and these things being stated, there came an opening of the door next to the one I had sought. A rush of cool air greeted me, and though the day was one of the hottest of late June, I shivered as I crossed the threshold into a large apartment whose rich and tasteful decoration surprised me in this nest of squalor and seediness. A folding couch now filled its diurnal role of sofa, and the mahogany furniture, sumptuous hangings, old paintings, and mellow bookshelves, all bespoke a gentleman's study rather than a boarding-house bedroom. I now saw that the hall room above mine, the Leetle room, of bottles and machines which Mrs. Herrero had mentioned, was merely the laboratory of the doctor, and that his main living quarters lay in the spacious adjoining room, whose convenient alcoves and large contiguous bathroom permitted him to hide all dressers and obtrusively utilitarian devices. Dr. Munoz most certainly was a man of birth, cultivation, and discrimination. The figure before me was short but exquisitely proportioned, and clad in somewhat formal dress of perfect fit and cut. A high-bred face of masterful, though not arrogant expression was adorned by a short iron-gray full beard, and an old-fashioned pince-nez shielded the full, dark eyes and surmounted an aquiline nose which gave a Moorish touch to a physiognomy otherwise dominantly Celt-Iberian. Thick, well-trimmed hair that argued the punctual calls of a barber was parted gracefully above a high forehead, and the whole picture was one of striking intelligence and superior blood and breeding. Nevertheless, as I saw Dr. Munoz in that blast of cool air, I felt a repugnance which nothing in his aspect could justify. Only his lividly inclined complexion and coldness of touch could have afforded a physical basis for this feeling, and even these things should have been excusable considering the man's known invalidism. It might, too, have been the singular cold that alienated me, for such chilliness was abnormal on so hot a day, and the abnormal always excites aversion, distrust, and fear. But repugnance was soon forgotten in admiration, for the strange physician's extreme skill at once became manifest despite the ice-coldness and shakiness of his bloodless-looking hands. He clearly understood my needs at a glance, and ministered to them with a master's deftness, the while reassuring me in a finely modulated, though oddly hollow and timbreless voice, that he was the bitterest of sworn enemies to death, and had sunk his fortune and lost all his friends in a lifetime of bizarre experiment devoted to its bafflement and extirpation. Something of the benevolent fanatic seemed to reside in him, and he rambled on almost garrulously as he sounded my chest and mixed a suitable draught of drugs fetched from the smaller laboratory room. Evidently he found the society of a well-born man a rare novelty in this dingy environment, and was moved to unaccustomed speech as memories of better days surged over him. His voice, if queer, was at least soothing, and I could not even perceive that he breathed as the fluent sentences rolled urbanely out. He sought to distract my mind from my own seizure by speaking of his theories and experiments, and I remember his tactfully consoling me about my weak heart by insisting that will and consciousness are stronger than organic life itself, so that if a bodily frame be but originally healthy and carefully preserved, it may through a scientific enhancement of these qualities retain a kind of nervous animation despite the most serious impairments, defects, or even absences in the battery of specific organs. He might, he half-jestingly said, some day teach me to live, or at least to possess some kind of conscious existence, without any heart at all. For his part, he was afflicted with a complication of maladies requiring a very exact regimen which included constant cold. Any marked rise in temperature might, if prolonged, affect him fatally, and the frigidity of his habitation, some 55 or 56 degrees Fahrenheit, was maintained by an absorption system of ammonia cooling, the gasoline engine whose pumps I had often heard in my room below. Relieved of my seizure in a marvelously short while, I left the shivery place a disciple and devotee of the gifted recluse. After that I paid him frequent overcoated calls, listening while he told of secret researches and almost ghastly results, and trembling a bit when I examined the unconventional and astonishingly ancient volumes on his shelves. I was eventually, I may add, almost cured of my disease for all time by his skillful ministrations. It seems that he did not scorn the incantations of the medievalists, since he believed these cryptic formulae to contain rare psychological stimuli, which might conceivably have singular effects on the substance of a nervous system from which organic pulsations had fled. I was touched by his account of the aged Dr. Torres of Valencia, who had shared his earlier experiments and nursed him through the great illness of 18 years before, whence his present disorders proceeded. No sooner had the venerable practitioner saved his colleague than he himself succumbed to the grim enemy he had fought. Perhaps the strain had been too great, for Dr. Munoz made it whisperingly clear, though not in detail, that the methods of healing had been most extraordinary, involving scenes and processes not welcomed by elderly and conservative Galens. As the weeks passed, I observed with regret that my new friend was indeed slowly, but unmistakably losing ground physically, as Mrs. Herrero had suggested. The livid aspect of his countenance was intensified, his voice became more hollow and indistinct, his muscular motions were less perfectly coordinated, and his mind and will displayed less resilience and initiative. Of this sad change he seemed by no means unaware, and little by little his expression and conversation both took on a gruesome irony which restored in me something of the subtle repulsion I had originally felt. He developed strange caprices, acquiring a fondness for exotic spices and Egyptian incense, until his room smelled like the vault of a sepultured pharaoh in the Valley of Kings. At the same time, his demands for cold air increased, and with my aid he amplified the ammonia piping of his room and modified the pumps and feed of his refrigerating machine until he could keep the temperature as low as 34 or 40 degrees, and finally even 28 degrees. The bathroom and laboratory, of course, being less chilled, in order that water might not freeze, and that chemical processes might not be impeded. The tenant adjoining him complained of the icy air from around the connecting door, so I helped him fit heavy hangings to obviate the difficulty. A kind of growing horror of outre and morbid cast seemed to possess him. He talked of death incessantly, but laughed hollowly when such things as burial or funeral arrangements were gently suggested. All in all, he became a disconcerting and even gruesome companion. Yet in my gratitude for his healing, I could not well abandon him to the strangers around him, and was careful to dust his room and attend to his needs each day, muffled in a heavy ulster which I bought especially for the purpose. I likewise did much of his shopping, and gasped in bafflement at some of the chemicals he ordered from druggists and laboratory supply houses. An increasing and unexplained atmosphere of panic seemed to rise around his apartment. The whole house, as I have said, had a musty odor, but the smell in his room was worse, in spite of all the spices and incense, and the pungent chemicals of the now incessant baths which he insisted on taking unaided. I perceived that it must be connected with his ailment, and shuddered when I reflected on what that ailment might be. Mrs. Herrero crossed herself when she looked at him, and gave him up unreservedly to me, not even letting her son Esteban continue to run errands for him. When I suggested other physicians, the sufferer would fly into as much of a rage as he seemed to dare to entertain. He evidently feared the physical effect of violent emotion, yet his will and driving force waxed rather than waned, and he refused to be confined to his bed. The lassitude of his earlier ill days gave place to a return of his fiery purpose, so that he seemed about to hurl defiance at the death demon even as that ancient enemy seized him. The pretense of eating, always curiously like a formality with him, he virtually abandoned, and mental power alone appeared to keep him from total collapse. He acquired a habit of writing long documents of some sort, which he carefully sealed and filed with injunctions that I transmit them after his death to certain persons whom he named, for the most part lettered East Indians, but including also a once celebrated French physician now generally thought dead, and about whom the most inconceivable things had been whispered. As it happened, I burned all these papers undelivered and unopened. His aspect and voice became utterly frightful, and his presence almost unbearable. One September day an unexpected glimpse of him induced an epileptic fit in a man who had come to repair his electric desk lamp, a fit for which he prescribed effectively while keeping himself well out of sight. That man, oddly enough, had been through the terrors of the Great War without having incurred any fright so thorough. Then, in the middle of October, the horror of horrors came with stupefying suddenness. One night about 11, the pump of the refrigerating machine broke down, so that within 3 hours the process of ammonia cooling became impossible. Dr. Munoz summoned me by thumping on the floor, and I worked desperately to repair the injury while my host cursed in a tone whose lifeless, rattling hollowness surpassed description. My amateur efforts, however, proved of no use, and when I had brought in a mechanic from a neighboring all-night garage, we learned that nothing could be done until morning, when a new piston would have to be obtained. The moribund hermit's rage and fear, swelling to grotesque proportions, seemed likely to shatter what remained of his failing physique, and once a spasm caused him to clap his hands to his eyes and rush into the bathroom. He groped his way out with face tightly bandaged, and I never saw his eyes again. He groped his way out with face tightly bandaged, and I never saw his eyes again. The frigidity of the apartment was now sensibly diminishing, and at about 5 in the morning, the doctor retired to the bathroom, commanding me to keep him supplied with all the ice I could obtain at all-night drugstores and cafeterias. As I would return from my sometimes discouraging trips and lay my spoils before the closed bathroom door, I could hear a restless splashing within, and a thick voice croaking out the order for more. At length a warm day broke, and the shops opened one by one. I asked Esteban either to help with the ice fetching while I obtained the pump piston, or to order the piston while I continued with the ice, but, instructed by his mother, he absolutely refused. Finally I hired a seedy-looking loafer whom I encountered on the corner of 8th Avenue to keep the patient supplied with ice from a little shop where I introduced him, and applied myself diligently to the task of finding a pump piston and engaging workmen competent to install it. The task seemed interminable, and I raged almost as violently as the hermit when I saw the hours slipping by in a breathless, foodless round of vain telephoning, and a hectic quest from place to place, hither and thither by subway and surface car. About noon I encountered a suitable supply house far downtown, and at approximately 1:30 that afternoon arrived at my boarding place with the necessary paraphernalia and 2 sturdy and intelligent mechanics. I had done all I could, and hoped I was in time. Black terror, however, had preceded me. The house was in utter turmoil, and above the chatter of awed voices I heard a man praying in a deep basso. Fiendish things were in the air, and lodgers told over the beads of their rosaries as they caught the odor from beneath the doctor's closed door. The lounger I had hired, it seems, had fled screaming and mad-eyed not long after his second delivery of ice, perhaps as a result of excessive curiosity. He could not, of course, have locked the door behind him, yet it was now fastened, presumably from the inside. There was no sound within save a nameless sort of slow, thick dripping. Briefly consulting with Mrs. Herrero and the workmen despite a fear that gnawed my inmost soul, I advised the breaking down of the door, but the landlady found a way to turn the key from the outside with some wire device. We had previously opened the doors of all the other rooms on that hall, and flung all the windows to the very top. Now, noses protected by handkerchiefs, we tremblingly invaded the accursed south room, which blazed with the warm sun of early afternoon. A kind of dark, slimy trail led from the open bathroom door to the hall door, and thence to the desk, where a terrible little pool had accumulated. Something was scrawled there in a pencil in an awful, blind hand on a piece of paper, hideously smeared as though by the very claws that traced the hurried last word. Then the trail led to the couch and ended unutterably. What was, or had been, on the couch I cannot and dare not say here. But this is what I shiveringly puzzled out on the stickily smeared paper before I drew a match and burned it to a crisp. What I puzzled out in terror as the landlady and two mechanics rushed frantically from that hellish place to babble their incoherent stories at the nearest police station. The nauseous words seemed well nigh incredible in that yellow sunlight, with the clatter of cars and motor trucks ascending clamorously from crowded 14th Street. Yet I confess that I believed them then. Whether I believe them now I honestly do not know. There are things about which it is better not to speculate, and all that I can say is that I hate the smell of ammonia, and grow faint at a draught of unusually cool air. The end, ran that noisome scrawl, is here. No more ice, the man looked and ran away. Warmer every minute, and the tissues can't last. I fancy you know what I said about the will and the nerves and the preserved body after the organs ceased to work. It was good theory, but couldn't keep up indefinitely. There was a gradual deterioration I had not foreseen. Dr. Torres knew, but the shock killed him. He couldn't stand what he had to do. He had to get me in a strange, dark place, when he minded my letter and nursed me back. And the organs never would work again. It had to be done my way, artificial preservation. For you see, I died that time 18 years ago. End of Cool Air, by H.P. Lovecraft.
Me. Invaders of the Ice World is a science fiction adventure story that explores themes of survival, the clash between nature and technology, and the battle against an alien icy force. Set on a distant planet, the story follows Faikar, a determined man trying to save his dying world from an invading lunar life form. Invaders of the Ice World, by Jack Williamson. Weird Tales, January 1934. An astounding tale of the far distant future when the sun grows wan and sentient creatures spawned by the frost make war upon the survivors of the human race. 1. Phantoms of the Frost. The tower of the cars lifted its red and ancient bulk upon a rugged mountain crest. Above it the sky was forever dark, save for the cold far gleams of stars, for the sun had ages since cooled to a black and ice-rimmed sphere, robbing even the frozen moon of its reflected radiance. From the huge looming cylinder of the tower fell steep and grim defiles, choked with ghostly banks of the eternal snow. Far below, the gorges and precipitous slopes of the isolated peak stretched barren, frosty plains that once had been buried 2 miles beneath the Pacific, broken with the armored sheets of shallow seas whose ice had not been thawed in 10,000 years. The world was black, a domain of cruel, silent winter and endless night. Cold constellations wheeled eternally through a sky that no longer knew the dawn. Snow lay ghostly white in the starshine, from age to frigid age. That dark, immutable sky was never clouded, and the bitter air was still, for even the wind had died with the passing sun. From the upper apartments of the tower, Faikar was staring down through a thick window of insulating crystal at the weird, dark realm of unending winter. A splendid specimen was he of the hardy, resourceful remnant of humanity that clung on upon a dead planet, defying a nature-turned grim destroyer. 7 feet tall, Faikar stood, his form mighty, though gracefully proportioned. Those survivors of the ages could have been no weaklings. His straight, magnificent body was covered with a very short, smooth fur of golden brown, and in the room, which was heated with the precious fire of radium, he wore no clothing. Save for his gigantic size and his golden fur, he differed little in appearance from the men of the age when science was born. His eyes, though hypersensitive, that they might penetrate the perpetual gloom, were not unduly large. Their blue, sober keenness gave his rugged, hairless face an air of iron determination. But those blue eyes now were haunted. From the lofty window, Fikar stared down over snow-swept rugged slopes and vast black plains, over seas that were sheets of ice. He overlooked a world of death, of desolation, of doom. Nothing there was green, nothing lived, nothing had moved or changed there in 1,000 centuries. Yet it seemed sometimes to Fikar that living hostile forces lurked unseen beyond the dark horizons. The cruel menace of the frozen world sometimes took life in his fancy, a brooding alien monster that grasped at him with frozen fingers of fear. Fikar's mind was haunted by phantoms of the frost, phantoms that seemed to creep upon him, invisible on icy plain and frozen sea and dark mountain range, watching, waiting until the last man was dead, until they could rule the world. "You are brooding again, my son," a strong, genial voice rang in the high chamber. "You must forget those fancies. We have work to do, and not long to finish it." Fikar turned to look at his father, who had just entered the metal-walled room, snapping on the radium light tube that flooded it with warm, pinkish radiance. Trokar was tall as his mighty son, and age had not much weakened his great body, though the fine short fur that covered him had all become silver. Like his son's, his eyes were blue. They twinkled with a good humor, an optimism that was indomitable. "But father, can't you feel them?" Fikar demanded, with a fearful gesture toward the window. "The phantoms of the frost waiting out there in the frozen night, mocking at our labor, laughing while they wait for the last man to die." Trokar laughed. He seized his son's shoulders with strong, great hands and wheeled him from the window. "Don't give way to your imagination, Fikar," he urged. "I know that the shadow of vast peril is on us, and humanity. But one city left, of the 4 that survived when I came first to the Tower of the Cars, and even the radium mines under the city of Zen are now exhausted, so that it must soon fall before the conquering cold, unless our work is done. Great, I realize, is the danger, but all the more reason for effort. Enough of giving way to dreams." "You're right, father. Forgive me." Fikar laughed and lifted the white giant affectionately in his mighty arms. "Yet we will cheat those specters of their victory, and drive them from the planet with the rays of our new atomic sun." "Put it so if you will," gasped the older man as Fikar set him down. "And now to the laboratory, my son, to check your new electronic reactions. They promise us much." Arm in arm, golden-brown giant and silvered one, they walked from the room, bearing upon their great shoulders the hopes of humanity. It was long since Fikar had left the lone surviving city of Zen, a splendid metropolis beneath the shimmering green dome of its insulating zone, to come to this lonely mountain tower. He had been only a youth then, a weakling ignorant of the great work of the cars and his own part in it. But often he recalled the time, as he recalled also the girl, Delara, whom he had left unwillingly behind at the shimmering ray screens of the zone. His father had met him as he stepped from the silvered shell of the little rocket-driven sky sled at the base of the looming red tower. Without a word, they moved the light vehicle into the building through the massive valves that shut out the cold. Both were shivering then from their brief exposure, and they bent over the glowing red coil of a radium heater. "This is the Tower of the Cars," his father boomed, speaking for the first time. Within it we have labored for 10 generations, my son, working at the greatest task that men have ever attempted. It is not done, nor will it be finished in my life. That, Fikar, is why I sent for you." "What's that, father?" "I always have wondered why you should imprison yourself in this cold, lonely tower, when Zen is so bright and so beautiful beneath her glowing zone. You will understand, my son. I want you to work with me and carry our task on to completion after I am dead." "You mean I must live in this gloomy place?" "Our laboratory is here, Fikar. The work is too dangerous to be carried on in the city, and I must warn you, though I am sorry, that you will not have much time to visit Zen. Our labor will demand all that is in you, but I can't leave Zen. I know a girl there, Delara is her name. She was studying with me in the Hall of Science. Father, she is a lovely being if you could see her." "I'm afraid our task will leave you no time in youth for love, my son," the older man said slowly. "When you are about to grow old, if you see that you cannot finish the task of the cars, you must have a son to carry on the work. But it is far too soon for you to think of that." "But father," Fikar protested urgently, "I can't give her up." He took Trokar's arm. "I know you are a scientist. Science is wonderful, but life? Wait, my son, until I have told you what the task is, what it means to humanity, to life." Young then and a little headstrong, Fikar looked across the gleaming red coil at his father. He stared almost as at a stranger, for he had lived with his mother in Zen until she died in a rocket liner that was lost in the ice-gripped mountains northward, and then in the Hall of Science. His father he had seen only briefly and rarely, when he came to the city for equipment and supplies. Impatiently, unwillingly, he listened. "I know that Zen is bright and beautiful, my son, beneath the green, glorious crown of her zone. But that beauty is frail. The cruel talons of the cold ever menace it, waiting to snatch away her gay people if the zone should fall. You know, Fikar," the older man's voice had become deep and very earnest, "you know that we have drawn upon the energy of radium to heat and light our cities, to do all our work, for the thousands of centuries since the sun grew cold. But in the last few millennia, the supplies of radium have failed. One by one, the mines have been exhausted and abandoned. Every deposit in the crust of the planet has been worked out. The radium is used up. The supply of it that remains in Zen will not keep the zone burning even through your own lifetime." "I had guessed that much, father," admitted Fikar, "though the Six make a secret of how much radium remains in the vaults. But what can be done? We can't hope to stop the cold. We can't restore the dead sun. Better to forget what is inevitable and enjoy the little time that remains. Delara and I have talked of it." Trokar smiled soberly and leaned across the glowing coil to set a great hand on his son's shoulder. "We can hope, my son. Many generations ago, the House of Kar foresaw this crisis. Our fathers set themselves the task of meeting it. They built this mountain laboratory. For 10 generations we Kars have labored here. But the sun is dead, father. The heat of the Earth's interior was long ago used up. The wind and the tides have become too feeble to serve us. Now the radium is gone. What else is there? What can we hope to do?" "We have all about us, Fikar, a more powerful source of energy than any you name. The atoms of every substance are reservoirs of pure electricity. Tap them, and we have means to warm and illuminate the whole planet again, for all time. The atom, yes. But they taught us in the Hall of Science that its locked energies can never be released." The great hand closed like a steel vice on Fikar's shoulder. His father's voice grew deeper with stiff determination. "Others have tried and failed, my son, but the Kars never fail. 10 generations have we labored, and you are fortunate, Fikar. 9 of us have died with our task unfinished, so I foresaw long ago, should I, but you shall witness our triumph." How can you know that? You must. Great fingers dug into Fikar's shoulder. You must. For the radium in the vaults of Zen will not last out your life. The atom must be conquered in your lifetime, to save Zen, to save mankind, even to save the girl you spoke of. Think of that. You will do it, my son. The cars cannot fail. That meeting of father and son had fallen far into the past. Fikar had learned much, changed much since then. In body and in spirit he had grown. No longer was he a youth, but a strong man, driving with unfailing energy and resolution toward the accomplishment of the task the cars had set themselves. But even so, he had not forgotten Delara. Sometimes, on the rare occasions when he drove his tiny radium-powered sky sled to Zen for supplies, he was with her for a few joyous hours. Her beauty, he thought, had increased with time, as her lithe, strong body developed beneath its velvet, snow-white fur. She, too, had found a work, attending the great generators of the zone. Thus, she told Fikar, I, too, can serve the race until your great work is done. It makes it easier to wait for you until we may be together again. Fikar had the great tower laboratory now largely to himself. He had taken the reins of the research in his own hands and forged ahead beyond his father. Trokar had become little more than a gifted assistant, most aiding his son by his courage, his enthusiasm, his boundless faith in the cars. The old man had so far relinquished his active part in the ancient quest as to erect an observatory upon the great roof of the tower, and spend there many hours studying the dead. Dark moon which still followed the freezing world, like a haunting specter. Even in the intense absorption of his labor, Fikar saw that his father was worried at what he saw upon the black satellite, and demanded what it might be. The ancient task of the cars is enough to absorb all your faculties, my son, was his answer. To share this new problem would unwisely increase your burden. You must leave it in my hands. And Fikar toiled on in the laboratory, fighting off the fears and gloomy fancies that descended upon him with the twilight of a dying world. Then came the day when he swarmed up the metal ladder to his father's high observatory, and burst eagerly into its instrument-crowded dome. The phantoms of the frost are conquered, he shouted, seizing Trokar's silvery shoulder to jerk him from the ocular of a great telescope. I have checked the last reaction. You yourself will see the atomic generator, father, the new sun. And soon? The old man remained wearily in his seat, with Fikar's eager hand resting on his passive shoulder. In the midst of his elation, Fikar was struck abruptly with the gravity of his father's expression, with the naked dread haunting his blue eyes. Why, father, he cried in sudden concern. What troubles you? Is it you who now fear the phantoms of the frost, and when the labor of the cars is done? But it is not done, Trokar said with slow solemnity, not until our new sun flames above the mountain. And it must be done very soon, or never. Even now, perhaps, it is too late. But, father, what do you mean? For a long time, my son, the old man whispered, I have been studying the face of our dead neighbor, the moon. I have not let you concern yourself with what I have seen. But it is a strange thing, weird and fearful. Tell me, what is it? Wait, my son. I shall let you see it with your own eyes. But it is something, I believe, like your haunting phantoms of the frost. Your subconscious mind, perhaps, was warning you of the same things that the telescope reveals. Sinister entities born of the cold on a frozen dead world, to war against warmth and light in the life we know. 2. The menace of the moon. His mighty body was trembling a little, as Fikar seated himself at the eyepiece of the gigantic telescope from which he had a few moments ago so joyously pulled his father. The field of vision was a dark circle before his eye, sifted with diamond dust of stars. Fingers quivering with the dread that filled him, he adjusted the instrument. And the frozen moon crept into the field, a dark blot against the gleaming net of stars. "I see nothing here to fear," he said. "The moon is black and dead, as it has been since the sun went out. Wait, Fikar, until I increase the power." The dark, ominous disk swelled until it filled almost the whole vast field, and Fikar saw abruptly that it was no longer completely black. Weird phosphorescent flickerings raced across its somber face, evanescent gleams of icy blue and frozen violet. Strange changing lights of cold blue-violet wove fantastic patterns upon the surface of the somber satellite. They flowed in rivers of chill radiance across jagged lunar mountains. They condensed into swirling balls of gelid flame above abysmal craters. Whirling masses of frigid luminescence gathered and thickened, and seemed to leap away from the rugged face of the moon. "I do see something," Fikar breathed at last. "Moving cold lights on the moon. What are they? What do they mean? They seem almost living." "They are living," said Trokar, "but not as we live, it is true. You have seen a new form of life, Fikar, born of the cold. Living entities, made up of substances and forces that are alien to our sort of life, hostile, destructive. They belong to a new order of existence, risen by the inevitable law of nature to people the frozen planets of a dead universe." Fikar sought to recover himself from the momentary horror that had seized him. "Even so, Father, what is their threat to us? The moon is far away. Soon, with our new atomic sun flaming above the tower, we shall be forever secure from the cold." "So I hoped, Fikar, at first," the old man said wearily. "But the new life has not remained upon the moon. Since cold is its nature, it finds the frozen dark vacuum and the strange energies of interplanetary space a bridge, as we always found them an impassable barrier." "You mean," Fikar gasped incredulously, "the things, the lights that I saw will be able to come across to the earth? They are not only able to do it," his father said heavily. "That I have long known. Only today did I discover that they have already done it." "Already?" cried Fikar. "Already on the earth? They are. More, they have found Zen, and hating light and warmth and our kind of life as they must, they are a menace, my son, a peril beyond conception." "But what are they? What are they like?" "I don't know, but like nothing we are familiar with, certainly. They are formed of chemical combinations that can exist only at the low temperatures of a dead world. Their alien forms of being will seem strange to us, my son, perhaps incredible, and they may attack us with forces beyond our experience. Unless the new sun is burning very soon, Fikar, the long tale of humanity is ended. How soon can it be ready?" Strained eagerness was in the old man's tones. As Fikar considered, he cried again, "How soon?" "The formulae are simple, Father," Fikar said at last. "I shall ask you to derive them for me. You can do it in a day. But we must have power to inaugurate the process, more power than can be supplied by our own generators. Then we are lost," Trokar breathed in dismay. "No," smiled Fikar grimly. "While you are deriving the formulae and setting up the other apparatus, I shall go to Zen and bring back one of the great radium cells that are used to maintain the zone." "It is a time of danger," Trokar objected, "and the Six have none too much radium. They are not likely to let you take a cell. They never thought highly of this quest of the cars. Their own scientists ever said we were mad to attempt to unlock the atom." "I shall bring back the cell," Fikar promised grimly, rising from the telescope. His father smiled fondly and embraced him. "You are a car, my son. You cannot fail, but you must set out at once, and hasten. Already the invaders make travel perilous. Remember, the fate of humanity rests with you, and that of your lovely Delara, and the odds are against you. Hasten." 3. creatures of cold. Falkar and his father opened the mighty valves in the base of the red, ancient tower, dragged the slender, bright shell of the sky sled out upon the frost-rimed platform. Quickly, in the piercing chill of the motionless, bitter air, they embraced. Then the white giant ran back into the tower, and Falkar slipped swiftly within the torpedo-shaped frail hull of crystal and argent metal. The door sealed, and the heater coil glowing red at his feet. He touched the controls. Golden flame leapt backward and downward from the radium-activated rockets, and the silvery shell lifted from the platform to soar away across crag-walled gorges and ghostly slopes of snow. The sky was a black bowl inverted. The stars burned in it, living points, bright and diamond-hard. The galaxy was a streak of silver fire spilled across its velvet darkness. And against a white star cloud hung the moon, a blot somberly and ominously dark. The voice of the rockets was a shrilling scream, and trails of golden flame hung in the darkness behind the hurtling sky sled, as it flashed across the lower snow-swept slopes of the lofty peak on which the tower stood, across deserts of starlit frost beyond, and over ghostly flat ice plains that were seas. Falkar drove toward the far city of Zen. This flight he had made many times on his brief visits to the city. Every dark rock and leprous patch of snow was familiar to him, and he saw abruptly, with wonder and heart-stilling dread, that the grim landscape ahead had changed, as it had not changed in centuries of centuries. A forest had sprung up on the dark ice plains before him, such a forest as no man had imagined. Its growths were spiked, sword-like things, rather than trees, branching crazily. They were more gigantic than anything that ever had grown upon the planet, lifting the points of their bright spears thousands of feet. To Falkar's customary level of flight, the forest glittered. The jagged blades of its uncanny growths shimmered as if formed of frozen pale light. They were like sharp crystals condensed from some fluid of pure cold, ice blue and chill violet. Even as Falkar steered the frail sky sled toward it, slanting upward to avoid its glistening spears, the forest altered. It grew. Keen, bright, crystalline blades stabbed with startling abruptness from parent stalks. Thin arrows of frozen radiance, violet blue, broke from the spiked tangle, darted away above the luminous mass, endued with incomprehensible powers of motion. Falkar watched one shimmering crystal arrow that plunged down athwart his path and drove into the dark soil below. For a moment, it stood there unchanged, a shaft of pale, icy radiance, itself 100 feet in height. Then it grew like a plant taking root in the frozen planet. Sword-like branches were thrust out from it, abruptly, at fantastic angles. Soon it was a veritable tree of weird, shimmering blades. Its development was uncannily, incredibly swift. This, Falkar knew, was the invading life from the moon, the life of cold and darkness, whose incomprehensible advance could be checked only by the new sun of atomic energy that the cars had labored so long to create above. The mountain. Its development on Earth must have begun when some such shaft struck the planet after a flight across the interplanetary void. He was staggered by the vastness and strangeness of the alien forest, by the weird and unsuspected powers of the invaders. His mind shrank from thought of the obstacles yet to be overcome before the new atomic sun could stop the advance of this astounding lunar life. Numbed with dread as much as with the pitiless cold that was creeping even into the sealed hull of the sky sled, Falkar drove upward at a higher angle, accelerating the rocket feed until the song of the motors was a deafening bellow. Then the invading entities from the moon demonstrated their awareness and their enmity. Falkar had been flying amply high to clear the forest. Now a new towering wall of palely shimmering glass-like spears was thrust suddenly up before him. Desperately he fought to avoid them, but an ice blue. Glistening spike was driven with savage force against the frail hull of the sky sled. Its thin metal was caved in, a crystal panel shattered. Fikar flung the vehicle up, he cleared the menacing wall. But already he was shivering before the blast of frigid air that poured through the broken panel. In moments he was beyond the spiked bright forest. Before him lay the frosty deserts and smooth ice plains that stretched away to unseen Zen. The spreading area covered by the invading life was behind, but he had not escaped. Bright arrows came after him, hissing in easy flight like living sportive javelins shaped of blue-violet flame frozen into needle-shaped crystals. They pursued him, darted curiously about the crippled sky sled, drove toward it menacingly. Even with the rocket motors open to the full, Fikar could not distance them. Easily they kept pace, arching in smooth flight above him, racing with him challengingly. Half frozen by the blast of cold through the shattered window, he saw that he must play at the deadly game of the invaders. When the next keen blue lance darted at him, he dived to meet it until collision appeared unavoidable, then cut in his forward rocket battery in the nose of the sky sled. Bright golden flame roared out ahead of him. The plunging dive was abruptly checked, and yellow fire wrapped the thin lance of cold. The blue arrow was consumed. Like an icicle thrust into a furnace, it dissolved in a wraith of dissipating vapor. Clenching his chattering teeth, Fikar crouched his trembling body over the controls and drove at another of his weird pursuers. It swerved, fled from him with a speed the sky sled could not equal. The invaders had learned his power. With the heat of the flaming rocket blast, he could protect himself, but plainly he was helpless to inflict any further injury upon the enemy. He turned again and flew toward Zen. The glittering arrows followed, cut daringly near him, arched tantalizingly above him, plainly mocking him, tempting him to pursue them, yet never again venturing within range of his incandescent rocket jets. Intense cold invaded the slender hull. His breath swirled out in clouds of ice crystals, freezing on his thin golden fur, frosting the observation panels so that he could hardly see. The numbing ache of cold crept up his limbs. His stiff hands could scarcely move the controls. Ever the fleeting arrows of chill blue crystal came mockingly nearer, keen bright blades of frozen light. He knew they were laughing at him, waiting for him to freeze and die. "The phantoms of the frost," he muttered through stiff cold lips. "They laugh and wait. But they wait in vain. The cars never fail." Still he drove on, until the bright zone above Zen rose like the limb of a warm green sun above the dead ice fields, against a black star-dusted sky. The bright arrows made a final taunting plunge at his crippled flyer, and then hung safely back beyond the zone, mocking, waiting. 4. When the zone fell. Fikar could never recall how he drove the sky sled through the green insulating ray screens of the zone and landed it safely in the gardens of Zen. His memory held nothing from the turning back of the enigmatic flying arrows to his awakening on a couch in the roof gardens of Zen. He sat up beneath a gay light awning and looked upon the brilliant wonders of Zen, last outpost of a dwindling humanity. Warm air breathed about him, fragrant with the scent of blooms. Green masses of hypertrophied shrubs and vines surrounded his couch, riotous with vivid flowers and heavy with huge ripening fruits, red and golden. Beyond the garden railing he saw the towers of Zen, graceful slim spires of white metal and many-hued crystal, terraced and crowned with brilliant gardens. All above was the shimmering green of the zone, flooding the dark sky with supernal light, the city's only shield against universal cold. A frail thing the zone looked, so sheer that the chill bright stars shone through it. Yet Fikar knew. For many ages, that thin dome of vibration was all that had kept the fair, slender towers and vivid gardens of Zen beyond the hungry talons of eternal winter. A few moments he sat there, memory slowly returning. He had no sense of ill-being. His mighty body, with its marvelous capacity for recuperation, had recovered from the exhaustion and exposure of his flight to Zen. He was conscious that he had slept long, far more deeply than usual. A few moments he sat there, then he was on his feet in abrupt alarm. This glory of Zen faced deadly peril. Unthinkable, incredible invaders from the moon menaced it with the alien energies of their life of cold. Upon him rested the burden of saving it, and he had been asleep. Vital time was gone. Every muscle tense in the magnificent body beneath his sleek golden-brown fur, he ran across the roof garden, peered anxiously over the bright metal railing into the street below, and his first illusion of the quiet peace of Zen was shattered. Of white metal and gaily colored crystal, the walls of the building fell beneath him for many stories, to broad garden spaces. Those gardens, so bright with bloom and ripening fruit when Fikar last had seen them, were now torn and trampled by panic-stricken multitudes. Shouting thousands were streaming across them, blind, aimless, mad with the desperation of terror. Behind the fugitives, vivid vegetation was a trampled ruin. Their cries reached Fikar's ears, mingled in a ragged wail of fear. What has happened?" he muttered, leaning over the rail in motionless surprise and alarm. "Already, it is a frozen horror, come out of the dark wastes to destroy us." There was no panic, no terror in the cool, familiar voice that spoke beside him. Fikar turned in glad surprise and saw Delara. She was standing close to him, staring down at the terrorized throngs, her small, strong hands unconsciously tearing the petals from a huge red flower. Not so tall as mighty Fikar, she was lively, slender. The smooth velvet fur on her body was snow white. Against it, the long hair of her head fell in a golden cascade. The eyes in her white, clear face, sober, sorrowful as she looked slowly up again at Fikar, were warmly brown. "Delara," he gasped, and he whispered again, "Delara." He strode to her and picked her up in his golden mighty arms. Her white arms went clingingly around his great shoulders. For a little time the two were pressed heart to heart. Then she slipped quickly away from him. "I came to wake you, Fikar." Something strange and new was in her voice. "Your sleep was so peaceful. I did not like to disturb it with such dreadful tidings. You had been very cold and tired, but the need is urgent." She smiled seriously and patted his great shoulder. He tried to take her back into his arms, but she held herself away. "Wait until I have told you," she gasped. "Zen is attacked, beleaguered by strange invaders. A wall of shining spears, a weird, incredible forest of them, has grown up while you slept outside the zone. The invaders are attacking the zone." "Attacking the zone?" Fikar stepped back in amazement. "How?" "No one knows. A new life has risen against us, a life of strange and mighty energies. Some force it commands that is tearing down the zone. We can do nothing to stop it. I told the Six that you might save us. None in Zen can equal the learning of the cars." She smiled at him proudly. "You must come with me to the generators of the zone. Perhaps you can understand the weapon our enemies are using. I know you can. The case is desperate, Fikar. Already our generators are strained to the limit of their power. They must soon burn out unless we slow them down. And the attacking forces, whatever they may be, are growing steadily stronger. Very soon, unless you will aid us, the zone must fall. Here is your sky sled. I have repaired it for you. Come with me." "But I can't," cried Fikar. "I must lose no time. Already I have been delayed too long. I came for a radium cell. The ancient work of the cars is done, but for power to set flaming the new sun of atomic energy, I came to get one of the great radium cells that maintain the zone. I must take it to my father." "You can't do that," insisted Delara. "You can't leave Zen. The city is walled with living spears, guarded by flying crystals of the new cold life. Nor will the Six let you take one of the precious cells. Everyone is required to maintain the zone against the attack of the invaders, and you must help." "Very well, I shall try. But I must soon obtain a cell and take it to our tower. My father is waiting there, alone." "This way," the sky sled. Eagerly Delara took his arm. The bright torpedo shape of the rocket vehicle, repaired, lay on the roof behind a copse of shrubbery. They slipped into its glistening hull. Fikar stepped again to the familiar controls. Screaming motors jetted golden flame, and the trim flyer lifted above the roof garden. "That way." Delara pointed with a smooth white arm. "The tower of the zone. The generators are on its roof." The lofty, many-hued buildings and the broad, bright gardens of Zen dropped beneath them, as the sky sled soared toward the arching green rays of the shimmering zone. Cold stars burned through the frail supernal wonder of it. The dark rocks and snowfields of the ice world beyond were visible through it, weirdly tinged with green. Now Fikar could see the invaders. He let the sky sled drift aimlessly while he stared at them. A towering wall of crystal swords rimmed the city, safely back from the zone. A tangled forest of colossal keen blades, violet and ice blue, rising in an impenetrable barrier. A thick mass of gleaming, frosty crystalline spokes, moving, advancing, thrusting out new blades with uncanny abruptness. Above that titanic luminescent jungle flew radiant arrows of violet blue, darting, wheeling, spinning. They dived at the fragile zone, arched swiftly above it, sportive, mocking, waiting. The invading new life triumphant, but waiting for the inevitable death of the old. Phantoms, phantoms of the forest, waiting for the last of us to die. Fikar breathed the words through clenched teeth and shuddered as he stood at the steering dial. Delara cried out suddenly, her small fingers dug into his shoulder. The zone, you are too late, Fikar. The zone has failed." Fikar saw that the splendid dome of green radiance above the city appeared suddenly unstable. It was flickering. Great rents came in it, irregular patches of black, that widened and closed and opened again, ever more frequent, ever larger. Setting the nose of the flyer toward the central great tower, Fikar opened the rockets wide. Golden fire shrieked back from the exhausts. The sky sled plunged toward the generators of the zone. "Hurry," urged Delara. Strong, small fingers sunk into his shoulder. "The invaders are piercing the zone." Before them, the green wall flickered, faded. From the black sky, the stars burst through with new brilliance. The wall of blue-violet spiked forest marched closer across the ghostly ice plains without. Fikar saw cold, shimmering lances diving at the momentary opening. Then the green dome was whole again. The diving lances of frosty crystal wheeled and darted back, waiting. "They are generating an interfering wave," muttered Fikar. "When synchronized with the vibrations of the zone, it annihilates them, tears down the barrier. If we are in time, if the generators could be retuned." The zone flickered again. Moving patches of black came in it, spread. Cold, immutable, the far stars shone through. The bright, spiked forest again crept forward, thrusting out new titanic blades toward the doomed city. And again the flying arrows dived. A moment the zone grew stronger. Then it flickered, vanished, mangled ribbons of green light came back, went out, and the zone was gone. With a groan of despair, Fikar shut off the driving motors, let the sky sled wheel above the fallen city, Cruel cold stars leered down upon naked Zen from a sky gone utterly black. The icy fingers of ultimate winter closed upon the last outpost of man. White snow was frozen from the humid air that had been imprisoned under the zone. Its flurries wrapped the darkened necropolis in ghostly shrouds. The frozen blue-violet wall of the invaders tightened again, an inexorable ring of shimmering crystal death. Down upon defenseless gardens rained the flying arrows. They stabbed into the soil, remained standing for moments as titanic monolithic shafts of chill radiance. Then sharp, bright crystalline blades stabbed out from them with crashing abruptness. They grew crazily into fantastic trees of insane and alien life. Shuddering with horror, Fikar watched the people of Zen, huddling together against the sudden blast of descending cold, crowding vainly into buildings. Bright lances impaled them. Strange blades grew twistedly into buildings after them. Buildings collapsed before the advancing forest, pushed over by its inexorable mass, their ruins buried under shimmering, spiky tangles. Zen was overcome with incredible swiftness. For a little time, Fikar and Delara watched the movements of the panic-stricken people, struggling desperately, madly, pitifully, to escape a universal doom. But the zone had been the whole defense of Zen. With it had gone all hope. Very soon human movement ceased. The lunar life had spread over the city like the flood of a shimmering dark sea. Only the shattered wrecks of a few buildings rose above it, like lonely vaults of the departed human race. Delara's hand relaxed its hard grasp upon Fikar's shoulder. "The zone is gone," she whispered in strange shrill tones. "And Zen is dead forever. The invaders and the cold have won." She burst into sobbing, hysterical laughter. "We are the last alive, the last of man." 5. Darkness of Doom. Fikar drove the sky sled once more toward the tower of the zone. It was a mighty building of metal and bright crystal. Gigantic mechanisms loomed upon its roof, under the dark sky, the generators of the zone. They were deserted now, still forever. Frost had already touched them with ghostly white. Beside the building had stabbed down one of the blue-violet arrows. But the zone had been the whole defense of Zen. With it had gone all. From it, a tree of mad frozen life had sprung up, shooting out jagged keen blades, palely radiant, and the tide of the crystal sea had flowed against it. The great tower rose dark and lonely above the eldritch radiance of the lunar jungle. "The radium cells?" Fikar demanded. "They are in the tower?" Beside him, Delara was laughing wildly, helplessly. She ignored his question. "Tell me," he repeated, "where are the radium cells? Why think about them?" She gasped through sobbing laughter. "The cells can do us no good. Zen is gone. The invaders have won. We are the last, the last. Stop laughing, Delara. Tell me." She was shaking again with hysteria. He seized her slender white shoulder with one great hand and shook her. "Tell me. You must tell me. Zen is gone, but the work of the cars can yet be finished. I am going to take the cell to our tower and set the new sun to flaming above the mountain. I am going to end the darkness and the cold, and these monsters from the moon." She looked at him. Madness and fear faded out of her eyes. They were clear again, warmly brown. The trembling of her white body ceased and she drew closer against him. "Yes," she whispered, "the work of the cars will yet be finished, and hope for mankind is not gone while we are alive." He smiled at her, drew her slim form close as he stood at the controls. "Brave Delara, we are not conquered. Hope is slender enough, but we shall fight. Where is the cell?" "In the vault beneath the tower's foundation," she whispered, and added softly, "We shall fight together, and together we shall die or live for mankind." Almost vertically, Fikar brought the sky sled down into the coldly shimmering tangle of jagged crystal growth about the base of the tower. He cut in the bow tubes, and a bellowing rush of flame flared before the rocket vehicle, checking its downward plunge. Like frost before a torch, the alien line was disintegrated by the roaring flame. The sky sled came to rest on the little space the blast had cleared. Delara opened the door. The two sprang out. Cold met them like a palpable barrier. They shrank from it, shivered, gasping for breath in the frigid air. Weird, fearful radiance of the dread forest shone upon them. Glittering crystal blades were thrust toward them quickly, closing up the tiny open space. "This way," gasped Delara through chattering teeth. She turned a lever. A massive door opened in the metal wall, which had thus far withstood the terrific pressure of the invading forest. Beyond lay a flight of steps. She led the way down, through another thick door, and into a long, dim vault that was lined with the square black masses of the precious radium cells. With an eager cry, Fikar was upon one in an instant, reading the gauges to determine its condition, then furiously working to unfasten the connections that held it in place. In moments he had torn it free. Muscles cracked in his mighty body as he lifted it to his shoulders and staggered up the stair, Delara running ahead of him. The cell was a burden for 4 men, yet he reached the upper door with it, white clouds puffing into the frigid air from his laboring lungs. But on the threshold, he staggered, stumbled, fell with his precious load to the frosty ground. The sky sled was but yards away. Fikar dragged himself to his feet, tugged at the heavy cell with numb, dead hands. With silent, fearful quickness, a yard-broad lance of ice-blue, glittering crystal stabbed across between the two and the tiny vehicle. Weird violet radiance flickered about them as the swiftly advancing lunar life shut out the ebon, wintry sky. The heavy cell slipped from Fikar's numb hands. He knew, freezing and exhausted as he was, that he could not lift the priceless thing across this keen-edged barrier. Then Delara's white form leapt forward ahead of him. With a lithe bound, she cleared the titanic, menacing blade and ran into the sky sled. Fikar saw her touch the controls, and hot golden flame jetted screaming from the reaction fore and aft. Their balanced pressure, forward and backward, held the trembling vehicle stationary, while licking tongues of yellow fire once more devoured the nearest crystal blades. Warmed a little by the reverberation of the heat that had swept the ragged blade from before him, Fikar lifted the great square mass of the cell again, toiled to the sky sled with it as Delara shut off the motors. He thrust it aside, fell over, and lay there, gasping, only half aware that the girl was closing the door and sending the vehicle screaming upward. The glowing red coil of the heater warmed him. He was soon beside her at the controls. Over a strange world they flew, toward the mountain laboratory. The invading lunar life had spread indeed with fearful swiftness. Frosty, rugged deserts, flat ice plains, grim black mountains, all had been conquered by it. Fikar saw beneath him a new and unfamiliar world, a shimmer with the blue-violet light of the weird invaders. Indeed, the life of cold had conquered. Beneath the frozen dark dome of the immutable sky, the radiant crystal forest stretched from horizon to black horizon. Zen was gone, the last human city dead. Winter and darkness and the weird spawn of the cold moon held the planet in their inevitable grasp. In that strange landscape covered with gleaming tangles of blue-violet spikes, Fikar scarcely recognized the mountain of his fathers. It was buried to the summit with the alien blades, a mountain of frozen blue-violet flame. Above it, against the hard black sky, wheeled by thousands the shining lances, the flying crystal arrows of the invading life. In a bright, fearful swarm, they swirled about the ancient red tower of the cars. The sky sled swept down, and Fikar's heart constricted with alarm. The tower was dark. The sea of glittering jungle had broken over it. Only the high dome of Trokar's observatory remained completely visible, and the wide crystal windows of the upper stories were shattered. Stabbing blades had entered them. The invaders, Fikar knew with fatal, numbing certainty, had broken into the tower, destroyed his father, seized the great work of the cars. The darkness of those broken windows was the darkness of doom, the darkness of victorious and unending winter now reigning unbroken throughout the planet. 6. The Conquest of Cold. Numbed with the shock of grief and horror, Fikar stared down at the dark ancient tower of his fathers, while his hands automatically kept the aimless sky sled wheeling. In silent sympathy, Delara moved close to his side. Her small hand caressed his shoulder tenderly. The bright, uncanny forest grew higher about the tower. Jagged, keen blades were thrust from the upper windows, as if they had found some dread nourishment within. Fikar shook himself suddenly, burst from his grief-stricken daze into desperate activity. "We still live!" he cried, and the equipment in the tower was not delicate. It may not be completely wrecked. "We must not surrender now. The cars cannot fail, so my father always said. And we must not fail him." He drove the sky sled downward, plunging recklessly into the pale, glistening jungle of lunar life. Once more he cut in the bow tubes, and enormous, hungry tongues of golden fire licked from the motors at either end of the narrow hull, consuming the crystalline growth. Held between two terrific forces that struggled to move her in opposite directions, the frail vehicle trembled and spun. With cold, deadly efficiency, Fikar fought the controls. He made the sky sled perform feats for which it had never been designed. He bathed the mountaintop and the dark tower in flame until they were clear of the eldritch lunar invaders. He played roaring torrents of flame through the broken windows. Then he landed at the base of the tower. Delara flung open the door, and the air of the ice world struck them again like a frigid wall. Fikar lifted the huge cell and staggered toward the tower's entrance. Frost crackled beneath his feet. Stars burned cold and distant in the ebon sky, and strange lights flickered over the snow from the creeping lunar forest that was swiftly closing up the wound cut by the searing rocket jets. Within the great door, they found Trokar. The invaders must have fed upon him, for certain elements had been robbed from his collapsed and distorted body. Jagged blades had cut it to red ribbons. Now it was frozen to the hardness of iron. But the remains of one hand were still locked about the ends of two insulated cables, which ran up the stairs in the direction of the laboratory. At a glance, Fikar knew them to be the power leads of the atomic generator. "My father is dead," he whispered slowly. "But before he died, he had all prepared for us. He even brought the ends of the cables down here, ready to attach to the new cell. Always he told me that the cars do not fail." A moment longer he stood above the red, stiff corpse. Leaden ache of cold was seizing his fingers, creeping up his arms. The frosty air seemed to burn his lungs. He could hardly breathe. He was shivering, and his skin felt like stiff, dead armor, contracting mercilessly about him. With numb hands, he began to fasten the cables to the great cell. Delara, looking from the door into the violet-lit night of the ice world, gasped something voicelessly and made an imperative gesture of warning. She tried to close the massive valve. A crystalline, glistening blade burst the heavy door open again, flinging the girl back against the wall where she lay quietly. The keen edge of it grazed Fikar's breast. Thick blood started sluggishly and froze on his golden-brown fur. He was shaken by a chill of unendurable cold that seemed to pierce his very heart. His hands were useless. He was suddenly blind. He bent under the titanic, bright spear that had stabbed into the room. With stiff, aching lips, he found the last connection and tightened it with his teeth. Then he slumped down beside the thick black radium cell. Fikar was conscious again. He stretched his painful body and sat up. He saw that he was still in the tower of the cars, just within the great open valve, beside the squat bulk of the radium cell, and he was warm again. Beyond the open door was a square of sky, not black as it had been for centuries of centuries, but deeply and freshly blue. Strong light streamed through the opening, and a delightful warm breeze blew upon him. He sat there until he heard a glad laugh and looked up to see Delara in the doorway, framed against the new blue of the sky, slenderly lovely. "Come, Fikar," she cried joyously, "see your new sun. It flames above the tower, and the invaders are gone." She ran to him solicitously as he got to his feet. Arm in arm they walked out upon the summit of the mountain, at the base of the ancient red tower. Upward they looked, into a sky that was softly blue. Above the massive tower reached up a pallid finger of radiance, a ray of pure force, vibrant, a little unsteady, almost invisible but faintly green, and far above, at the end of the greenish shaft, burned a huge warm orb of golden light, the globe of the new sun, whose fires were fed upon illimitable atomic energy. The eldritch gleaming tangles of the lunar life were gone from the broad valleys and vast plains below the mountain. White frost was melting to reveal streaks of rich black soil. Silvery streams, ice-locked for millennia, were flowing again. Arm linked in arm, Fikar and Delara stood on the crest of the mountain, looking down on a world now all their own. Now the naked soil is black and the streams are swift muddy torrents, Fikar said at last. But soon green will cover the black, and the cleared streams will be bordered with flowers. Winter and night are conquered. Spring and dawn are here again to endure forever. Dawn and spring, softly murmured Delara, for the world, for us, and our children. End of Invaders of the Ice World by Jack Williamson.
A Hitch in Space by Fritz Leiber. My space partner was a good, reliable sidekick, but his partner was something else. Once, when I was doing a hitch with the Sholan Space Guard out Scorpio Way, my partner, Jeff Bogart, developed just about the most harmless psychosis you could imagine. He got himself an imaginary companion, and the imaginary companion turned out to be me. Well, I'm a pretty nice guy, and so having two of me in the ship didn't seem a particularly bad idea. At first. In fact, there'd be advantages of it, I thought. For instance, Jeff liked to talk a weary lot, and the imaginary Joe Hansen could spell me listening to him, while I projected a book, or just hearkened to the wheels going around in my own head against the faint patter of starlight on the hull. I met Jeff first at a space rodeo, oddly enough, but now the two of us were out on a servicing check of the orbital beacons and relays and rescue depots of the 5 planets of the Sholan system. A completely routine job, its only drawback that it was lengthy. Our ship was an ionic jeep that looked like a fancy fount, in pen, but was very roomy for 3 men, one of them imaginary. I caught on to Jeff's little mania by overhearing him talking to me. I'd be coming back from the head or stores or linear accelerator or my bunk, and I'd hear him yakking at me. It embarrassed me the first time, how to go back into the cabin when the other me was there. But I just swam in, and without any transition strain at all that I could observe, Jeff looked around at me, smiling sort of glaze-eyed, and said warmly, "Joe, my buddy Joe, am I glad they paired us." If Jeff had a major fault, as opposed to a species of nuttiness, it was that he was strictly a speak-only good, positive-thinking guy who always deferred to me. Even idolized me, if you can imagine that. He'd give me such fulsome praise I'd be irked 10 times in orbit. Another thing that helped me catch on was that he always called the other me Joseph. At first I thought the whole thing might be a gag, or maybe a deliberate way of letting off steam against me without violating his always a sweet guy code, like happy husbands cursing in the bathroom. But then came the scrambled eggs. I'd slept late, and when I squinted into the cabin, there was Jeff hovering over a plate of yellow fluff and shaking his finger at my empty seat and saying, "Damn it, Joseph, eat your scrambled eggs. I cooked 'em specially for you." And when he crawfished out toward the galley a couple seconds later, he was saying, "Now you start on those eggs, Joseph, before I get back." I thought for a bit, and then I slid into my place and polished them off. When he floated in with the coffee, he gave me another of those glaze-eyed God-fearing looks, but just a mite disappointed, I thought, and said, "Damn it, Joe, you're perfect. You always clean your plate." Apparently when I was there, Joseph just didn't exist for Jeff, and vice versa. It was sort of eerie, especially with the hum of space in my ears like a seashell and nobody else for 5 million miles. Beginning with the scrambled eggs, I discovered that Jeff didn't exactly idolize Joseph, or even take with him the attitude of my buddy can do no wrong. Like he did with me, I overheard him criticizing Joseph, reasonably at first, then I heard him chewing him out, next bullying him. It made me wistful, that last, thinking how good it would feel to be full-bloodedly cursed to my face once in a while instead of all the sweetness and light. And right there I got the idea for some amateur therapy. Shala Diva help me. I waited for a moment when we were both relaxed, and then I said, "Jeff, the trouble with you is you're too nice. You ought to criticize things more. For a starter, criticize me. Tell me my faults. Go ahead." He flushed a little and said, "Damn it, Joe, how can I? You're perfect." "No man is perfect, Jeff." I told him solemnly, feeling pretty foolish, "But you're my buddy I always can trust." He protested, squirming a bit. "I wish you wouldn't talk this way. Jeff, you can't trust anybody too far." I said, "Even good guys can do bad things. When I was a boy, there was a kid named Harry I practically worshipped. We lived on a pioneer world of Fomalhaut that had good snow, and we'd hitch rides with our sleds off little air-screw planes taking off. We'd each have a long white line on his sled and loop it beforehand around the plane's tail gear and back to the sled. Then we'd hide. As soon as the pilot got aboard, we'd jump on our sleds and each grab the free end of his line and have one comet of a ride until the plane took off. Then we'd quick let go. Well, one frosty morning I let go and nothing happened, except I started to rise. Harry had tied the free end of my line tight to my sled. I could have just rolled off, I suppose, but I didn't want to lose my sled or my line either. Luckily I had a sheath knife handy and I used it. I even made a wiseroo of a landing. But ever afterwards my feelings toward Harry, "Stop it, please, Joe." Jeff interrupted, very red in the face and shaking a little. "That boy Harry was utterly evil, and I don't want to hear any more about this, or anything like it, ever again. Understand?" I told him sure I did. Heck, I could see I'd gone the wrong way about it. I even begged his pardon. After that I just sweated it out. But I found I couldn't spend much time on books or my thoughts. I'd keep listening for what Jeff was saying to Joseph. And sometimes when he'd pause for Joseph's reply, I'd catch myself waiting for the imaginary me to make one. So I took to staying in the same cabin as Jeff as much as I could. That seemed to make him uncomfortable after a while, though he pretended to glory in it. He'd ask me questions like, "Tell me about life, Joe, so I'll know how to handle myself if we're ever parted." But the weariest things come to an end, even duty orbits around Shala. And so the time came when we were servicing our last beacon, outside the planet Shala Bai, it was. Next step would be a fast interplanetary orbit for base at Shala Near. I was out working, on a safety line of course, but suit jetting around more than I needed to, just for the pure joy of it, so that my suit tank was almost dry. I'd switched my suit radio off for a bit, because, working in space, Jeff had taken to just gabbling to me nervously all the time. Maybe because he figured there couldn't be room for Joseph with him in his suit. I finished up and paused for a last look at the ship. She was sweetly slim from her conical living quarters to the taper tail of her ionic jet. but she had more junk on her than an amateur asteroid prospector hangs on his suit the first time out. Every duty orbit, 50 scientists come with permission from the commandant to hang some automatic research gadget on the hull. The craziest one this time was a huge flattened band of gold-plated aluminum, little more than foil thick, attached crosswise just in front of the tail, and sticking out 20 feet on each side. I don't know what it was there for, maybe to measure the effects of space on a Mobius strip, but it looked like a wedding ring that had been stepped on. So Jeff and I called it Trampled Love. But in spite of the junk, the ship looked mighty sweet against the saffron steppes and baby blue seas of Shala, by with Shala herself, old Lambda Scorpii, flaming warm and wildly beyond, and with United States standing out big as life on the ship's living quarters. United States of Shala, of course. I was almost dreaming out there, thinking how it hadn't been such a terrible duty after all, when I saw the ship begin to slide past Shala. Poking out of her tail, ghostlier than the flame over a Café Royale, was the evil blue glow of her jet. In an instant I'd guessed exactly what had happened and was beating myself on the head for not having anticipated it. Joseph had swum into the cabin right after Jeff, and Jeff had yelled at him, "It's about time, you lazy lunkhead, everything secure. Okay, I'm switching on the beam." And I'd probably brought the whole thing about by telling him that damn fool sled story, and then sticking to him so close he just had to get rid of me, so as to be with Joseph. Meanwhile the ship was gathering speed in her sneaky way, and the wavy safety line between me and the airlock was starting to straighten. As you know, an ionic jet's only good space to space. It's not for heavy G work. Ours could deliver only 1/2 G at max, and was doing less than 1/4 now, which meant the ship was starting off slower than most ground cars. But the beam would fire for hours, building up to a terminal velocity of 15 miles a second and carrying the ship far, far away from lonely Johansson. Except that we were tied together, of course. I was very grateful then for the weeks I'd practiced space roping, though I'd never won any prizes with it, because without thinking I started to whip my line very carefully. And on the third try, just as it was getting pretty straight, I managed to settle it in a notch in one outside end of Trampled Love. After that I took up strain on the line as gradually as I could, letting it friction through my glove for as long as I could before putting all my mass on it. Because although 1/4 G isn't much, it piles up in a few seconds to quite a jerk. I spread that jerk into several little ones. Well, the last jerk came and the line didn't part and Trampled Love didn't crumple much, though the Shala light showed me several very nasty-looking wrinkles in it. And there I was trailing along after the ship, though out to one side, and feeling about as much strain on the line as if I were hanging from a cliff on the moon, and knowing I was going about 5 feet a second faster every second. My idea wanting to be out to the side, and bless my impulses for realizing it, was the one important thing, was to keep my line and myself out of the beam. An ionic jet doesn't look hot from the side, but from straight on it's a lot brighter than an arc light. It's almost as tight as a laser beam, and I didn't want to think about what it would do to me, even trailing as I was 100 yards aft. Though of course long before it had ruined me, it would have disintegrated my line. My being out to the side was putting the ship off balance on its jet, and presumably throwing its course toward base and Shala near little by little into error. But that was the least of my worries, believe me. I thought for a bit and remembered I could talk to Jeff over my suit radio. I decided to try it, not without misgivings. I tongued it on and said, "Jeff, oh, Jeff, I'm out here, you forgot me." I was going to say some more, but just then he broke in, angry and so loud it made my helmet ring, with, "Joseph, did you hear anything then?" A pause, then, "Well, clean the wax out of your ears, stupid, because I did. I think we got an enemy out there." Another and longer pause, while my blood curdled a bit thicker. Then, "Well, okay, Joseph, I'll go along with you this time. But if I hear the enemy once more, I'm going to suit up and take a rifle and sit in the airlock door until I've potted him." I tongued the radio off quick, fearful I'd sneeze or something. I had only one faint consolation. Joseph seemed to be a bit on my side, or maybe he was just lazy. I thought some more, a mite frantic like now, and after a while I said to myself, been going 5 minutes now. So I'm doing about 1/4 of a mile a second. That's 15 miles a minute. Wow. But out here velocities are purely relative. My suit does a little better than 1/4 G full on. Okay, I'll jet to the ship. No sooner said than acted on. I was beginning to rely too much on impulse now. The suit jet killed my false weight at once, and I was off, mighty careful to aim myself along my line or a little outside it, so as not to wander over into the beam. Pretty soon the tail and trompled love were getting noticeably bigger. Then a lot bigger. Then my suit fuel ran out. I'd built up enough velocity so that I was still gaining on the ship for a few seconds. In fact, I almost made it. My gauntlet was about to close on trompled love when the ship started slowly to pull away. Oh, it was frustrating. I remembered then what I should have a lot earlier, and grabbed for the ship end of my line so as not to lose the distance I'd gained, and in my haste I knocked it away from me. The only good thing was that I didn't knock it out of the notch. Now I was losing space to the ship faster and faster. Yet all I could do was reel in the me end of the line as fast as I could. Suddenly the whole line straightened and gave me a bigger jerk than I'd intended. I could see trompled love crumple a little, and I was swinging just a bit, like a pendulum. I used a glove friction to spread the rest of the jerk, but still I was at the end of my line, and trompled love had crumpled a bit more before I was coasting along with the ship again. My side of trompled love was bent back maybe 20 degrees. The eye of the beam shone at me from the tail like a pale blue moon. For quite a while it brightened and dimmed as I tick-tock swung. Meanwhile I was beating my skull for not having thought earlier of the obvious slow but safe way of doing it, instead of that lunatic suit jetting. I once heard a psychologist say we're mental slaves to power machinery, and I guess he had something. Clearly all I had to do was climb hand over hand up the line to the ship. At moon gravity that would be easy. If I should get tired I only had to clamp on and rest. So I waited for my emotions to settle a bit, and then I reached along the line and gave a smooth, medium-strength heave. Maybe there is something to ESP, at least in a devilish sort of way, because I picked the exact moment when Jeff decided to feed the beam more juice. There was a big jerk, and I saw trompled love crumple a lot, so that it was pointing more than 45 degrees aft. Now there was a steady pull on the line like I was hanging from a cliff on Mars, and the eye of the beam was a blue moon not so pale, in fact more like a sizzling blue sun seen through a light fog. After that I just didn't have the heart to try the climb again. Once I started to draw myself up, very cautious, but on the first handhold I seemed to feel along the line trompled love crumpling some more, and I quit for good. I figured that at this boost Jeff would be up to proper speed for Shala near in less than 2 hours. Well, I had suit oxy and refrigeration for longer than that. Of course, if Jeff decided not to cut the beam on schedule, maybe with the idea of eloping with Joseph to the next solar system, well, I'd discover then whether suit oxy running out would stimulate me to try the climb again alongside the beam. Or I could wait until he got her up near the speed of light, when by the general theory of relativity the line ought to be shortened enough so that I could hop aboard if I were sudden enough about it. No, Joe Hansen, you quit that, I told myself. You don't want to die with the gears in your head all stripped. Thinking about the beam got me wondering exactly how close I was to it. I unshipped my suit antenna and pulled it out to full length, about 8 feet, and fished around with it in the direction of the beam. Nothing seemed to happen to it. It didn't glow or anything, but I suddenly got a little electric shock, and when I drew it back I could see 3 inches of the tip were gone and the next couple inches were pitted. So much for curiosity. Next I reattached the antenna to my suit, which turned out to be a lot more trouble, some job than unshipping it, and tongued on the radio with the idea of listening in on Jeff. Right away I heard him say, "Wake up, Joseph, I'm going to tell you your faults again. I got a new way of cataloging them chronologically. Begin with childhood. You hitched sled rides on airplanes. That was bad, Joseph, that was against the law. If the man had caught you doing it, If he'd seen you whizzing along there back of him, he'd have had every right to shoot you down in cold blood. Life is hard, Joseph. Life is merciless. Right then I felt a tickle in my throat. I tried quick to shut off the radio, but it is remarkably difficult to tongue anything when you have a cough coming. It came out finally in a series of squeaky glubs. Snap to, Joseph, and listen hard. I heard Jeff say, "It's started again. Animal noises this time. You know if they make spacesuits for Black Panthers, Joseph." I tongued off the radio quick before the follow-up cough came. I didn't have anything left to do now but think. So I thought about Jeff, how there seemed to be one Jeff who hated my guts and another Jeff who idolized me and another Jeff sneaking around in a jungle of saber-toothed tigers and, heck, there was probably a good 20 Jeffs sitting around inside his skull, some in light, some in darkness, but all of them watching each other and arguing together all the time. It was an odd way to think of a personality, a sort of perpetual kaffeeklatsch, but it had its points. Maybe some of the little guys weren't Jeffs at all, but his father and mother and a caveman ancestor or two, and maybe some great-great-grandchild butting in now and then from the future. Well, I saw that speculation was getting out of hand, so, taking a tip from Jeff, I began to count my own sins. It took quite a while. Some of them were pretty interesting reading, almost enough to take my mind off my predicament, but I tired of it finally. Then I began to count the stars. It was really the longest 2 hours plus I ever spent, except maybe the time my first big girl disappeared. But I don't know. The experiences are hard to compare. I was about halfway through the stars when I went weightless. For an awful instant I thought the line had parted at last, but then I looked toward the ship and saw the bright little moon was gone. Right away I gave a couple of tugs on the line and began to close slowly with the tail. No trouble at all. Actually, my only difficulty was resisting the temptation to build up more momentum, which would have resulted in a crash landing. I softed in on trampled love okay, except there was a big spark. The beam must have charged me good. Then I worked my way to the true hull. After that there were handholds. Finally I got to a porthole in the living quarters, and I looked in, and there was Jeff jawing away at my empty seat. I put my helmet against the hull, and very faintly I heard him say, "Joseph, I'm still worried about the enemy. I keep thinking I hear him or it. I'm going to make us some coffee, so we'll stay real alert. You break out the guns." I don't suppose anyone ever moved quite so quietly and so quickly in a spacesuit as I did then. I got in the airlock, I got her up to pressure, I got unsuited, and all in less than 5 minutes, I'm sure. Maybe less than 4. I swam to the cabin. It was empty. I slid into my seat just as Jeff floated in with the coffee. He went real pale when he spotted me. I saw there might be some trouble this time with the Joseph Joe transition, but I knew the only way to play it was real cool. I nested there in my seat as if I hadn't a worry or urge in the world, though my nerves and throat were just screaming for a squirt of that coffee. "Joe," he squeaked at last, "Migod, you gave me an awful scare. I thought you'd done a bunk, I thought. You'd spaced yourself. I kept picturing you outside the ship." "Why no, Jeff," I answered quietly. "One way or another, I've been in this seat ever since take-off." His brow wrinkled as he thought about that. I looked at the board and noticed that our terminal trip velocity read 15 miles a second. My. Finally Jeff said, "That's right, you have." And then, just a shade unhappily, I might have known. "You always tell the truth, Joe, you're perfect." End of A Hitch in Space, by Fritz Leiber.
A Death Crown for Mr. Hapworthy, by Mary Elizabeth Counselman. Weird Tales, May 1948. Jonathan Hapworthy was not long for this world, 4 competent doctors had assured him, a coronary condition. But as he was in his 70s, this did not disturb Mr. Hapworthy a great deal. He expected to die sometime, everyone did, and the terrors of hellfire did not frighten him. Mr. Hapworthy was an atheist. When he thought of religion at all as anything more than an interesting study in contrasts between, say, what the Buddhists and the Zoroastrians believe, he was a student of all theologies, but privately he did not for a moment believe in the hereafter. When the body broke down, was his opinion, it simply stopped like a good watch that has ticked its last tick. Sometimes, rather wistfully, he wished that he did believe in a life after death, for it seemed to him that far too many people died before they were half finished living. But he had uncovered no facts in any of his studies with which he could convince himself, and Mr. Hapworthy believed only in the known and proven, though, for amusement, he liked to dabble in the supernatural. However, disbelief in a system of rewards and punishments after death did not give one the right, he felt, to act like a stinker while one was among the living, if only because it was a damned stupid way to live. He believed in everyone's doing whatever he liked, so long as it did not interfere too irreparably with the rights of others. And by that creed he lived, a tall, dignified old gentleman, at the age of 74, with neat, mild features, carefully parted white hair, and a pedantic way of speaking that reminded one of an old-school professor. He had never married, was an orphan, had few intimate friends, and seldom fraternized with anyone other than the sad-eyed Labrador retriever that trotted at his heels always. He had but one hobby, collecting amulets and charms, and he had but one ambition, to bequeath said collection to the Smithsonian Institute, and thereby perpetuate the name of Hapworthy in the same way that Mr. Carnegie had left his name for posterity to read above library doors all over the country. Now, in his neat, modest apartment in Washington, he sat gloating delicately over the showcases that lined every wall. It was his habit, just before lunch, to work up an appetite by looking over his treasures and reminding himself that no other single individual in the world had in his possession so many authentic curios pertaining to ancient, medieval, and modern magic. It did not occur to Mr. Hapworthy to connect the fact that he had already lived 3 years longer than the doctors said he could, with the fact that he had in his collection every known health amulet in existence since the history of man. Nor did it strike him as significant that the very day he had acquired a certain odd-looking grey rock, purported to be time immemorial philosopher's stone, which could turn all base metals into gold, he had come into a sizable fortune from an uncle he never knew he had. By no means did it occur to him that, ever since his purchase of a peculiar bright gem said to have been pried from the girdle of Venus, strange women often followed him on the street and were known to smile at him unduly. None of these things occurred to Mr. Hapworthy, and he would have laughed dryly had anyone mentioned such ideas. Like religion, contiguous magic was something other people could believe in if they liked. Jonathan Hapworthy merely collected them. Putting on his hat at a square angle and taking up his cane, he made one more circle of his apartment living room, flicking dust from a tray of Egyptian scarabs, examining a display of High John the Conqueror roots for signs of rot, and polishing the tarnish from a silver evil eye charm that dated back to the Borgia era. There was nothing, Mr. Hapworthy thought proudly, that he did not have in the way of talisman purported to draw all good things to, and fend all bad things from, their possessor. One day the name Jonathan Hapworthy would be a synonym for knowledge of the supernatural, as one immediately thought snakes when one said Ditmars. With his collection would go the book he was writing on the subject. Perhaps Smithsonian would give him a whole room in the museum, since he planned to endow it himself. Ah, well. Come along, Trevo, he called to his dog. Lunch. Humming cheerfully to himself, Mr. Hapworthy strolled to the elevator and walked in. The cage did not descend at once, and he frowned in slight annoyance at the gawky hillbilly who had been hired during the illness of the regular operator. Well? Come, come, my good lad, Mr. Hapworthy prodded gently. If I'm late to lunch, I shan't get a seat. The boy turned, flushing in apology, and fumbled with a small candy box he had been peering into with such absorption that he did not see his passenger enter. Now, clumsily, he tried to shut the box and start the elevator with one gesture, the result being that box and contents tumbled to the floor at Mr. Hapworthy's feet. Being a polite man, he bent to retrieve it, and was startled to see a large round ball of white feathers, packed tight, each feather overlaying the whole as smoothly as a bird's wing. He reached for it, curious, but the boy cried out sharply, Don't touch that, mister. Not afore you say Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. I seen a man drap dead that away, when I was a young." Mr. Hapworthy withdrew his hand, amused, and allowed the boy to pick up his own belongings. His bored blue eyes had brightened visibly at the other's words, as the sad-eyed hunting dog at his leg might have perked up at the faraway honk of a mallard. "What on earth is that thing?" he asked eagerly. "Some sort of hoodoo?" The boy looked pained. "No, sir. This here's a holy sign belonging to my granny. She sent it to me to carry home to my moor when I go. Ain't no mail delivery closer'n 10 mile from our cabin, and more she's down in her back. Can't walk hardly no peace." Mr. Hapworthy, who was not versed in backwoods dialect, translated this with some difficulty. "Yes, but what is it?" he persisted. "How did those feathers get packed together like that? Are they glued?" "No, soul." The boy looked actively shocked. "You ever try to glue ary bunch of feathers together? The angels done this. Mean you ain't got nary death crown in your family. I swanny." He clucked his tongue in sympathy, eyeing Mr. Hapworthy with pity not unmixed with disapproval. "I reckon," he commented, "none of your folks ever got to glory." "It ain't many of our'n," he admitted kindly. "Jest grandpaw. Pap, being as he died drunk in a ditch, never had his head on nary pillow. Don't reckon it'd done no good if he had, him being a sinner ail his born days." Mr. Hapworthy choked, but managed to keep a straight face as the elevator sank smoothly downward. "I'm afraid I still don't understand," he murmured. "Where do you get these? Death crowns? Where do they come from?" "Out'n the pillow where a good soul lays his head when he dies," the mountain boy said simply. "I reckon the angels ball up the feathers that-a-way, making a set of wings in a hurry for the spirit to fly to heaven. When there's one in the pillow, it's sure a comfort to the family, knowing their kin got to glory all right." Only by faking a fit of coughing was Mr. Hapworthy able to cover his mirth this time. He mopped his eyes with a silk handkerchief, polished his pince-nez, and set it firmly back on his nose. Then a canny gleam came into his eye. "I don't suppose," he asked cautiously, "that you'd care to sell that? Death crown of yours? For, say, $50? He saw the boy's eyes widen at the sum mentioned. Perhaps more money than he had ever owned in his life. But the square chin came up, lips set in stubborn defense. "No, sir. I don't reckon anybody'd sell ary death crown out'n their family. Why, it's be like selling the gravestone off'n a grave." Oh, I see." Mr. Hapworthy looked dashed, but he had by no means given up. He had only begun to fight. He was off on the quest of a new rare amulet, surely one that Smithsonian had never even heard of, a brand new one indigenous to the southern mountains, though possibly having its origin, like many of the old hillbilly ballads and expressions, in Old English tradition. This was a real treasure, one he must not let escape his collection. Everyone had scarabs, fertility charms, health amulets, but nowhere before in the learned tomes had he ever read about a death crown. A discovery of this sort could make him famous as a collector and a student of the supernatural. Mr. Hapworthy took a deep breath. $100? The boy gasped, but set his jaw even more stubbornly. "No, sir. Not that we couldn't use the money with more ailin' and all the young'uns to feed through the winter-time." He hesitated, then shook his head positively. "No, sir. Granny wouldn't like it at all. Nor more, neither. $200, murmured Mr. Hapworthy insidiously. The youth cast a look at him, almost frightened. He clutched the box with its weird contents to his hollow chest and shook his head violently. Then, as his temper started to speak again, he darted out of the elevator and vanished from sight through the service entrance, out of earshot and out of range of any further offers. "Oh, drat! These superstitious numbskulls!" Mr. Hapworthy exploded. The dog whined softly at his ankle, looking up anxiously to make sure his master's anger was not directed at him. Mr. Hapworthy patted him absently, thinking in rapid circles. "I must have that thing, Trevo," he muttered furiously. "I simply must. It's a real find. Genuine Americana, while most of my talismans are of foreign origin. I've got to get that thing. By hook or by crook." But frustration was his lot that afternoon, for on his return from lunch, he found the old elevator man had risen from his sick bed and resumed his work. The young hillbilly, of course, had been discharged. "Oh, drat!" cursed Mr. Hapworthy. "Where did he go? Can you give me his local address?" The elevator man shrugged. "Sorry, sir. He was living here, in the basement with the janitor. Maybe I can get you his home address. He did say something about catching a bus back to the farm." Hours later, accompanied by the doleful-looking retriever in a carrying case with his luggage, Mr. Hapworthy was on a cross-country bus headed for a little hill town, just barely on the map at all, called Big Thickety Creek. He alighted at a filling station, which turned out to be the bus station, business section, and residential district of Big Thickety. With some difficulty, he managed to check his luggage and hire a guide, who promised to take him over the mountain to the Turney's share-cropped farm, and come back after him in 2 hours. During that period, he was confident he could effect the purchase of the white-feathered death crown he coveted. His hopes soared when the rickety Model T deposited him at his goal, a sagging 2-room cabin in the center of a sparsely grown cornfield. There was an open dog trot or hallway connecting the 2 rooms. Outside in the packed clay yard was a run-down well, a gored pole for Martin's insurance against chicken hawks, although there were no chickens now clucking around the impoverished-looking place, and a corn crib whose roof had fallen in. Mr. Hapworthy knocked. At once a flock of perhaps 9 ragged children swarmed about him out of nowhere, giggling, pulling at his neat knife-creased trousers, or merely staring. One screeched something, and a thin slattern of a woman came out of the kitchen room, a bunch of turnip greens which she had been picking over, held in one hand like an awkward bouquet. She ducked her head shyly, smoothed back her hair, and said formally, "Howdy, come in and set." Then, "You sellin' funeral insurance? We don't want none." Mr. Hapworthy cleared his throat, said he was not selling funeral insurance, and made his way gingerly into the kitchen through a mass of giggling children. The poverty of the place struck him like a blow, though he could see the woman's pitiful attempts to keep her crowded little home clean and cheerful. The board floor was freshly scrubbed, and there were magazine pictures cut out and tacked on the wall everywhere. All the little girl's hair had been carefully braided with bows of red calico, and all the little boy's overalls had been neatly patched. Mr. Hapworthy cleared his throat again. He was ill at ease, and never a man to mince words, came directly to the point. "Your son, Lute," he began. "I happened to see a death crown he was bringing from your mother? I wondered if, you'd care to sell it, for inclusion in my collection of amulets and charms to be displayed in the Smithsonian Museum after my death. My last off was $200. I'll make that $300, madam, and that's my last word. What do you say?" The mountain woman was staring at him, trying hard, he saw, to follow his words, few of which she could understand. but she did comprehend the words death crown and $300. Light blazed in her thin, tired face all at once, and Mr. Hapworthy saw her eyes sweep over, the gaunt brood of children clustered about her, now quiet with wonder as he spoke. "Lord help my time. $300, the woman whispered. "I never seen more than 100. Time I got my man's insurance. Money, poor soul," she added piously. "Some say he wasn't no count, but he suited me all right, and the chillin'. But why I couldn't sell you no death crown, mister," she said quietly, and with a wistful regret that made Mr. Hapworthy feel more uncomfortable than ever. "Why no, sir. I don't say we don't need the money right bad, but Paul's death crown. It wouldn't be right to sell nothing like that." She laughed lightly, scatting one of the younger children away from the hot wood stove. "Looty come by and brung it a while ago, 'fore he tuck off to get him another job. In the cotton mill if he's lucky. He told me some feller offered to buy it. We had us a good laugh about that." She smiled at her guest in complete friendliness. "I reckon," she murmured kindly, "you just didn't know what hit was likely." No, I guess I didn't," muttered Mr. Hapworthy, completely chastened by the gentle reproof in this starved, weary mountain woman's eyes. Faced, even though she was with a winter of starvation for herself and her children, she evidently had her own standards and clove to them with a simple integrity. He fumbled with his hat, looked here and there to avoid that steady gaze. His eye fell on a large daguerreotype portrait of our old man, with a grey beard and warm, humorous eyes. It was hanging over the stove. That's your father?" he mumbled. "The one who—" He floundered, making conversation to bridge the silence. "You resemble him a great deal. And your son, Lute. The same eyes." The woman's expression changed abruptly, all reproof gone. She beamed up at the portrait, then back at Mr. Hapworthy. "Yes, sir. That's Paul. He was a circuit rider, preached all over these mountains come rain or shine. A better man never lived, though he liked to have got himself unchurched, account of his notions. He had some idea that good souls could leave Hebin and come back to earth if there was something you tuck a fancy to do. To help them, that was still livin'. Said you didn't have to set around and play the harp. But he talked real crazy. But he saved many a soul in his day. Anybody could talk to him. He was that homie. We knowed there'd be a death crown in his pillar when he passed on." Yes, naturally." Mr. Hapworthy choked, looking up at the kindly face of the old man in the picture. The light was not good, or perhaps it was only smoke from the wood stove that made it hazy, but he could have sworn one of those humorous eyes winked at him a split second before he glanced away. He kept looking back at the portrait, warmed in a strange way, a little feeling of loneliness that had always haunted him vanishing at sight of it. Where had he seen such a face before? Oh yes, the biblical beard, that was it. It reminded him of the pictures of the disciples on Sunday school cards he had seen as a child, long ago when he had believed in a number of things he knew now could not possibly exist. Santa Claus, fairies, angels beside one's bed. All at once, Mr. Hapworthy did an impulsive thing for him. Sidling over to a crude kitchen table, he fumbled in his pocket for a moment, took out a wad of bills, and stuffed them behind a coffee can. He moved quickly, and no eyes in the room, except the pictured eyes over the stove, saw his gesture. A few hours later, riding back toward Washington on the bus, Mr. Hapworthy was annoyed with himself. He had not only failed to acquire the object that he coveted most in the world, but he had given way to a maudlin impulse to help some stupid, ignorant people he had never seen before, and would certainly never see again. There was no good reason other than sloppy sentiment why that woman would not sell her treasured holy sign for the edification of the American public. Why had he not insisted? He might indeed have given her a smooth sales talk about its being her religious duty, or some such rot. An illiterate sharecropper would have been easy prey to his collecting ability. But instead, Mr. Hapworthy glared down at his feet, where the retriever lay curled up uncomfortably in his carrying case. He lifted the lid, patted the silky head fondly to soothe his irritation, and a moment later toppled forward on his face. Dimly, through the clutching pain around his heart, he was aware of excited fellow passengers hovering over him, of the bus screeching to a stop in some nameless little town, of his being carried into a small, dingy hotel. A fat, rather pompous doctor was located, who examined him with a great show of concern. "Mr. Hapworthy?" "Yes." "Are your affairs in order, sir?" "You were aware of your condition, of course. Who is your next of kin?" "I'm afraid." "Ah, this is it." "Oh, drat," said Mr. Hapworthy, thoroughly annoyed. Then he shrugged. "Well, I suppose everyone must die sometime. Yes, my affairs are in order. No relatives. Though you might notify my landlord as soon as possible," he added thoughtfully. "He'll want to be arranging for a new tenant. Oh, and I wish you'd ship my dog to him, if you will. He's very fond of duck shooting, and Trevo here is a splendid hunter. Myself, I detest killing things." Yes." The doctor fumbled for words for a moment, then, "What is your faith, sir? You'll want a pastor, of course. Or a priest. There's also a rabbi here in town. I'm a Methodist myself," he added stiffly. "But my aunt is a Christian Scientist if you—" "Really?" whispered Mr. Hapworthy, drowsily interested through his sedative. "Remarkable creed, that all matter is merely a figment of mortal mind. Ridiculous, of course," he added chattily. "Though if it's any comfort to anyone, I'm the very last man to try and arouse logical doubts. No, no," he waved airily. "The supreme deity, if there is one, as all theologies seem to contend, doesn't know about my sins already. I don't see why recounting them to some poor overworked clergyman would change anything. Damned embarrassing custom anyhow." The doctor gasped and compressed his lips. "Sir," he said severely, "this is hardly the time for blasphemy. You're dying, man. Don't you care what happens to your immortal soul after?" "Poppycock," murmured Mr. Hapworthy pleasantly. "But I would like to have lived a bit longer. My collection isn't complete." He sighed crossly and closed his eyes. He never opened them again. Lifting him up in readiness to draw the sheet over his face, it was the doctor who felt that peculiar lump in the pillow under the dead man's head. Assuming that the old fellow had hurriedly hidden his wallet there in his illness, as many travellers are wont to do, the physician ripped open the striped ticking and dug among the musty grey chicken feathers with which the pillow was stuffed. But what his hand brought out was not a wallet, but a large round ball of feathers, so compactly put together that a pin could scarcely pierce its centre, nor fumbling fingers tear it apart. Each feather overlaid its mate as neatly as though they had grown that way, but they were not grey feathers like the rest of those in the hotel pillow. They were white, pure white, like the feathers of a goose or a leghorn pullet. Mr. Hapworthy would have recognized that particular ball of downy white, since he had unsuccessfully tried to purchase it for his collection as a curio. He would have understood how, miraculously, it had got in among the dirty Plymouth Rock feathers under his very irreligious head. He also would have understood why, and perhaps, lying there in death, quite chastened and amused and happy at being proven so wrong, by someone who had ignored his mind and looked into his heart, perhaps he did understand. End of A Death Crown for Mr. Hapworthy by Mary Elizabeth Counselman. In the triangle is a weird horror story set in a remote forest, where a man investigates a mysterious creature. As he confronts the beast, he discovers unsettling truths about its origins and the strange old man involved. In the Triangle, by Howard Wandre. Weird Tales, January 1934. A brief strange tale about a weird beast and an old man in grey. He listened. In the familiar woods surrounding the house was some exotic beast, making its presence known in the most puzzling manner. Arnold closed the book he had been reading and walked over to the open window. The August afternoon was at its pitch, and the heavy, moist, hazy air had suffocated all other living things into silence. The man looked through the woods in the direction of the sound, and then cocked his head, listening intently, trying to identify the sound. It was a broken succession of growlings, a gobbling curiously interrupted, so as to sound like a mechanical and humorless chuckling. He was disturbed. There could be no beast on earth that could make a sound like that. Its utterly mechanical nature seemed all exact repetition. He thought of a phonograph, whose arms soullessly and maddeningly played the same groove of a record, over and over and over again. His house was remotely situated, and no one from town would be here on such a stifling afternoon. The empty lightness of children was not in the noise, and it could hardly be made with implements. It was a throaty evidence of life, and now it cut regularly through the air like a vocal saw. Arnold knew the woods very well. Having lived here many years, the origin of the disturbance would not be difficult to locate. The thing was worth investigating. Having listened at the window with increasing wonder for several minutes, he dropped his book on the window seat and crossed the room to the door. Here he stopped for a moment, but decided not to lock it. The small animals of the woods might take a bright object or two, so he returned to close the window. Then he closed the door, and after looking up at the dead blue sky and around at his greening acres, made off through the trees. No human being was likely to visit, especially on a day like this. Only one white-haired old man had come by in the last 2 weeks. Curious old fellow. He had eyed Arnold as though he were taking pictures of his ways, his body, and his brain, and he had taken his own time in leaving. No air stirred. The birds were silent, and the trees stood so still they seemed waiting for life. Arnold now walked rapidly and softly, peering through the trees ahead and to either side. The ground was not entirely free of brush, nor was it level, but the loose collocations of elms, oaks, and cottonwoods, which were commonest in this country, admitted a fairly unobstructed view for some distance ahead. As he walked, he looked familiarly on his property, identifying a stump, touching a tree where he had carved his initials a year or two ago. Now he was ascending a broad, low knoll, the first site he had chosen for his house, and decided against because of the magnificent trees growing here. From the continued noise of the beast, he knew that discovery was close at hand. The sound was even more puzzling than before, and it would be difficult to say whether it was caused by throat or machine. There would be enlightenment on the other side of the knoll. As he walked, the exotic growling assumed the character of a struggle, and now, as he advanced more and more carefully, a thin, plaintive human voice, oddly familiar, augmented the sound of eccentric, senseless chuckling. So it was a struggle, and one of the contenders was a man calling weakly for help. Arnold quickly crested the knoll, shouting, "Hold on! I'm with you in a moment." The struggle, instead of ceasing at his now noisy approach, increased, and the chuckle became magnified to a broken staccato barking. Arnold shouted again encouragingly, and, breaking through a clinging screen of creepers and clutching brush, stopped dead as he sighted the struggling figures before him. In this spot, 3 venerable cottonwoods formed an almost perfect triangle, within which the ground was almost free of all growth. In this triangle was lying prone an old man with long white hair. It was the old fellow who had dropped in 2 weeks ago. He was plainly and neatly dressed in coarse grey cloth, as before, and he was striving fearfully to protect his throat and abdomen from the teeth and disemboweling claws of a strange beast. The beast was of human size, and seemed to have something of the characteristics each of ape, pig, and dog. Its fangs were of extraordinary length, however, and it made such a violent caricature of life that Arnold looked on it with disgust and horror. Coarse black hair covered the body, and a short tail jerked convulsively as the beast made its barking noises, and its arching fangs worried the old man's throat. A hybrid. Odd animals have appeared most unaccountably at the strangest times in the most unexpected places. There was the dog-boar monstrosity that was found in France. This might not be the worst nor the least of nature's baroque experiments. Completely revolted by the appearance of the queer animal, Arnold hastily looked around for a convenient weapon, answering the piteous appeal in the old man's eyes. If he had taken fuller account of the situation, he might have hesitated and thought the struggle even stranger than at first sight. In the first place, aside from the affair in the triangle, the woods were uncommonly still, so still that the air seemed charged with waiting and expectancy. There was so marked a contrast between the apparent violence in the triangle and the deathly summer stillness of the air, brush, and trees that the whole affair was denied both purpose and reality. The background of silence, suggesting a toleration that approached human understanding, gave the struggle the character of highest artificiality. Arnold missed the significance in the attacking fangs of the beast. The teeth were terribly sharp and, though repeatedly closing on the old man's throat, never dented the skin. The disemboweling claws, full of raking death, exerted their convulsive weight, and nothing more. The claws themselves scarcely caught in the old man's neat grey cloth. Arnold had heard the ugly, ghoulish barking aright, but didn't see its meaning. The barks were unfinished growlings, animal sounds continually started and never completed. The old man exhibited no evidence of physical harm. His plain garments were unsullied and were disposed in careful folds. The waiting woods and the struggling forms insidiously represented a composite threat and nothing more. But Arnold, unable to find either stick or stone in the enclosed triangle, and daring to take no time looking through the brush encroaching on this particular spot, flung himself bodily on the assaulting beast. The impact of his body liberated the old man, who took to his feet at once and circled the two on the ground gingerly. "Kill him! Kill him!" he squeaked querulously. "Get a stick!" said Arnold, furiously struggling. But the old man stood by, watching the two interestedly. The beast emitted magnified, full-throated barkings now, and a long violence of growlings. Its rank, intolerable animal odor was suffocating and charnel in the stagnant air, and Arnold fought to finish the thing as soon as possible. Oddly enough, he thought at this moment of his pleasant room and the book he had been reading. The time-spread initials he had carved in the tree seemed stamped on the beast's rugose, leonine forehead. The hateful feeling of the moist, swine-like skin was a difficulty in itself, but more important was the fact that the animal's body afforded no firm grasp. He was holding the creature desperately by its wrists, and his superior position prevented it from using its deadly legs. Neither of them was free to use his hands. "For God's sake, hit it! Kick its head," he said, and looked up at the old man, his eyes full of violent entreaty. But the old man only skipped about tensely, eyeing the beast and looking at Arnold nervously. Arnold cursed his luck in hearing the beast from his untroubled house. Better the old man had died, or would he have died anyway? The animal might have been the old devil's pet, to all appearances. At any rate, the old fellow didn't seem to have a scratch on his body from the curious encounter. As Arnold looked into the beast's flaming eyes, his brain flushed with desperation, purpose, and horror. The creature's wide, fixed stare seemed an attempt to take possession of his will, and he felt himself drowning in the engulfing shadows of the beast's mindlessness. He shook his head dizzily, freeing himself from the hypnotizing stare, and as his one resort, sickly forced his jaws to the beast's throat. He found his face wet and warm, and the taste of blood on his lips. The reek of the thing's skin checked his breath. Convinced now that the situation demanded the beast's life or his own, he worked with distasteful hurry. There was the sanctuary afterward of his room and his books, nor would he ever bury this vileness on his loved property. The old man would hear a word or two, moreover. He had offered no help in the least, only dancing about like a grey-headed, delighted monkey. During this time, the creature had made no effort to use its own powerful jaws, only barking and growling savagely. And at Arnold's sudden determination to take its life, it closed its jaws for his convenience and merely continued the sound through its nose and throat. Its body lurched about with all the appearance of deadly intent, but it made no attempt at definite harm. Arnold had missed this singularity, and now his revolted jaws clipped the beast's jugular. The mingled incidents of the situation resolved themselves into coincidences. Arnold found himself lying prone, in the position the beast had occupied, looking dimly at the sky. Twigs on the ground racked his naked body roughly. His throat and wrists hurt terribly, and he raised his arms to find his neck mangled, the large veins severed, and his life ebbing away in warm spurts. The arm was bare and swarthy like pigskin, as was his whole unfamiliar body. The coarse fingers terminated in powerful claws. The leathery, slimy tongue with which he tried to lick his straining lips encountered strange, curving fangs. Above him stood the beast, and his dying brain burned with shame as he recognized his own garments, his own watchful attitude, and himself, looking down eagerly with his own now weirdly glittering eyes. Now the quiet summer afternoon afforded the scene of a hairy beast lying alone on the ground in the center of triangulated cottonwoods, clawing horribly at its breast. A young man and an old man with long white hair were walking off through the woods to Arnold's house, and, as the strange beast's head rolled sideways, the eyes filming in death, glimpsed finally the brisk figure of the old man looking back gleefully. End of In the Triangle by Howard Wandre. A Changeling Soul is a supernatural thriller with elements of psychological horror and body swap fiction. The story centers on John Folk, who finds himself trapped in a strange, disorienting journey leading to a shocking and life-altering event. As he grapples with the consequences of his experiences, the plot delves into themes of identity, fate, and the unsettling merging of two souls in one body. Folk must navigate the life of another while confronting the horrifying realization that his body and identity are no longer his own, leading to intense psychological turmoil as he faces the terrifying loss of self. A Changeling Soul by Victor Lauriston. Weird Tales, January 1925. Flora, hesitant, whispered, "It is impossible." "You need say nothing more," returned Folky grimly. "You do not care. Had I any right to hope you would?" She half raised appealing hands to him. The mute gesture halted even this bitterness. "I cannot help it," she pleaded. "I know you for the soul of honor, but I cannot help it. If I were Philip Kingswell." The man's brows knit into a stern frown. Flora's gaze was unseeingly intent on the grass. Vague and indistinct though her face was in the shadows, Folky knew that it pushed in hesitant assent. He fancied even more. Leaning forward, one tense hand gripping the back of her chair, he almost screamed a question. Do you love Kingswell?" No answer came. The cripple's grip tightened till it seemed that the wood must fairly splinter. "Do you?" "Yes," almost inaudible, her whisper. "My God, Flora." "I know." She did not look up. He stared moodily at her, as one who sees his world engulfed in pitiless destruction. "I'd rather have died 1,000 deaths." "Oh, I know." Her lips quivered. I know it all. I cannot help it. Surely you will spare me." Her voice broke into a sob. Instantly dropping to his knees, he humbly kissed her hand. She snatched it from him in sudden horror, as from a thing contaminated. "Forgive me," he muttered chokily. It was all a blur on his memory. When he reached the street, he saw nothing clearly save her pale face with its down-east eyes, felt nothing, save the choking heartbreak that came when she snatched away her hand. The arc lights far behind threw his shadow on the pavement, ludicrously long. His fancy accentuated the distorted shoulder and filled in the cruel, scarred lines of the face. He had come involuntarily to Sandry's door before he recollected their appointment. The friendship of old times unconsciously drew him to Sandry. Sandry, with his quaint love of the bizarre and the hideous that led him to pet toads and lizards, and to open his heart to the ugly youth at college. The soothing, sympathetic touch of the Orient spoke to him of Sandry as Alkazim, the Egyptian servant, with a silence that was part of the strange place, ushered Folky into the Egyptologist's study. About the visitor, all things breathed the sensuous beauty of the East. The rugs underfoot were soft, the hangings of exquisite silks, and on all sides magnificent mirrors tossed back to one another the glitter of a myriad of lights. A subtle perfume soothed him, and then, crossing the threshold, he came face to face with Philip Kingswell. In an instant, the scarred countenance was livid, as there rose before the cripple's mind the scene in Flora's garden. Yet, mingling with Folky's hate, was admiration. This was a man whom women could not help but love, even those keen-visioned women who, beneath his handsome outer showing, gazed into the repellent depths of the soul. "Hello, Jack, old boy," cried Kingswell cheerily, stretching forth his hand. "Didn't expect to see me in Pharaoh's cage, did you?" His laugh was like music. Folky took the hand clammy. His soul burned with envy of the man who could greet even a discarded rival as a friend. "Hurry up, Pharaoh," added Kingswell, turning toward an inner door. "I have an appointment for 10 o'clock. "Very well, Phil," responded a soft voice from the adjoining room, and a moment later the Orientalist crossed the rug toward them. There was the hint of another world in his quiet step, his soft tones, the unchanging fixity of his dark eyes. "Alas, I am still Pharaoh to you, Phil," he murmured, sinking into a chair. "When will you learn respect for wisdom?" "When I wed," laughed Kingswell. "Which is never, eh?" "Nay, very soon." Folky's hand, vice-like in its grip, closed on the edge of the table. The eyes that stared into the mirror opposite saw only the scarred face and the distorted shoulder. "I may therefore congratulate you, Phil," murmured the scholar gently, "but not the woman." Kingswell's laugh was ever more cheery. "Let's postpone the sermon," he urged, "and dig right down to business, my lord of the pyramids." Sandry smiled inscrutably. "When I invited you here, my friends," he said, "I spoke of an important experiment. You are to be the subjects. Be not alarmed. I offer you an honor, not a peril." His soft, cooing tone had grown and surged into zealous enthusiasm. "My experiment concerns the soul," he pursued. "What is the soul? Whence comes it? Whither does it go? Or is there, as skeptics tell us, no such thing? If we answer these questions, we answer all questions. You both know," he added hesitantly, as though apologizing for such discussion with men of intelligence, "that old fable of Pythagoras concerning the transmigration of souls. I met that belief often among the Eastern races, particularly among the Hindus. Certain archaeologists, to the contrary, the ancient Egyptians, at least in some degree, shared the Hindu belief, possibly originated it. I have studied many ancient writings. These ancient writings convince me of the existence of a soul, that it can depart from man for a time and later return to him, and that this, befalling in sleep, causes those strange soul journeys which we call dreams." All the while he spoke, the strange, tense gaze of his dark eyes, aglow with enthusiasm, never left the faces of the two spellbound auditors. "So, my friends," concluded Sandry solemnly, We shall now prove or disprove for all time the existence of a soul. Kingswell's careless laugh rang out. Foker involuntarily shivered. Sandry, noticing the tremor, smiled reassuringly. You have nothing to fear, my friends, he urged. You will sleep, that is all. While sleeping, you may visit strange scenes. When you wake, I may not be here. If so, write what you have seen and heard while sleeping, and leave the writing with Al-Kazim. You must tell no one, no, not one, what has befallen you till I give the word. Are you willing? Foky nodded. He scarcely seemed to understand. Oppressing his mind was the memory of that evening in Flora's garden. Kingswell's careless laugh jarred upon his soul. Sandry still spoke, but to Folk the words came indistinctly. The voice faded into a whisper, as though still discoursing, but in tones that every moment grew softer and softer. The Orientalist were gradually vanishing into unutterable distance. Long hours afterward, John Folk, rousing himself, sat sharply up in his chair. The lights were turned low. Sandry was gone. Al-Kazim, the silent servitor, stood immobile at the sleeper's elbow, as though he had been long waiting. "Where am I?" demanded Folk, the sensation still fresh upon him of a long yet unwearying journey. "Where is Sandry, and where is—" "Gone," returned the servant, with an expressive shake of the head. "Here," he commanded. "Right." He motioned toward a little table close by, and silently placed a chair. In mute, unquestioning obedience, Folk sat before the table, and, taking up a pen, wrote unceasingly for more than half an hour. With each added word, the story of his soul journey unfolded itself more and more clearly. At length, he laid down the pen. Al-Kazim, without a word, brought his hat and coat, and helped him put them on. Then, still in the same strange, unmoved silence, followed him to the door, closing it softly after him. The street was deserted. Folky knew that the hour must be late. His mind still surged with the memory of his strange experience. The talk with Flora, the cruelly significant snatching away of her hand, seemed to have befallen dim centuries ago. But as he hurried homeward, weariness came. The clear outlines which rose before his mind while he wrote at Sandry's table gradually faded. All in a maze at last, Folk entered his rooms, and too tired even to turn on the lights, tumbled sleepily upon the bed. He woke the next morning with a raging headache. He could not think. He knew only that a hideous nightmare of some kind had left him stifling. Gasping, he staggered toward the stair, where he clung to the balustrade as he descended. The woman of the house gazed queerly at him. "What do you want here?" she demanded sharply. But Foke did not answer. A moment later, he staggered into the street. The fresh morning air revived him. By degrees, as he hurried blindly along, his head grew clearer. A vague consciousness of utter dishevelment haunted him. His mind was too dulled to reason. The fresh air must first finish its beneficent work. He had traversed 4 blocks when he came upon a little group of people. In the center was an excited, almost frantic man, talking incoherently. Folk looked thrice before he recognized Sandry. Sandry, usually so calm, now strangely agitated, with horror written on every line of his face. At sight of Folk, his eyes grew staring. "That queer, ugly little humpback," muttered a man in the group. "Who'd have thought it?" Foke shrank away, but Sandry ran to him. In his hand he gripped a morning paper. "Kingswell," he gasped. "What's the matter?" demanded Foke. His very voice startled him, so strangely resonant was it. "Haven't you heard?" cried Sandry. "I'm on my way now to the poor fellow's rooms. I can't believe it. There must be a mistake, a horrible mistake. And only last night, oh, this is awful." What is awful?" Foke fairly yelled, his whole frame filled with sickening suspense. "What is it, man?" "Here," answered Sandry. He spread the paper before the other's eyes, as he did so pointing to an item on the front page, a brief item, but under flaring headlines. Foke caught the paper from Sandry's trembling fingers. His eyes widened with terror and anger as he read, prominent citizen killed in low gambling joint. Shot down by opponent in poker game, victim is identified as John Folk. Assailant makes escape. Startling developments promised. The item itself was little more than a repetition of the headlines. At an early hour that morning, a man had been shot down in a gambling den on Brush Street during a quarrel over a poker game. His slayer had escaped, but the police had the murderer's description and were hot upon the trail. Through papers found in his pockets, the victim had been identified as John M. Folke, a graduate of the State University and a well-known scholar, residing in rooms at 279 Forest Avenue. Though a trifle eccentric, Folke had hitherto borne an excellent reputation. A disappointment in love was thought to have started him on his downward course. Startling developments, sharply checking his reading, the man with a sudden violent movement tore the paper in twain and cast the fragments from him. "You are right, Sandry," he cried fiercely. "There is a mistake for which someone will pay dearly." In sudden alarm, Sandry gripped his sleeve. "Don't do anything rash, Kingswell," he urged. "Kingswell." The name leapt involuntarily from Folk's lips. "Kingswell," he muttered thickly. "Why?" The words he was about to utter died on his lips. Swinging half round as he spoke, the terrified questioner saw, mirrored in the bright window of the corner drugstore, the handsome face and debonair figure of Philip Kingswell. The street seemed whirling. Tottering, the man felt the supporting strength of Sandry's arm. "Why, man," cried the Orientalist sympathetically, "you're ill." "No," came the answer in a shaky voice. "But in God's name, tell me, who am I?" Sandry stared as one amazed. Then his amazement merged in a compassion that was tenderly silent. But the Oriental scholar did not need to speak. Intuitively, in the same moment that he voiced the frantic question, the truth forced itself compellingly upon the questioner. Without an answering word from Sandry, he knew that when, the night before, Philip Kingswell's soul returned from its journey, it had, through some terrible mischance, found refuge in the earthly body of John Folk. He knew that he who had hitherto been John Folk must henceforth dwell in the body of Philip Kingswell, the body that had been his, responsive to the mastery of Kingswell's soul, had, after leaving Sandry's rooms, gone to the Brush Street den in pursuance of a previous appointment, to play out its low game to the sudden. Tragic end. Had that body lived, the two might, with Sandry's aid, have once more exchanged. Dead, there could be no changing. The man's face was deathly white as he gazed at his new image mirrored in the window. Sandry still watched him compassionately. "Come, Kingswell," he urged. "Don't take it so to heart. Maybe it's all a mistake. It must be a mistake. Folke would never have gone to a place like that." He smiled grimly. "He was not your kind, Phil. It's all a mistake, a mistake." The man's soul seethed with mad, impotent revolt as he listened to Sandry's attempted consolation. To die, to have the name of dying in such ways as that, he was disgraced, unutterably, and forever. And Flora, what would Flora think? Individuality still struggled, keenly resenting the bitter shame of it. "Come, come," urged Sandry consolingly. "I'm sure it isn't true." Then, suddenly, light burst upon the man. He knew that all he longed for in the world was his. Henceforth, if he must be Philip Kingswell, the new Philip Kingswell would be worthy. And what the soul of John Folk, the distorted cripple, in the old days must have hopelessly longed for, that blessing the same soul, new clothed, could have for the asking. Heedless of Sandry's astonished stare and wild questionings, the new Philip Kingswell caught a passing ear, bound for the West End, bound for Flora. End of A Changeling Soul by Victor Lauriston. Red and Black by Irvin Mattick. Weird Tales, January 1925. Yonglo was a reptile with an artist's soul. He did not sting with a fang, but belonged to the family of boas and coiled about his victims till the last drop of life was drained from them. To him, blood was not red. It was yellow and silver and green. Golden discs, soft, heavy, and velvety to the touch, were chunks of rich blood, transmuted by the alchemy of Yong's spiked roulette wheel from the purses of his guests to his gambling tables. Silver coins were so much blood squeezed from gullible victims. Crisp, crackling greenbacks, or those wrinkled and fouled, were certificates of blood, left by those who could not carry gold. This relentless coiling about his victims till their last chip of cash went across his tables under his rakes was the reptilian streak in Yong Lo. His artistic soul verified itself in the grandeur of his gambling room. First, you entered a low, wobbly store that helped to demoralize Hop Alley. In this filthy cube, stale tobacco fought moldy spices for stinking ascendancy. Here 2 Chinese clerks kept store for Yong Lo, but if you were popular, these would rap on a door in the rear of the shop, wait for the panel to slide back and a lean yellow face to appear at the slot. Man want see Yong Lo, pass. The door would open, the chosen would enter, but instead of leaving hope behind, they would pass buoyantly into the second room, that red and black alcove, Yong Lo's gambling parlor. Its walls were red, pigeon blood red, black stripes running alternately from ceiling to floor, where a red and black mottled rug silenced the tread of feet. From the center swung a monster lamp wrought of black iron, rose-colored incandescence glowing from the glass lights about which the chimera coiled its hideously scrolled malformation. The gaming tables were covered with pigeon blood Simonis cloth. Their edges were of jet, hard and gleaming, on which the players drummed money-hungry fingers, and the wheel, that revolving, striped and figured bowl, the ball bobbing over the flutings, the roulette wheel was a marvel. The numbers on its black rim were rose color, coral set in ebony. The alternate stripings of the red and black bowl were ebony and lacquer, polished strips accurately joined, tapering to points where they crowded to the hub. Agog on its race, the wheel was a diabolical kaleidoscope. Yong Lo presided nightly at the gambling classics. Clad in a mandarin robe of pigeon blood red, trimmed confusedly with black, he sat high up on a sooty throne of fumed wood. With a red lacquer fan, he drummed occasionally on the lion's head arm of his chair. Immobile, Yong Lo's drum-skin face was a mask for the greed eating his heart. He presided over the games, contributed to the law in his neighborhood, and hoarded the proceeds of his wheel in a secret cache of the chandelier in the sleeping room behind the gambling parlor. There were 3 rooms in Yong Lo's apartment: the mock store out front, the red and black gambling chamber, and this 3rd room in back, a hutch filled with junk, bunks, opium, stands, rags for carpets, an oil lamp for illumination, a big chandelier on heavy chains swung from the ceiling of this last room, but Yong Lo never used the fixture for lighting purposes. The gambling miser trusted more the chandelier bowl swinging near his bunk than the security of banks. In this cubby room, Yong Lo slept. Just now, Li Gao shared the hole with Yong Lo. Li Gao had been offered the seclusion of the den for a few days while hiding from the police, something the authorities had found in Li Gao's rooms. Something belonging to a murdered white girl made it impossible for Li Gao to venture abroad. Bred in Yong Lo's tongue, Li Gao obtained fraternal cover. In this room, adjacent to the snarling, money-sucking patrons in the gambling den, Li Gao crouched in his loft, a rat, apprehensive of the very shadows that moved across the walls. Occasionally, he peeked through the keyhole of the door to watch the awful faces in that red and black gambling room. Then he would crawl back to his bunk, suck on a bamboo tube, and be at peace. Thus, for a week, all went well, until one night the roulette wheel won too much for Yong Lo, too much to suit Butch Killian, who noticed that each time Yong Lo tapped the arm of his chair with a red fan, the wheel came to rest at a figure that won stakes for Yong Lo, Butch Killian had the complexion of a beefsteak and the strength of a tiger. Once, twice, 4 times, Butch saw Yong's fan tap the chair. 4 times the house won. Butch raised his fists, was about to bellow protest at the croupier, when Yong Lo caught the eye of the infuriated giant. Out of the Mongolian's black orbs, a terrible warning oozed, a warning that checked the blurt on Butch's curled lips. Then a wan smile filtered through the quartz of Yong's face. Butch Killian threw down 100 on the red. 3 times Yong's fan tapped the chair. When the wheel stopped, Butch Killian picked up $1,900 and left. Into the night, Yong Lo sat in the room behind the den, pondering over the thing Butch Killian had discovered. While Yong Lo had lived alone here, through 9 years of crooked roulette, no one had detected the fraud. A weary, deeply drawn breath sounded from Li Gao's bunk. Slowly, as the boa creeps, Yong Lo's brain functioned. He wondered if Li Gao, the glib terror of a smile, crinkled his tight skin, then slid back to the covering of his skull. Yong Lo shook the sleeping Li Gao. Li Gao. The sleeper grunted, and his mouth dropped open with the comatose indifference of one drugged. Li Gao, get up! Yong Lo wants you to kill somebody. Yong Lo shook the torpid fugitive. Li Gao's face showed not a whit of understanding. Beholding the Chinese sleeper, Yong Lo saw the corner of a paper peeping from under a cover in the bunk. Deftly, Yong Lo withdrew this paper. Creeping to his gambling parlor, Yong Lo unfolded and read what Li Gao had scrawled. An icy smile glazed his face as he finished reading. Once again he read it. Butch Killian, don't tell cops, me hiding here. Me tell truth. Yong Lo put winnings in fake chandelier bowl of bunk room in back. Chandelier on chains, like pulley. Turn crank, chandelier go up, go down. I tell truth, like yesterday about crooked roulette wheel. You write how we get money. Yong Lo he not savvy you me work together. You not tell police, we get Yong Lo cash. Li Gao. At a secretary in the gambling chamber, Yong Lo destroyed Li Gao's note and wrote another one. Butch Killian, you be last man leave here tonight. You come back later, ring bell at store door. Me send Yong Lo out to answer bell before he undress from red-black mandarin robe. When Yong Lo open door, you choke him, kill, throw him down manhole of sewer on corner. Me wait in hall, you come back from manhole. Me open door for you, you follow me, we get cash, divvy, skin out. Money in chandelier back of gambling room, 70,000. Li Gao. Folding the message he had just written, Yong Lo slipped back into the darker bunk room and replaced the folded paper under Li Gao's bunk cover. All next day, Yong Lo hovered near Li Gao, preventing the fugitive double-crosser from reading the message he now carried concealed on his person. That night, just after Butch Killian's bullying voice boomed in the gambling room, Yong, through curtained glances, saw Li Gao, under cover of peeking, dexterously push a wad of paper into the keyhole of the door. Yong Lo recalled how each night Li Gao hung about the door, and now he understood. Passing through to the gambling room that night to take his place on the big chair, Yong noticed the paper had been removed from the keyhole. Yong Lo let Butch Killian win 5 heavy stakes. Then Yong got back every dollar and took every cent the human tiger put on the table. Until a bit before closing time, Butch Killian had placed $9,000 on the red Simonis cloth, and had seen the black croupier rake them in at each gentle, decreeing tap of Yong's fan. Yong saw the rage cooking in Killian's body. The maddened man clenched his fists deep in his empty pockets, and the fire in Killian's wild eyes faded as he stood there a beefy mass. Yong saw the man draw a crumpled paper from his pocket. He saw Butch Killian read the note again, saw Butch Killian sneer cruelly. Then Killian left, and the house closed. Li Gao and Yong Lo were jabbering in the bunk room when the store annunciator suddenly snared on the wall. Li Gao's eyes widened. Yong Lo took the tiny scissors from his nostrils, where he was trimming black hairs, and looked perplexed. Then he assumed the expression of one startled. Li Gao, me got tip tonight. Didn't believe first, but guessed tip was true. Cops coming to search here for you. Yong, no cops, not let cops in, Cheech. Must let in Gao, they smash in, chop in. Nah, they find me. I kill white girl, I hide in cellar hole. Li Gao was on his knees, the iron ring of the cellar hatch in his spidery fingers. The bell snared again, one long buzz, then several short impatient. Li Gao tried to open the bolt on the cellar door. Yong, help me hide in cellar. You let cops in, not let them look in cellar. Bah, they look in cellar. Here, Yong Lo have good scheme. Yong already had his robe off. Yon wear my red-black mandarin robe, I wear your clothes. You go to front door, let in cops. I stay here. They pinch me. Think me you in your clothes. Find out at station that me Yong Lo. I not kill nobody, police let me go. You skip while me at station. 1,000 cash here in pocket of mandarin robe. Yong helped Li Gao into his garments. The annunciator snared again. The lamp in the bunk room was extinguished, and while Li Gao, disguised as Yong, slippered toward the front door, Yong donned another red robe. In the dark bunk room, Yong manipulated something that clinked against the heavy chandelier chains. The iron ring of the cellar door in the floor squeaked on its rusty staple. Then Yong Lo, in the role of Li Gao, slipped forward to the store and pulled back the entrance door. A man was crossing the street, coming from the manhole on the corner, a huge man tilting his bulk on tiptoe, much like a hog walking on its hind legs. The big man came to Yong Lo's door. Li Gao, Butch Killian growled into the black door opening. Shh, whispered Yong from the darkness. Li Gao, I killed Yong, the cheater, choked him in that red gambling shirt, like you wrote me to. Pushed him down the sewer manhole. He. Yong's guarded glee was all Butch Killian heard as he followed the slippered Mongolian to the bunk room in back. Make a light, Li Gao. Where's the dead chink's money? Give me your hands, Yong whispered covertly. Yong's bony fingers took Killian's thick hands and led him in the dark. Old Yong never piped a word after I got my grippers on his wrinkled turtleneck. He. Yong Lo bleated in the dark. Now they were in the bunk room. Yong Lo raised Butch's hands upward till the big bully touched a heavy chain. The Chinaman whispered low, You strong, like lion. You pull down chandelier chain, me light lamp. You pull down money bowl. We divvy cash. Butch Killian pulled on the chain, but the fixture did not lower. Then the big brute grabbed the chain with both hands. As he did so, smooth rings were slipped over his wrists, compressed on the thick flesh, and snapped. Butch, big strong fella, pull chandelier down. Say, Li Gao, what the... But in that instant his ankles were meshed in something, the tether of which was fast to the floor. With Killian tugging in the dark, endeavoring to free his legs, the Chinaman slip-slopped to a corner of the room. A tip of flame dawned in the cup of two bony hands. The match touched the lamp. When the light seeped through the room, Butch Killian, his arms aloft, handcuffed to the heavy chandelier chain. His feet bound in several windings of folded bed-sheeting secured in the iron ring of the cellar door, looked into the placid face of Yong Lo, dressed in a red silk mandarin robe. Butch Killian tore with his great strength at the cuffs securing his wrists, but the steel snarled back at him. He tried to kick free of the sheeting about his ankles, but the 10 or 12-ply bandage of linen was stronger even than Butch's hydra strength. Yong Lo stood off a little way and laughed. Butch Killian, big boob, you let Li Gao make rummy of you. Li Gao hide here from cops. He kill white girl. Li Gao double-cross Yong Lo. Tell you Yong's wheel work crooked. Li Gao then write you to get my cash. I wrote note, not Li Gao. I tell you to ring bell and kill Yong Lo when he come to front door. Hi, I send Li Gao in my clothes. Him think you cops. You think him me. You kill Li Gao, not me. Li Gao dead in sewer for killing white girl. You die for killing Li Gao. You big strong boob. Only Yonglo get free. Hi! At a wall where chains came through the panelling, Yonglo turned a windlass, and Butch Killian was hoisted with the chandelier as it raised on chains, passing through holes in the ceiling. Money heavy tonight in chandelier, Butch. Wrists in the steel cuffs, Butch's arms were drawn taut above his head. Marshalling the strength of 4 men, he tried to withhold the chains from pulling him upward, but the windlass was a squeaky music box in Yong's hands. The chains tightened, creaked, till they had lifted Butch's 240 pounds 3 inches clear of the floor. The windlass complained at Butch's added weight, and Yong threw the pawl in the crank ratchet and left the cursing man swinging by his wrists, dangling from the ceiling like a heifer about to be skinned. Butch not holler now, else Yong call cops and tell how Butch kill Li Gao and throw him in sewer. From a bunk, Yonglo brought another sheet. He wound it about Butch's body, across the stomach. He tied the knot at the back of the suspended man. Through the loop of the sheet, Yonglo thrust a curtain pole, devising an enormous tourniquet about Butch Killian's middle. Yonglo belonged to the family of boas that coil and throttle. He gave the curtain pole a half-turn, taking up the slack in the sash about Butch's torso. The big man was silent, fumbling with his wits for a way out. He swayed, jerked, cavorted on his fastenings, but the handcuffs held him aloft. The metal gnawed at his wrists till something warm trickled down his cold arms. He grew weak. Sweat dripped from him, and the shriveled yellow man below him, a spider plying at a huge fly, gave the wooden pole another turn. The flesh folded beneath Butch's clothing. He tried to curse, to shout, but rage and exhaustion stifled the effort. The pole turned another half-circle. The sheet sank in, cramped. A pain floated around Butch's stomach. The tourniquet was getting stubborn, and the Chinaman now had to tug with all his might to budge the pole farther. Butch's neck turned black. His eyes grew bigger. Rushing noises swooped down upon him, and still, his brute strength fought the death Yonglo was inflicting. Big boob, Butch Killian is. Yonglo now had to hang on the pole to move it. The sheet tightened. Something ripped inside of Butch. Crazed, the door of hell just over the pole winding an inch farther, pain racking his vitals, being ground to death in the middle by Yonglo's infernal pole. Butch Killian tugged on the handcuffs with all his weight and strength. He drew steadily. In a tug of war with death, he pulled on those handcuffs. Continually, harder, horribly, every ounce of effort went into that pull to burst or bend the cuffs about his wrists. Fiercer, terribly, he drew and drew with those mighty arms, till his temples thrummed, the handcuffs seared, champed through flesh, bit on the bone. Still, Butch drew down with that mighty tigerish strength. The sheet tightened a bit. His thighs seemed to take what belonged in his torso. Red and black spots before his eyes. Butch strained on his distended arms. Drew, something slocked. Something blazed at his wrist, another sickening slock of his arm, like the sound of a fowl being drawn. A groan from Butch as Yonglo drew down the pole another inch, flooding Killian's vitals with a hot mass from something that seeped within him. Then Butch's arm came down upon the Chinaman's head. The blow sent the heathen down, forced him to let go of the pole, which unwound like a pinwheel. Knocked from his balance, Yonglo's head bumped Butch's thighs, and the big man opened his legs and caught Yong's neck between them. Still suspended, Killian's thighs closed on the Chinaman's throat, holding him breathless in that sinewy vice. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes he held Yonglo, then Butch's senses left. When they found them next morning, Yonglo was dead on the floor. A ruby patty of coagulation plastered the Chinaman's black hair, blood that had dripped from Butch Killian. For Butch, when his arm hit Yonglo's head, had pulled with his beast's strength so mightily on the chain that his wrist gave way, separated where the steel cuff chewed. His dismembered clenched fist remained aloft in the locked handcuff, next to his other arm by which he swung, bleeding to death from the handless right arm dangling over Yonglow's strangled body. End of Red and Black by Irvin Mattick. Professor Kate by Margaret St. Clair. Weird Tales, January 1951. The boy that directed us on this road, Pa, Kate said, leaning forward to speak to the man in the front seat. Do you think he was real? John Bender Sr. turned and regarded her. What do you mean by that, Cater? He asked sternly. He had to raise his voice to be heard over the rumble of the wagon wheels. Kate's fingers moved nervously over the bosom of her shirtwaist. Why that? That he might be one of them we left in the orchard back on the farm. This road ain't like a road that goes anywhere. Her father's lean face grew dark with anger. Stop dot talk, Cater. Stop your mouth. Ya, stop it, daughter, Mrs. Bender said. And his house had become spacious, luxurious and friendly. Truly he had no need for a catty of gold, but it lured him nonetheless. He would be enormously rich, he reasoned. So, at last he accepted the offer of the Mandarin. But now his wife emerged from the house. She held the little boy by the hand, and he was chattering as usual as he skipped along beside her. They passed Lin Wong without noticing him, and paid no heed whatever to the mighty Mandarin Lim. His pomp was somewhat deflated, and he was angry, but he did not show it. He watched, even as did Lin Wong, the quiet way they walked down the long old road over which for centuries countless feet had trod, and on into the distance. Now they seemed to be climbing a hill, though Lin Wong knew no hill was there. Was it only his imagination, or were they fading from view as though their bodies had the texture of gossamer? A gentle breeze swept the countryside like a broom, and then they seemed to be one with the sky and the wind and the evening glow. Her blue eyes were hard in her large white face. Is nonsense, Unsin? How could it be one of dem? Didn't we bind dem to stay before we left? Kate sighed and sank back in her seat. Her brother John, who was sitting beside her, he was only her half-brother, she was wont to say with a touch of defiance, slipped his arm around her waist. You're tired, Kate, he said. It ain't them dead ones I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of a posse coming after us. Oh, do you think there'll be one? Kate answered vaguely. Once more her hands were moving on her dress. Dead sure. Colonel York suspicioned us about his brother. They traced him as far as our farm. He didn't come back for the séance, though, Kate replied. No, but we knew he'd be back later for sure, with more men. Things was getting hot. That's why we left. Kate laughed suddenly, a bold, ringing laugh. Why we left? Didn't we look out the bedroom window that morning and see the ground heaving below in the orchard? Didn't you hear her little voice crying, Mama, Mama, the way she did when we burled her? Why we left? I didn't hear or see nothing, Kate. I only said that to agree with you. Once more Kate laughed. You didn't hear anything? Why, you turned as white as a sheet. As a ghost, her brother corrected after a moment had passed. Make it a ghost while you're doing it. They jounced on. Bender, hunched over the reins, clucked now and then at the team. Once John said out of a long silence, This here ain't much of a road for a fact. Kate looked at him sideways without saying anything. The sun began to sink. The air, which had been warm with spring earlier in the day, grew colder. A light breeze ruffled the long grass of the prairie. Kate, shivering, let John embrace her without resistance. Old man Bender turned round to face them. Hope we find dose houses soon, he said uneasily. That boy said we'd get to them before night. Kate raised her head from John's shoulder and looked him full in the eyes. His gaze wavered. He coughed and turned back to the team. They stopped at last. It's too dark to drive more, Old man Bender said, his voice loud in the sudden silence. We got to sleep here. He looked around the vacant flatness of the prairie, frowning, and then began to unharness the team. John jumped from the wagon and then turned to help Kate. She was stiff from the long sitting. She almost fell into his arms. Mrs. Bender, meantime, was getting sacks and crocks of provisions out from under the front seat. "Have an apple, son," she said, holding one out to the young man. "No, I can't say as I care for the fruit from them trees." Mrs. Bender began to munch the apple herself. Kate had taken advantage of the distraction to withdraw from John's embrace and wander off. He looked after her, his forehead wrinkled. Then he began to help his mother with the preparations for the evening meal. Suddenly Kate screamed. It was a high sound, not very loud. John dropped the bread he was holding and ran toward her. He found her sitting on her heels, her black bombazine skirt drawn tightly around her haunches. She was holding a long thigh bone in one hand. "It scared me when I first saw it," she said, looking up at him brightly. "The skull, I mean. And look, over there in the grass, there's another one." John followed her gesture. He kicked the grass apart. After a short time he found the second skeleton, gleaming whitely even in the dim light. He stooped over, hunting, and came up at last with something in his hand. "It was an Indian," he announced to Kate. "This here's what killed him. An arrow." He showed it to her. She seemed to lose interest. "Oh, an Indian. Must have been a long time ago." She cocked her head and listened intently. "John, I hear voices. Not like them on the farm, though. Maybe it's the Indians. Listen." She held up a hand, warning him. There was the rustle of the grass, the plaintive note of a mourning dove. "I don't hear nothing," he said. He pulled at his mustache. "You wouldn't fess up to it if you did," she said. She giggled. "I want to have a séance, John. 'Member how they called me Professor Kate in the Parsons paper that time I lectured there on spiritualism?" She rose to her feet and faced him. Maybe a séance would quiet the voices. "On the farm it used to. Professor Kate wants to have a séance." He slapped her. His hand left a red mark on her face, but she made no sign of having felt it. "Stop it, Kate. You want to drive all of us crazy? Why stir them up? And anyhow, it ain't nothing. We'll sleep in the wagon tonight and tomorrow start early. It's only 2 Indians. Ain't you used to dead people?" He took her by the hand and led her back to the wagon. Sighing, she stumbled after him. "Do you think we'll get to Veneta tomorrow, John?" she asked. "I'm so tired of riding. Father said we could leave the wagon and take the train once we got to the Indian territory." "Sure thing, you bet," he answered without looking at her. "Get up early, ride all day. It ain't far." John woke early while it was still dark. He found water and washed in a cupful of it. After a moment he heard Kate getting down from the wagon. She came up to him, yawning and shivering. He poured water for her, and she scrubbed her face with a handkerchief. She straightened her hair with her hands. "How did you sleep, John?" she asked, putting her head on one side. "Did you rest well?" "No. Why ask? I had dreams." "Like my dreams, I guess. This ain't a good place. Listen, Pa and Ma are getting up." They breakfasted on slabs of bread and cold pork. Old Man Bender harnessed up the team and turned the wagon around. "We make a fine quick start," he said. "The stars ain't set yet. Before sunup, we be back on the right road." The pursuers rose nearly as early as the Benders did. The Benders were moved by fear, the posse by hate. As Captain Sanders swung into the saddle, he said to the lieutenant, "Today or tomorrow, sure, we're getting close." The lieutenant, he, like Sanders, had gained his rank in the Grand Army of the Republic less than 10 years before, said flatly, "We're not going to take them back to the county for trial. No, you don't try, rattlers. We found 11 bodies in the orchard, but what I remember most is the body of the little girl. She must have been still alive when they buried her." The sun rose. The day wore on. At noon, the Benders stopped at a farmhouse for water and learned that they were on the right road. They might be able to make Venita by dark. Kate, sighing with relief, did not resist when John drew her down under the wagon seat. Afterward, they chatted idly over plans, what they should do with the money they had taken from the travelers who had stopped at the Bender farmhouse. John wanted to start a restaurant in Denison. Kate wanted to keep on with the seances and the lecturing. Snee spoke of the good luck she'd had curing deafness and epileptic fits. Or the four of them might buy another farm. Why not? They had plenty of rhino, John said. As the sun began to wester, Kate dozed. She leaned against John, her body swaying to the steady jogging. Once she said petulantly, "Venita sure is a long way off." At sundown, the posse reached a crossroads. Sanders dismounted to check the wagon tracks. As he grasped the pommel again, he was frowning. "They've turned," he told the men with him, gesturing to the right. "They're headed back." "Why?" asked the lieutenant after a moment. Sanders shrugged. "The devil knows. Maybe trying to throw us off the track." It was quite dark when the wagon stopped, Venita still unreached. Kate was drunk with sleepiness. John roused her and helped her out. "Venita?" she asked as she reached the ground. "No, Kate. Not yet. First thing tomorrow, I guess." She stood looking around her. The moon had not risen. It was difficult to see anything. Suddenly she gathered up her skirts and ran like a wild thing. After a moment they heard her screaming, "John, John, we've come back. This is the same place." When he got up to her, she pointed at the skeleton. She picked up the arrow and handed it to him. "They've brought us back to the same place." He let the point fall from his fingers. "What do you mean?" "Who has?" "The Indians. They wouldn't let us get away. They brought us back. The dead, don't you see, John? The dead stick together." He stared at her in the darkness. Then he grasped her by the shoulder and began to pull her after him with desperate energy. "Hurry! Hurry! The wagon! We've got to get away!" But as they neared the wagon, they heard a thunder and a plunging, and then Old Man Bender's voice crying despairingly, "Whoa! Whoa! Damn you, come back." "The team's run off," Kate said simply. "I knew they wouldn't let us get away." He began to wrench at the wagon sides, tearing off planking. "We'll make a fire, a big fire. They can't get past it, and Paul will get out the guns." "That's right," Kate said, cheering. "And we'll stay awake, all of us. Maybe if—" There were noises on the other side of the wagon as the night got older. Once Old Man Bender said, "What's dot whooping?" And Kate laughed. The fire died down and was replenished with the wagon seats. Kate yawned, and then John and the others. He said, "We've got to stay awake." About 2 in the morning, Professor Kate realized abruptly that the others were sleeping. She ran from one to the other, shaking them, screaming their names. They wouldn't wake. Morning came. John said, "Guess we must have gone to sleep, Kate?" "I guess so. I remember dreaming. I'm awful tired." John Bender yawned. "Well, anyway, we're all right. We were silly to worry. And look, the team's come back." Old Man Bender was silently harnessing the horses. When he was done, they climbed in the wagon. The front seat was still intact, but John and his sister had to sit on the floor. After they had driven for about a mile, Kate said, "Where are we going, Paul?" "To I can't call the name to mind, daughter." Benicia," she answered, stumbling over the syllables. "I wish we'd hurry up and get there." "Stop it, Kate," John said. "We will." In the afternoon, Kate said, "I wish we'd pass some houses." Later, when it was almost sunset, she turned to her brother. "Do you know what's going to happen, John?" she asked. "What?" he replied. It was the first word he had spoken to her since early morning. "It's going to get dark. And then we'll stop, and we'll be back by the Indians, back by the ashes of our fire, back where we spent last night." She began to cry. "No, you're crazy. We must be almost to Venita." "Venita?" We'll never get there. We'll just keep driving. Something's gone wrong with time. Be quiet, damn you. I hear horses, voices. He laid his hand over her mouth. Old man Bender had stopped the wagon. Something ahead, he said softly. You two go look. They stole forward, tiptoeing. I can't see good, Kate whispered. Hush, it's men with horses. They're bending over something, but I can't see what they're doing. There's a mist. Kate had turned away. Let's go back to the wagon, she whispered. Why? I want to know what they're doing. Oh, I know already. Then tell me. You know without telling. What they're bending over is us, is our bodies. No, I won't have it. She was wringing her hands and wailing. Oh, but it is. Last night the Indians didn't let us get away, said Professor Kate. End of Professor Kate by Margaret St. Clair. The Round Tower by Stanton Arthur Koblenz. Weird Tales, May 1950. Of all the shocking and macabre experiences of my life, the one that I shall longest remember occurred a few years ago in Paris. Like hundreds of other young Americans, I was then an art student in the French metropolis. Having been there several years, I had acquired a fair speaking knowledge of the language, as well as an acquaintance with many odd nooks and corners of the city, which I used to visit for my own amusement. I did not foresee that one of my strolls of discovery through the winding ancient streets was to involve me in a dread adventure. One rather hot and sultry August evening, just as twilight was softening the hard stone outlines of the buildings, I was making a random pilgrimage through an old part of the city. I did not know just where I was, but suddenly I found myself in a district I did not remember ever having seen before. Emerging from the defile of a crazy twisted alley, I found myself in a large stone court opposite a grim but imposing edifice. 4 or 5 stories high, it looked like the typical medieval fortress. Each of its 4 corners was featured by a round tower which, with its mere slits of windows and its pointed spear-sharp peak, might have come straight from the Middle Ages. The central structure also rose to a sharp spire, surmounting all the others. Its meagre windows, not quite so narrow as those of the towers, were crossed by iron bars on the 2 lower floors. But what most surprised me were the 3 successive rows of stone ramparts, each higher than the one before it, which separated me from the castle and the musket-bearing sentries that stood in front. Strange, I thought. I've never run across this place before, nor even heard it mentioned. But curiosity is one of my dominant traits. I wouldn't have been true to my own nature if I had not started toward the castle. I will admit I did have a creepy sensation as I approached. Something within me seemed to pull me back, as if a voice were crying, "Keep away! Keep away!" But a counter-voice, probably some devil inside me, was urging me forward. I fully expected to be stopped by the guards, but they stood sleepily at their posts and appeared not even to notice me. So stiff and motionless, they seemed that a fleeting doubt came over me as to whether they were live men or dummies. Besides, there was something peculiar about their uniforms. In the gathering twilight, it was hard to observe details, but their clothes seemed rather like museum pieces, almost what you would have expected of guards 100 years ago. Not being challenged, I kept on. I knew that it was reckless of me, but I passed through a first gate, a second, and a third, and not a hand or a voice was lifted to stop me. By the time I was in the castle itself, and saw its grey stone walls enclosing me in a sort of heavy dusk, a chill was stealing along my spine despite the heat. A musty smell, as if from bygone centuries, was in my nostrils, and a cold sweat burst out on my brows and the palms of my hands as I turned to leave. It was then that I first heard the voice from above. It was a plaintive voice, in a woman's melodious tones. "Monsieur, monsieur, qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça?" I called back, almost automatically. "What is it? What is it?" But the chill along my spine deepened. More of that clammy sweat came out on my brow. I am sorry to own it, but I had no wish except to dash out through the 3 gates, past the stone ramparts, and on to the known safe streets. Yet within me some resisting voice cried out, "Jim, you crazy fool, what are you scared of?" And so, though shuddering, I held my ground. "Will you come up, monsieur?" the voice invited, in the same soft feminine tones, which yet had an urgency that I could not miss. Frankness compels me to admit that there was nothing I desired less than to ascend those winding old stone stairs in the semi-darkness. But here was a challenge to my manliness. If I dashed away like a trembling rabbit, I'd never again be able to look myself in the face. Besides, mightn't someone really be needing my help? While my mind traveled romantically between hopes of rescuing maiden innocence and fears of being trapped into some monstrous den, I took my way slowly up the spiral stairs. Through foot-deep slits in the rock walls, barely enough light was admitted to enable me to stumble up in a shadowy sort of way. Nevertheless, something within me still seemed to be pressing my reluctant feet forward, at the same time as a counterforce screamed that I was the world's prize fool, and would race away if I valued my skin. That climb up the old stairway seemed never-ending, although actually I could not have mounted more than 2 or 3 flights. Once or twice, owing to some irregularity in the stone, I stumbled and almost fell. "Here, mister, here," the woman's voice kept encouraging, and if it hadn't been for that repeated summons, surely my courage would have given out. Even so, I noted something a little strange about the voice. The tones not quite those of the Parisian French I had learned to speak. The speaker apparently had a slight foreign accent. At last, puffing a little, I found myself in a tower room, a small chamber whose round stone walls were slitted with just windows enough to make the outlines of objects mistily visible. The place was without furniture, except for a bare table and several chairs near the further wall, but what drew my attention, what held me galvanized, were the human occupants. So as to see them more clearly, I flashed on my cigarette lighter, at which they drew back in a wide-mouthed, startled sort of way, as if they had never seen such a device before. But in that glimpse of a few seconds, before I let the flame die out, I clearly saw the faces, the fat, stolid-looking man, with double chins and a beefy complexion, the alert, bright-eyed boy of 7 or 8, and a girl of 14 or 15, and the 2 women, the younger of a rather commonplace appearance, but the elder of a striking aspect. Almost regal in the proud tilt of the shapely head, the lovely contours of the cheeks and lips, and the imperious flash of eyes that seemed made to command. "Oh, monsieur," she exclaimed. "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much." All at once it struck me that there was something unutterably sad about the tones, something unspeakably sad, too, in the looks of the 2 women and the man, something bleak that seemed to pervade the atmosphere like a dissolved essence, until I caught its contagion and felt as if a whole world's sorrow were pressing down upon my head. Now, as never before, I wanted to flee, but something held me rooted to the spot. I was like a man in a dread dream, who knows he is dreaming and yet cannot awaken. Repelled and at the same time fascinated, I watched the elder woman approach with outflung arms. Chapter 2. There was, let me not deny it, a seductive charm about her glowing femininity. Although she was no longer young, I took her to be somewhere in the nether years just beyond 35. There was something extraordinarily appealing and sweet in the smile which she flashed upon me, a plaintive smile as of one who looks at you from depths of unbearable suffering. At the same time, there was something that drew me to her, held me spellbound with a magnetic compulsion. I could have imagined men easily and willingly enslaved to that woman. "Monsieur," she pleaded, and for the sake of convenience I give the English equivalent of her words, "Monsieur, they have ringed us around. What are we to do? In the name of the good Lord, what are we to do?" "They permit us not even a newspaper, monsieur," rumbled the heavy voice of the man as his portly form slouched forward. "They stand over us all the time. We have no privacy except in our beds," put in the younger woman, with a despairing gesture of one bony hand. "They inspect all our food, every bit of bread and meat, suspecting it may contain secret papers," the elder woman lamented. "Worse still, our doors are all locked from outside. We can hardly move a step without being trailed by a guard. We cannot read, we can hardly think without being inspected. Oh, was ever anyone tormented with such vile persecution? Was anyone ever tormented with such vile persecution?" The second lady took up the cry, in a thin, wailing voice that sent the shudders again coursing down my spine. As if by instinct, I was backing toward the door. I wondered if I were not the victim of some frightful hallucination. "But what do you want me to do?" I blurted out, as with one hand I groped behind me for the doorknob. "Do? What do we want you to do, monsieur?" groaned the elder woman. "Speak with them, plead with them, beg them to treat us like human beings, not like beasts in cages." "But who am I to speak to? Who are they? What do you mean, madam?" "Who but our persecutors, our oppressors?" "Who but our persecutors, our oppressors?" echoed the other woman with a ghostly repetition of the words. By this time it was so dark that the 5 persons made but shadows indistinctly seen against the dungeon-like gloom. There was no arguing now with my fear. It was taking command of me, the next instant, had the man not surmised my thoughts by some clairvoyant perception. I would have left the dolorous strangers to their fate, and dashed pell-mell down the tower stairs. "Hold, monsieur," his voice detained me. "It is growing late, we need a light." And then, with startled eyes, I witnessed one of the eeriest, one of the most inexplicable incidents of all. Suddenly, though I had seen no lantern, there was a light in the room. It was a sort of grey-white phosphorescence, midway between the hue of a light fog and that of pewter. And it seemed to come from nowhere in particular, but filled the room with a fluctuating radiance, at times bright enough to reveal every object, at times permitting everything to sink back almost into invisibility. By this illumination all things, even the man's beefy face, took on a ghastly pallor. My own hand, outstretched in a gesture of spontaneous horror, startled me with its pale, spectral quality. "Do not be afraid, monsieur," one of the women spoke reassuringly. "They will not find you. The guards were sleeping, else you could not have come up. You were heaven sent to help us in our need." My knees quivering beneath me, I did not feel heaven sent to help anyone. In that uncanny wavering light, which struck my disordered imagination as almost sepulchral, I was more frightened than in the darkness. I was just a little relieved, however, to see how the small boy, curled up near the wall with some straw for a pillow, was sleeping an apparently normal childhood sleep. Nevertheless, I had found the doorknob and was drawing it toward me. A blast of chilly air, contrasting weirdly with the heat of the summer evening, swept up the tower stairs. A second more, and I would have been gone. But the elder woman, crossing the loom like a flash of light, had placed herself next to me, between me and the door. I could see her big, sad eyes, not a foot from mine, glowing as if from immense hollow depths. I could see her long, pale, proud face alternately brightening and darkening by the flickers of the changeable, unearthly light. And once more she exercised that strange, that magical compulsion upon me. My limbs were frozen. I could merely stare and wonder. "It is not for our own sakes, monsieur," she resumed, in a voice that shook and wavered even more than did the light. "It is not for our own sakes that I beg your aid, but for our poor, innocent children. For their sakes, in the name of heaven's mercy, go out and plead with our oppressors, monsieur. Rush forth and summon help before it is too late." "Before it is too late," came a low, sobbing echo. "But you, who are you?" I demanded, growing more mystified from minute to minute. "We, who are we? Is there anyone in all Paris that does not know? Is there anyone in all Paris that does not know?" There sounded a sobbing refrain. But they seemed not to hear, or at least not to believe my denials. "Look at me. Do you not recognize me?" the man demanded, thrusting his face within inches of mine. Who in all the land could help recognizing me? Observing the round, commonplace features, the paunchy cheeks, the sensual lips and dull eyes, I failed to recognize anyone I had ever known. "Ah, monsieur, you must be a stranger in the land." Yes, I am a stranger from California," I managed to grasp at a straw. "From where do you say, monsieur?" he asked, as if he had never heard of my native state. And then dismally he went on, half to himself, "Am I then so changed by my hardships that I cannot be recognized? Ah, no doubt I had a different look in the old times, when I went forth daily in the hunt. Yes, that was a sport worthy of a king chasing the antlered stag, a sport worthy of a king. And I," bewailed the elder woman, her eyes downcast, her whole form seeming indistinctly to sag, "perhaps I also am changed. Oh, how changed from the days when I led in gay revels and frolics, and banquets and masked balls, and was merry the whole day long, and the whole night long too. Little did I suspect, in those old happy times, what a bitter blow was in store for me." "Little did I suspect," moaned the second woman. "Little did we all suspect. Had I chanced upon a band of lunatics? Was this old tower the hospital where these poor deranged wretches were kept? This seemed to me, all in all, the most plausible solution. Nevertheless, it did not explain the weird light, which still pervaded the grim round tower room from some unseen source. Nor did it account for various other incidents, which I report even now with a tingling sensation along the spine and a numbing clutch at the heart. Chapter 3. It may have been only the wind, but the door, which I had opened slightly, suddenly closed with a dull thudding jar. Yet how could it have been the wind, since the door opened inward, and hence a breeze from below would have pushed the door wider open? And from inside the closed room, how could an air current originate? But I was sure that no hand, and least of all mine, had touched the door. Even as I struggled to regain my composure, I reached again for the door handle, more determined than ever to leave. But, as I did so, my shaken nerves were shattered by another shock. With a series of high-pitched yipping barks, a small creature ran out as if from nowhere and began cavorting about my knees. Where had the little dog come from? I was certain it had not been in the room before. I was equally convinced that there was no way for it to enter. By the flickering greyish-white light, it had a sort of half-solid appearance as I reached down to pet it, and somehow I was not quite able to place a hand upon it. Eluding my touch, it ran over to the elder woman, who bent down and caressed it. And then, as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. But from someone's throat, the adolescent girl's, I believe, there burst a spasm of uncanny hollow laughter. Then, as I pulled at the doorknob, the elder woman was again at my side, her lovely sad eyes fixing me with a stare of such terrible intensity that I was gripped powerless in my place. My hand dropped from the doorknob. For the first time, I knew myself to be a prisoner. "What is to happen to us, monsieur?" she lamented, not hysterically, but with an air of dignified restraint beneath which I could feel the hot passion smouldering. "What is to happen to us all? Time after time we hear the tocsins sounding below us on the streets. We hear the crowds shouting, but we can only guess what it all means. Can you not tell us, monsieur, what it means?" "Can you not tell us, monsieur?" echoed the younger woman. I shook my head helplessly. Ah, monsieur, you are like them all, the first speaker sighed. Like the guards, like that monster who has charge of us. You know, yet you will tell us nothing. You know, yet you will tell us nothing, came the unfailing repetition. I feel it in my bones. A worse fate is in store for us, the woman moaned, while one pale hand moved significantly across her neck. My sainted mother, who was far wiser than I, foresaw it all long ago, but then I was too young and giddy to listen. Now that she is in her grave, monsieur, sometimes at night I can see her before me. Warning, 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 took up the other woman. Come, come now. Things are not always so bad, are they? The rumbling voice of the man broke out in incongruous, soothing contrast. We have no complaints about many things, least of all about the food, now have we? At noon we have 3 soups, 2 entrees, 2 roasts, fruit, cheese, claret, and champagne. It is not all we have known in our better days, monsieur, but it is not bad. It is not bad. Then the boy and I on fine days are allowed to walk in the court. You can walk there, but not I, broke out the elder woman, who was evidently his wife. You can submit yourself to the staring insolence of those beasts of guards, not I. You can console yourself with your fine meals, not I, not I. I think of the fate that is in store for us all. I think of the future of our poor children. I think of the future of our poor children, came the inevitable echo. The boy, slumbering against the wall, chose this particular moment to turn over in his sleep and moan. I, for my part, would have left then and there, had this been possible. But even if I had not already been riveted to the spot, I would have been held by the woman's anguished cry. Think of our friends, our poor friends, the ones who did not escape, or came back out of loyalty to us. Those tigers in human form have cut their heads from their bodies, torn them limb from limb, have cut their heads from their bodies, torn them limb from limb. Come, come, my dear, interposed the man, still in a placating voice. We cannot always think of these horrible things. Come, come, play for me at the clavecin, as of old. Sing to me, my dear. As if from nowhere, an old-fashioned musical instrument, a clavecin or harpsichord, appeared before us. It could not have been there before without being seen, for it was a huge thing on legs, nearly as large as a modern piano. Yet there it was, clearly visible in the wavering greyish light, with a stool before it, at which the elder woman seated herself. As my lips opened in a half-uttered cry of horror, the player began plucking at the strings, and the strangest melodies I had ever heard began coming forth, while she accompanied them in a quivering, sad voice of a subdued loveliness. The music was low, almost ghostly faint, and was charged with such a deep throbbing sorrow that at die first note, the tears began coursing down my cheeks. As the woman went on and on with her song, its melancholy increased, though it still had the same eerily distant quality. It seemed that I was listening to a plaint from across countless years and remotest places. Now everyone in the room appeared to have forgotten my presence. The younger woman, the man and the girl gathered about the player, as if to drink in every note. Even the small boy arose and joined the group, and as they did so, the light, as if condensed by some unseen reflector, suddenly concentrated upon them, leaving the rest of the room in shadow. And then the illumination, wavering and flickering more than ever, began to dwindle, until suddenly, without warning, it went out, and I found myself in blackness. But still, from amid the coaly gloom, that phantom thin music continued to sound. The voice of the singer blended with the notes of the instrument, unspeakably sad, immensely distant, fading like the wind-borne tones of receding minstrels. Only then did all my concentrated dread and horror find expression in one tremendous scream. Fumbling and groping, somehow I found the door. Somehow I forced my limbs free of the spell that had gripped them, and started down the twisted stairs. And then, all at once, everything went blank. When I came to myself, still listening to that sad, faint music, I was lying on a Paris street. The glow of late twilight was in the air. A small crowd had gathered about me. "Does monsieur need help?" a man's voice sympathetically asked. "He stumbled and fell and has been many minutes coming to. No doubt it was only the heat." "No doubt it was the heat," I agreed, as I struggled to my feet. But in my ears that phantom music still made a dismal refrain. Next day I reported my experience to my friend Jacques Chevier, a student at the Sorbonne, whose specialty was Parisian history. He looked at me sharply as I finished. "Just where did you say this happened?" I mentioned the exact street location, of which I had taken note after the adventure. "So," he answered significantly. "So? Well, this is strange. Do you know you were walking on the exact site of the old temple? What in thunder was the temple? It was the old castle of the Knights Templars, which was torn down in 1811, at the age of almost 600 years. "Torn down in 1811? I repeated dully. "It's famous as the scene of many historic episodes." Jacques warmed to his theme, not the least notable being the imprisonment of a king and queen of France, along with their 2 children, and Madame Elizabeth, the king's sister. That was back in 1792. You know, of course, what king and queen I refer to. I could only mumble something incoherent. Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were both lodged there before being sent to the guillotine. The old castle, from all I can make out, was exactly as you have described it, even to the small dog that kept the prisoners company. But that doesn't explain why I, of all persons, and at this particular time— Don't you recall the date? Let's see. Today's the 14th, isn't it? And yesterday was the 13th. It was on August 13th, just at about sunset, that Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were imprisoned in the temple. Perhaps every year, on the anniversary of that event. But I did not hear the remainder of Jacques' speech. I was not interested in his explanations. In my ears a thin, sorrowful music seemed to be playing. I was back in a tower room, in a wavering fog-grey light, where 5 shadowy figures were gathered. Among them a woman whose deep, pleading, tragic eyes seemed to call and call across an immeasurable gulf. End of the Round Tower by Stanton Arthur Koblenz. The Smiling Face by Mary Elizabeth Counselman. Weird Tales, January 1950. Cedric Harbin, the British archaeologist, rolled his head from side to side irritably on the canvas cot. It was the scream of a jaguar that had waked him this time. 2 hours ago it had been the chittering of night monkeys. Half an hour before that, some other weird jungle noise. From the supine position in which he had been lying for 8 sweltering nights already, he glared up at the young Chavante native who was fanning him with a giant fern to keep away the mosquitoes and the tiny, vicious little pium flies that swarmed about him. At his look, the boy grinned apology and began to ply the shoe fly with more energy, the capybara tooth in his pierced lower lip bobbing furiously. Harbin cursed, blinking away the sweat that kept trickling down into his eyes. He tried to sit up despite the adhesive strapped over his bare chest like a cocoon, but sank back with a groan. Instantly the tent flap opened, and a girl hurried in out of the humid night. "Darling, I thought I heard you groaning. Are you in pain?" "Not much, just bored and disgusted. Haven't you gone to bed yet?" Sir Cedric looked up at her wearily as she bent over him, gently mopping the sweat from his face and neck. She was small and blonde and exquisite, strikingly beautiful even in her rumpled shirt and jodhpurs. It was when she smiled, however, that one stopped seeing anything else. A quiet humor seemed to emanate from her broad, sweetly curved mouth and sparkling blue eyes, as though they invited one to share some joke that she knew and was about to tell. The Brazilian Indian boy beamed at her, visibly attracted. Harbin, her husband, though he looked old enough to have been her father, caught at her hand gratefully. "Diana," he sighed, "my dearest, how the devil you can be so bright and cheery after the confounded mess I've made of this expedition. Walking into that boa constrictor like a damned tourist who'd never set foot in the Mato Grosso interior." He scowled in self-condemnation. "Don't know why I ever let the Foundation talk me into this jaunt anyhow. On our honeymoon. What was I thinking of, dragging you out into this steaming hell? Now, darling." Diana Harbin laid 2 fingers over his mouth. She lifted his head tenderly, gave him a sip of herva mat through a bombilia stuck in a gourd, then riffled through a month-old magazine. "Here, do try to read and relax. You can't go hunting your precious lost city with 3 broken ribs, and that's all there is to it. So stop fretting about it. Mario has the situation well in hand." A look flashed over Sir Cedric's middle-aged face. It was gone before his wife observed it, but she did notice a peculiar tense note in his voice. "Mario, oh yes," the archaeologist drawled. "Our handsome and dashing young guide." "Handsome?" His wife laughed so lightly that Sir Cedric gave her a quizzical look. "Is he? I hadn't noticed." "Why, Cedric?" She returned his look, eyes twinkling. "I do believe you're jealous of Mario." She half closed her eyes, imitating the sultry attitude of a screen Romeo. "Aksh, Senora. You are like jungle orchid," she mimicked, then burst out laughing. "Darling, he's so corny." Harbin did not share her mirth. His grey eyes iced over and narrowed. "The devil!" he exploded. "Did he really say that to you? Insolent half-breed swine. Send him in here, I'll sack him right now." "You'll do nothing of the kind." His wife laughed, kissing him on the forehead. "Cedric, don't be absurd. All Brazilians make passes at every North American girl they meet. It's part of the good neighbor policy." She gave him another sip of the nutritious tea, looking fondly amused. "Mario," she pointed out, "is a very efficient guide. He's kept these war-happy Chavantes from traipsing off to start something with other tribes we've passed. He's kept a supply of mandioca and rapadura without trading half our equipment to get it. And he's the only guide in Belém who had the vaguest idea how to reach that lost city of yours. If there is one," she reminded dryly. "Remember, all you have as proof is that silly old paper in the Biblioteca Nacional. Mario doesn't believe it exists." "Mario!" the archaeologist snorted. "If Lieutenant Colonel Fawcett and his sons died trying to find it in 1925, there must be something to owe. If only I were off this ridiculous cot," he fumed. "We're only 2 days' march from the place. I'd stake my life on it." "Oh, well." His pretty wife patted his arm soothingly. "There'll be other expeditions, dear. We'll try again, but right now you must get well enough to be carried back to Belém. There may be internal injuries we don't know about. Ugh, that horrible snake dropping on you. From that tree crushing you." She shuddered, then knelt beside him with a little sob, pressing his hand to her cool cheek. "Oh, Cedric, you might have been killed." Harbin relaxed, caressing her long wheat-blonde hair, the bitterness and frustration ebbing slowly from his face. "My dearest," he murmured, "I'll never understand what a lovely little yank like you ever saw in a crotchety, dried-up old limey like me. But my whole outlook was changed that night at the Explorers Club in Rio, when you turned away from that ass Forrester and smiled. At me. When I first saw you smile, Diana, the most wonderful thing happened. It was as though the sun had come up for the first time in my... Oh, rubbish. Sir Cedric broke off, embarrassed. Never was much at expressing my feelings. You're doing all right, his wife whispered. Remind me to tell you how I felt when I first met the famous Sir Cedric Harbin. Ah, She dodged his quick embrace. Not now. After Mario and I get back from Matura with supplies. Darling, do go to sleep so I can. We're starting at daybreak, you know. Harbin returned her smile of gentle humor with a hungry, possessive look. All right. But you'll hurry back. I mean, oh, dash it. His wife bent over to kiss him once more lightly. Of course I will, she whispered. Next Thursday is our first anniversary. We've been married a whole month. You don't really think I'd spend that day with Mario and a lot of grinning tapir apes babbling Ticanlo, Ticanto, which isn't my idea of a snappy conversation to put in my diary. Sir Cedric chuckled and lay still, his eyes following Diana as she left the tent to complete plans for the short journey at dawn. The river village of Matura, he knew, was only a few miles down the Rio das Mortes, the River of Death, which had once run red with the blood of a Portuguese party of mining engineers massacred by Indians. Now it boasted a small trading post, run by a fat, one-eyed Dutchman. There Diana could send a wireless message via Belem to the Foundation saying, Harbin sighed bitterly, that he was crippled up, that he had made a complete botch of the expedition. There also Mario could replenish their dwindling stock of supplies, coffee, quinine, mandioca, perhaps even a few trinkets for the new native bearers Mario had recently added to their party. The Chavantes had not appeared to like it much, but even their capitao, their chief, Burity, could see his men could not carry both the equipment and the injured white explorer on their return trip. Harbin sipped his mat and thought about the new porters. They were ugly, stunted little Indians, the 4 Mario has hired, their loincloths dirty and ragged, their greasy black hair hanging long and snaky under their braided headbands. They were Urubus, Sir Cedric frowned, trying to recall what the inspector of Indians at Belem had said about that particular tribe, the vulture people, he had called them. Was it something about a history of cannibalism? Harbin could not remember. All 4 of the Urubus had been fully armed, with bows and 5-foot arrows, with spears and with blowguns, when the Brazilian guide had happened across their hunting party. In fact, a poisoned blowgun dart, presumably aimed at a silver and black iguana, had barely missed his shoulder, Mario had reported uncomfortably. And good riddance, Harbin muttered half aloud, glowering up at the patched roof of the tent. Never did trust those pretty boys where a woman's concerned, not one as lovely as Diana, so young and romantic and impressionable. Han, Senhor, speak? The Chavante boy startled him, waving his fern rapidly and flashing white teeth in a dark brown mongoloid face. What? Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself, Harbin snapped. Swat that damned tarantula over my head, will you? It's going to drop on me. Si, senor. The boy hastened to obey, his solicitude born of the fact that Diana had promised him a pair of her husband's cufflinks for his pierced ears. Harbin closed his eyes, now lulled by the throbbing hum of frogs and cicada, now startled awake by the moaning hiss of a nearby anaconda or the splash of an alligator in the river washing sluggishly against the sandbank, where they had made camp. Presently, in spite of the pium flies, Sir Cedric drifted into a troubled slumber and a recurrent dream in which his lovely young wife was lost in a tangle of undergrowth and looped lianas. She kept calling him, calling and laughing, somewhere just ahead, just out of reach, and he slashed away helplessly at the green wall of jungle with a fesau, a cutlass-like machete, which kept turning to flimsy rubber in his hand. When he awoke, torpid and head achy, the tent was steamy with mid-morning heat. The Chavante boy was setting his tray of breakfast. Roast crane, farinha gruel sweetened with a toffee like rapadura, and coffee with fermented sugarcane. Harbin made a wry face and squinted at the boy, whose black eyes were gleaming with a curious excitement. His calm voice, however, betrayed nothing. Bon dia, senor dormiu bem? He inquired politely. Muito bem, Harbin grunted, yawning. Where's the Senora? She had her breakfast yet? The boy smiled brightly, his face an inscrutable mask now, mysterious and unreadable as the jungle itself. Senora pay, he announced, then elaborated in a painful combination of Portuguese and English. Senora es aguan. Senora senor Mario. Es aguan. Say let you asleep you seek no wake. Oh, gone already, have they? Sir Cedric looked disappointed, then shrugged. Well, they should be back by tomorrow at sundown. Matura's only a few miles down the river. He broke off, puzzled again by the sly look of amusement on the Chavante boy's face. Eh? What are you grinning about? He demanded. For answer, the boy ran to the door of the tent and beckoned. An older, nervous-looking Chavante, possibly the boy's father or older brother, entered warily, braced as to dash out again if the white man appeared angry. Senor, please? The man stammered. He was Bearity, the chief. Harbin recognized him suddenly from the dried palm fronds stuck in his pierced lower lip like a spiky beard from his hairless chin. Senor? He began again. Give present if Bearity tell. Tell what, you gibbering ape? Sir Cedric snapped. He tried to prop himself up on his elbows, a sense of foreboding suddenly knotting his stomach muscles. Yes? All right, a present. Speak up. The Chavante chief swayed, steadying himself against the tent pole. He was drunk, Harbin perceived. A strong whiff of fiery native rum reached his nostrils. Twice Bearity started to speak, blinked and grinned foolishly, then blurted out, Senora et Senor Mario. Es no go down Rio, es go up, no go Matura. Es take boys. He held up one finger, then two vaguely. Es run away, go Goyas. Es no come bok. What? Harbin wrenched himself to a sitting posture, oblivious of the pain that knifed through his broken ribs. You're lying, he roared. I'll beat you to a pulp, you lying scum. I'll cut your tongue out for saying a thing like that. Bearity cringed, shaking his head violently. No lie, capitao. Es a truth. Senor zangado. No be zangado for Bearity. Me no do nada, me manso, good Indian. Sir Cedric glanced about wildly for something to throw at him, but the Chavante whirled and darted out of the tent, followed by the explorer's angry curses. Harbin fell back on his cot, breathing hard. Pain clutched at his chest under the strapping. He had probably torn loose those half-mended ribs again. The fury of complete helplessness racked him for a moment. That Indian was lying. Of course he was lying. Diana would no more desert him in this condition than Than. Or would she? Could a middle-aged husband ever really be sure of a young and beautiful wife? Sir Cedric forced himself to lie still, teeth clenched, fists knotted at his sides. The Chavante boy crawled out from behind a trunk where he had hidden and began timidly fanning him again. Harbin waved him away irritably, then called him back. Boy? He hesitated, flushing at his own lack of reserve. Boy, do you happen to know which way the Senor Mario went? Upriver or down? No, Capital. The Indian boy lowered his eyes respectfully, but Harbin could detect a secret contempt in his impassive face. Is there anyone who could find out for me? A tracker. A tracker could tell which way the Bawaloa took off, couldn't he? Sir Cedric pressed. A tracker, Capitao? The Chavante was standing before him, still outwardly respectful. Yes, tracker tell, but Brujo know more better. Ask Brujo look upon Senora's Batalao. Brujo see all the Engs today, yesterday, tomorrow. Bru? Oh yes, quite. Sir Cedric suppressed a smile. This was not the first time he had heard marvelous powers attributed to the Brujos, the witch doctors of these Mato Grosso native tribes. The Inspector of Indians had advised him to take one along on this expedition as arbiter, medico, and general advisor to his Chavante bearers. Brujos were usually old men with wrinkled faces and mystic eyes, half crazed from addiction to yarj, the deadly topaz-green drug brewed from liana pulp. Murica, the brujo of his Cervantes, was no exception. But Murica, Harbin considered swiftly, would know about Diana and that sneaky Brazilian, if anyone would. All rumors, all remnants of local gossip, found their way quickly to those wise old ears, to be palmed off later on the credulous as knowledge gleaned from supernatural sources. Of course, Murica. Sir Cedric nodded eagerly, snapping his fingers at the Indian boy. Well, go fetch him. At once. The young Cervantes nodded and dashed out of the tent. He dashed back presently, but more reverently, holding the tent flap aside for a wizened old Indian to enter. Murica was a very small man, for a Shavat, most of whom stood well above 6 feet. But there was something about his erect bearing, about the serene wrinkled face under its feathered headdress, that commanded respect. The old man's face and chest were heavily pigmented with red and black, blue-black stain from the jenipapo fruit, and red from the uruku berry. A jaguar skin, with the tail dragging, was wrapped around his skinny loins, and a great deal of stolen copper telegraph wire coiled around his arms from wrist to elbow. In his pierced lower lip was a rather large bone from a howler monkey, which affected his speech but slightly. He evidently knew no English at all, but spoke perfect Portuguese, probably learned at a Christian mission school before he took to black magic. His voice was deep and mellow like the music of a distant oboe, and Sir Cedric was impressed in spite of the smile that twitched at the corners of his mouth. Murica, he greeted the old Indian haltingly. I called you here to, the aged brujo nodded matter-of-factly, stuffing some kind of fiber shreds into his cigar-holder like pipe. He sat down cross-legged beside the explorer's cot and leaned back comfortably against the tent pole. Without a word, he closed his eyes, puffing slowly at the pipe. A peculiar acrid odor filled the tent, making Sir Cedric feel suddenly light-headed and queer. He frowned, annoyed. Now see here, he said. I've no time for a lot of mumbo-jumbo. Just tell me if you know which way the Cervantes boy hissed sharply, shaking his head and making a silencing gesture. On the opposite side of Harbin's cot, he whispered in obvious awe, Senor, do not speak. Brujo smoke the ayahuasca, the drug of second sight. Oh, Sir Cedric snorted, impatient. I've heard of that damned lot of nonsense. Or, he smiled wryly, maybe it isn't. Maybe it works something like sodium pentothal, releases the subconscious mind, helps dig out facts the conscious mind's forgotten. He rolled over on his side, wincing, to watch the old man as he sat, swaying and smoking, in utter silence. Presently, however, the brujo's eyes opened. They had a weird doped look, staring unseeingly at Harbin, as though they gazed through him, through tire-stained tent walls, and farther, much farther, through the matted jungle outside. Very slowly the old witch doctor began to speak, chanting a curious sing-song now in Cervantes, now in Portuguese. Harbin made out the Portuguese with an effort, but the Indian was beyond him. They go toward the rising sun. The batala moves slowly. There are 3 hearers, Cervantes. The smiling one sleeps under the toldo. The man watches. Now he shoots the gun, killing a blood-red arara. He brings the feathers to the senhora. She laughs, thanking him and putting the feathers in her golden hair. Sir Cedric cursed, heaving himself upright again furiously. It was all a lot of silly patter, meaningless and without any foundation on truth, he told himself sickly. Or was it? Toward the rising sun, the old man had said. Then the balalau was being paddled east toward Goiás, just as Bereti had said, not west to Matura. Did the brujo know for certain from tracks he had found along the riverbank, amid a network of other spoors? The round cup-like tracks of jaguars, the broad three-toed marks of a tapir, the splayed track of the capybara, those sheep-sized water guinea pigs of the jungle? Or was he only guessing? "Now she sings," Marika droned abruptly. "She sings this song, it is plain to hear." He began to hum, and Harbin's scalp prickled as he recognized the halting strains of Noel Coward's "Never Try to Bind Me," an old favorite of Diana's. The very tune she had been dancing to with young Forrester at the Explorers Club that night. Amazingly, unbelievably, Marika was even singing the words now, although he knew not a phrase of English. "Never try to bind me, never try to hold. Take me as you find me, love, and let me go." The sound of those words, their import so obviously meaningless to that wrinkled Chavante singer, stabbed at Sir Cedric like a knife thrust. "Stop," he yelled furiously. It's a lot of damned nonsense. How could you possibly hear them if they set off down the river, or up the river, as you say, 4 or 5 hours ago?" The old brujo closed his eyes for answer. In a few moments, when he opened them and looked at the white man again, their weird faraway look was gone. He rose from his cross-legged position and stood quietly beside Harbin's cot, waiting. Sir Cedric glowered at him, then shrugged and thrust a cheap plug of tobacco at the old Indian, who took it with a gracious air of bestowing a gift rather than of receiving one. "Is there more which you wish to know, Capito?" he asked softly. "Marika has looked into the past and has seen the padre in Rio speaking the marriage vows." The Capitao drops the ring in his eagerness to place it on the smiling one's finger. A man with a golden mustache picks it up and gives it back to, Harbin started, his scalp prickling again. "Kimball," he murmured. He was my best man, and I did drop the ring. How could you possibly know? Did you ever overhear Diana and myself?" "That must be it," he broke off, surreptitiously mopping at his forehead. "Of course, nothing supernatural about it." Marika's bland expression did not change. He merely stood quietly, waiting, looking more sure of himself than Harbin had ever felt in his whole life. In fact, the quiet wisdom in that wrinkled face made him feel more unsure of himself now than ever. "Do you desire that I shall look into the future, Capilao?" the old Chavante asked gently. "The ayahuasca sends the eyes in all directions. One is able to see what was, what is, and what is to be." "The devil you can," Sir Cedric snorted, more to convince himself than to scoff at Marika. "All right," he snapped. "What is to be? My wife's run off with a damn Brazilian, you say? Is she coming back?" Marika took another puff at the pipe, his eyes again taking on that opaque, drugged look, the pupils widening until the iris had disappeared. Harbin watched him, fascinated, trying to feel amused and scornful, trying to deny that hollow, sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Marika opened his eyes wide, swaying. His voice sounded very thin and echoing as he spoke, like the voice of one shouting down a mine shaft. "I see," he intoned. "I hear, the smiling one, screaming. It is written in the stars, that the Capitao may keep before him for all the rest of his days the smiling face of his Senora. But—" "Yes?" Harbin urged tensely as the brujo paused. "Yes." "But it is also written in the stars," Marika said thinly, "that the sight of it will drive the Capitao into madness. This I see and no more." Sir Cedric expelled a quivering breath. Rubbish, all of this. Sheer rubbish. And yet, that bit about the Noel Coward song, and the dropped ring, and Kimball's blonde mustache, he and Diana had certainly never mentioned that in Marika's hearing, though it might have been only a clever bit of guesswork. Still, he lay back on his cot, battling for self-control. At his sides his hands were clenched so tightly that his nails bit into his palms. 2 drops of blood oozed from the broken flesh and ran down his wrists, unfelt. But Marika noticed them and approached the white man's cot. He made a few curious passes in the air with a monkey skull produced from somewhere under the folds of his jaguar skin, then laid the skull gently on Harbin's forehead. "Capitao," the old man said, "forgiveness is better than vengeance." The archaeologist jerked his head away savagely, the monkey skull bumping hollowly to the ground as he glared up at Morika. "Get out of here," he grated, sweat popping out on his forehead and upper lip. "What are you trying to do to me lying here trussed up? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Get out." He wrenched himself up again, panting and cursing. The Chavante boy dodged behind his trunk again, but the old brujo merely bowed slightly and backed toward the tent opening. "Jealousy," he said in his soft, mellow Portuguese, "is like a poison, Capitao. The Senor stands where the trail forks." "Think well. Get out!" Harbin roared, hurling his gourd of mat at the old Indian's head. The missile described a peculiar curve as it neared its target, however, and fell harmlessly to the floor. Again the white man shivered. He had heard before how a brujo can deflect the flight of an arrow or a blowgun dart. Impossible, of course. He fell back, gritting his teeth against the pain of his ribs. Sweat poured from his forehead now. The tent was like a steam cabinet. From outside he could hear the faint splashing of an alligator somewhere upriver, the dismal hiss of a flock of ciganas, the mew of a hawk sailing enviously above where some of the bearers were shooting fish with their short bows and 5-foot arrows barbed with the tails of arrays, stingrays. Harbin's mind sailed upstream, following a batelao where a lovely blonde girl and a handsome young man sat very close together under the palm-thatched toldo awning. Perhaps they were kissing now, perhaps only clinging together, in the way of young lovers. A groan escaped him, half rage, half pain. Diana, Diana. Of course it had been too good to be true. The first handsome, virile young idiot to come along, and she had left him. The glamour of his reputation worn thin, now that she had seen him make such a botch of this expedition. He would never hold her again, never see that dazzling, good-humored smile of hers that had caused the Chavantes to call her Risante, the smiling one. Harbin's eyes chilled. Damn it, she was always smiling. Had she actually been cheerful and courageous, or was she merely laughing at him? These American girls, they were so light-hearted, so unconventional, unlike all the straight-laced British women he had known. Perhaps she had merely married him for a lark, planning all along to leave him when she became bored. Leave him to face all these grinning natives, to get back to Belém the best way he could, without a guide. At the thought of Mario, Sir Cedric's face hardened. Damned insolent Brazilian. If he could follow them, if he could only get In's hands around that tanned neck. His fingers flexed with the desire to kill, and suddenly he let out a roared command. "Boy, boy, where the devil are you hiding?" The Chavante lad scrambled out from behind his trunk, quaking. "Get me Burity again," Harbin snapped, then shook his head. "No, no, he wouldn't go. It's Yoruba country." "Ah," his eyes glittered. "Those new porters, send them to me, now." The Indian boy dashed off to obey, eager to placate and worried about that gift of cufflinks. He was back with the 4 squat Urubus in 5 minutes, and Harbin looked them over, still quivering with rage. He blurted his order in Portuguese, then in a few halting words of Chavante, but the vulture men shook their heads, grinning foolishly. Harbin scowled, resorting to sign language. "Senora." He drew the form of a woman in the air. "Understand? I want you to. Bring her back." He made scooping motion toward himself. The leader of the Urubus, a stocky, evil-eyed Indian with deep scars cut from eye corners to mouth corners, nodded suddenly, and jabbered a few words to the other 3. They nodded eagerly, gabbling, and sounding for all the world, Harbin thought with a shudder, like the nauseous, hideous-looking birds they worshipped. The leader edged forward, beady eyes gleaming. "Turi?" he asked slyly, then brought up an English word, pointing to Harbin, then vaguely out into the jungle. "Mon?" "Oh, the white man, Mario?" Harbin's face was contorted. "The devil with Mario," he growled. "I don't care what you do to him." He made a broad gesture of dismissal, at which the Yoruba chief grinned delightedly, nodding and replying with a throat-cutting gesture. His face held the unholy delight of a child given permission to pull the wings off a fly. Then they were gone, like a flock of gabbling scavenger birds, and Harbin lay back on his cot, closing his eyes wearily. In a day or so, the Urubus, in a light, fast monteria, could overtake the other slower boat. And well, if they were cannibals, if that was what the Inspector of Indians had warned him, the devil with Mario, luring a man's wife away from him as he lay helpless, unable to follow. Diana, they would bring back with them, and well, he could take it from there. Tears of reproach seeped from between Harbin's closed lids. Diana, how could she have done this to him? But she was such a child, easily impressed, overly romantic. Forgiveness? What was it old Murica had said about forgiveness being better than vengeance? Sir Cedric smiled wryly. Well, after a time, perhaps he would forgive her. They could build a life together, even with the memory of her having run off with that handsome guide standing like an impenetrable wall of jungle between them. It wouldn't, really. Harbin's smile became peaceful, almost eager. He was a civilized man, he told himself. The daily sight of his wife's smiling face would not, as Murica predicted, drive him into madness. Probably, after he forgave her for this outrageous escapade, she would love him all the more, really love him. Asiu! One of the Chavantes in the river shallows was shouting he had evidently speared a pirara or else been bitten on the bare leg by a man-eating piranha. Those murderous little fish that could strip a man's skeleton in a few minutes. Asiu! They were forever shouting, these savages, the word meaning hello or hooray or merely ouch, according to the events of the moment. Harbin smiled at their simplicity. Sighing, settling himself to wait and to forgive, the archaeologist drifted into a restless slumber, with the Chavante boy plying his giant fern once more timidly. His eyes on Harbin's sleeping face were wide and shocked, and warily respectful now. All night Sir Cedric dreamed of his lovely wife. All the next day, and the next two following, he lay docilely on his cot, taking the last of the quinine and eating what was brought him without a murmur. 100 times, sentimentally, he made up speeches to chide Diana, ever so understanding, for her unfaithfulness. She would cry, then fling her arms around his neck and beg him